Ladies and gentlemen, may I humbly request everybody to kindly be seated. We are about to start the conference. And may I also request you to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode as we commence right away. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Exchange for Media Group welcomes you to the second edition of the e4m Connected Television Conference, Mumbai 2024. I am RJ Rahul Manjul, your host for today, and get ready to embark on an extraordinary journey at the Exchange for Media Connected TV Conference, Mumbai 2024, where we are focusing on the dynamic digital marketing ecosystem and how CTV has emerged as a disruptive force, offering a 360-degree approach to amplifying brand success. Pace yourself, yes, wear your seatbelts and get ready to experience an exhilarating marketing and advertising extravaganza like never before. Before we set the ball rolling, I'd like to inform you that our hashtag for today, you really cannot miss it. It's right there on top. It's hashtag e4m CTV conference. So is CTV 360, unleashing impact, forging networks, and converging experiences. In the dynamic digital marketing ecosystem, as we all know, CTV has emerged as a disruptive force, offering a 360-degree approach, amplifying brand success. This year, at the second edition of e4m Connected TV Conference, we go beyond the conversational limits and delve deeper into a holistic approach and also required to navigate the complex CTV landscape successfully. From strategic content to creation that resonates with the diverse audiences to embracing cutting-edge technologies for the impactful delivery, the conference will offer insights into crafting compelling brand narratives in the digital age. At the e4m Connected Television Conference 2024, yes, we aim to explore how brands can harness the potential of technology to truly understand, engage, and enlighten and delight their target audience. But before we start, let's take a moment to acknowledge those who've always been there for us, our partners. Co-presenting partner, Disney Plus Hotstar, India's premium entertainment destination. We'd also like to thank our gold partner, Lemma. May I draw your attention on the screen for a special presentation.
Fearless. Let's go! Yeah! Let's do it. Let's go! Yeah!
बहुत बढ़िया
Question they asking, ready for action.
कहानी और मिसाल दोनों बहुत शौकनाते।
Ball rolling, ladies and gentlemen. And let me take this opportunity to welcome a gentleman on stage to kickstart this morning. He needs no introduction because he's the one-man army battalion, the force that drives us all. Put your hands together for the chairman and editor-in-chief for BW Business World and Exchange for Media, one and only one, Dr. Anurag Batra.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be here. I met my friend Ashish Ferwani after many years, though I keep seeing him is very active at all industry conferences with his content and insights. This is the Exchange for Media Connected TV conference. In the evening, we have our e4m Play, which are our OTT awards. The complete OTT universe will be here in the room. Last night, we had the e4m Out of Home awards, we call it the Neons. And I think there were around 300 people standing here, the whole out-of-home advertising industry was there. Almost 60 brand leaders were there apart from the leading agencies. So really, Exchange for Media is very, very active in this space, and we do justice to our credo of being the most active and credible player in bringing all the stakeholders together. I do want to use this opportunity to say that we are an editorial platform and everybody copies us, everybody. We do a story in 2 hours, it's everywhere, and it happens because of the patronage of everybody in the industry and my colleagues who work very, very hard. The e4m team works very, very hard, so I just want you to give them a big round of applause because this has been put together by Ms. Dash and Priyanka, but there are people who work behind the scenes, There is a whole event management team, whether it's Tushar or whether it's Vivek, whether it's the audience team. Everyone works very, very hard. So please, we are able to do this at Exchange for Media because we have a great editorial team, 40 people in one domain covering marketing, advertising, media across 4 platforms, which is Exchange for Media, Samachar for Media, which is our site in Hindi, which has been there for 15 years, Impact and Pitch. So please give my colleagues at Exchange for Media a big round of applause. I really feel gratitude. They're able to put up events day after day because of their passion for this domain. We are an editorial platform, so content matters. What we put out on events is also content. And I must say that yes, events are very important, but we getting very excited about stories. On Friday, we broke the story about Priyanka Gandhi moving from Colgate. Palmolive. On Saturday, we broke the story of Aparna Purohit moving away from Amazon, and we said she's going to join Amir Khan Productions. On Sunday, we broke the story of Abhay Desai stepping away from Z News. I can give you, and I do read Exchange for Media every morning, every afternoon. As a business world person, I need to know what's happening in the domain. On Tuesday, we broke a story. We break at least 2-3 stories every day, whether it's about a marketer, about an account movement. Yesterday, we broke the story of Relaxo's media account moving to Publicis. It was split between Publicis, Alliance, and one more agency. So really, I just want to say at the end of the day, we're able to put this together because we are in daily touch with all the stakeholders editorially. And I can tell you in every domain, time is at premium. So people don't really read the second, third, fourth, especially if it's only copied content from our site, which it is. I was telling Nawal on Monday, we should send a legal notice. We invest in people, do this. It is also IP. Your content creators in this room, we spend money, time, effort, energy. So I just want to say that thanks to your patronage, exchangeformedia.com in its 24th year is doing well. We've been doing what we've been doing for the last 21 years. The first 3 years we were trying to build a marketplace. I think the time to build a marketplace is now, Ashish, right? Coming to the connected TV universe, the connected TV universe I was preparing for the session is growing. The numbers, Ashish is a deep dive expert. He does this for a living, and he's been doing this for a while. So he has a perspective from past. It's not something that, he's just started doing. So I was preparing and I looked at data sources. Most data sources point out that the connected TV universe is between 30 to 40 million. Ashish just shared with me that it is less than that. It is possibly around 20 million. But he also shared with me that last 3 years back it was 10 million. In 3 years it's become 20. And the way it is growing, it will be even larger. And again, the television universe is between 180 to 200 million. And he's saying if you take away the houses that get deactive after 3 months, it'll be a lesser universe, more like 160 million. So even if you take 160 million and 30 million, almost 20% of the universe is connected TV. And the way connected TV universe is going, I think in some years, every TV will be a connected TV. It is not an overstatement. So hence, Exchange for Media has an initiative in this domain. As the advertising pie on connected TV grows, currently we are at between 90,000 crores to 1 lakh crore of advertising revenues. It is likely to be almost 1,10,000 crore revenues as Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook has forecasted. I can only say that the connected TV universe is also giving rise to consumption on different screens. As I keep saying, I'm not a teenager, but I'm a screenager. I do everything on this screen. All of us do everything on this screen. What is important is that if you look at this universe, whether you believe it's 20 million or 30 million, or Chrome guys believe it is 69 million, if you take all consumption on the handsets and people use hotspots on their phones to be able to watch that, if you add that, that may not be permanent. But the fact is this universe is growing. Numbers will become even more solid. And as Ashish said, it depends on how do you define connected TV. You know, if you define it in a certain way, it's 20 million. If you define it in a little broader way, it is more than that. But the fact is that the digital universe is growing, consumption of content on devices is growing. I know I'm at a connected TV conference and we have the OTT awards in the evening, and I'm all for content consumption. Till a couple of years back, I would watch 3 movies in a week, but I'm very big on sleeping on time. Last night I slept at 1 a.m. and I still woke up at 8, but normally I sleep. I do want to talk to you about two things which are important for all of us. One is sleep. With binge watching in play, with platforms on OTT and non-OTT platforms, giving you so many content options and encouraging you to start watching at 10 p.m. and watch it throughout the night at 4 a.m. It is impacting our quality of sleep. As I talk to you, there is a Business World Healthcare World Conference in Delhi happening at the Imperial. It's an oncology summit. It's about cancer. The number of cancer patients is growing. It is growing because of lifestyle issues. It is growing because of too much comparison and suppression of emotions. But it's growing because of people not doing enough sleep. If you sleep enough, you minimize your chances of every disease. You minimize your chances of Parkinson's as you grow old. I know the young people, I don't think anybody is thinking about growing old hair. But I'm saying that responsible consumption of content is very important. Responsible creation of content. I was speaking at the IWMBA's Kids Media Summit, and I talked about how kids program is equal to responsibility. So I would say that all the content creators in the room, it may sound a little hypocritic, but all the liquor brands say drive safely. Don't drink and drive. At least we can make some effort like that. Second is the fact that responsible themes in content we create. We have a responsibility towards our community, our audiences. And, audiences are very smart. I mean, we're talking about content creation. And yesterday, me and Nawal were with a leading content creator who has a very large platform. And we were talking about how there is a space in OTT, like in advertising, Google, Facebook, Meta, it's become a, duopoly. In OTT also, in a mainstream way, there's a duopoly. It's Amazon and it's Netflix. Of course, there's a Disney Hotstar, which is doing a great job. And there are other sectoral or Indian language players. There's a player in Bengal which is doing great work. There is a player in Telugu that is doing great work. Then there's a player who does a certain owl kind content. Owl. So I'll leave that, So they cannot legally sue me. I've never watched it, not likely to, but, you know, it's not responsible content. So whatever you do in the connected TV universe, we have a responsibility to do content that has right sensibilities. I'm nobody to decide what you should watch or what anyone should watch, but I do believe that the themes that are represented in OTT can be better. I'm not saying they're not a reflection of what's happening in society or the trends, but I think we all can be responsible. Ashish is going to speak about the OTT universe and the connected TV universe and what is happening. But I can only say that the last 12 months have been a very tough period for media entertainment, especially in terms of new deals, in terms of mergers, acquisitions, in terms of even money. And we are talking in the midst of two big events, IPL and elections. Both bring in money into the ecosystem. But again, it has been subdued. So I will leave the stage by saying that the OTT content universe is growing, the connected TV universe is growing, and both of them are intertwined. As it grows and becomes mainstream, I think we are in 2024. It is possible in the next 2 years, the connected TV universe will be bigger than, I'm taking a safe bet, in 2 years it will definitely be bigger than the non-connected TV universe. And I can only tell you that we at e4m will be there to be able to look at trends and bring thought leaders in this space to talk to you. I wish you a day of learnings. I am looking forward to Mr. Ashish Ferwani's presentation. I'm sure you're also looking forward to it. And we'll celebrate the good work that is happening in the content space at the e4m Play Awards tonight. Some of the big names from OTT content creation and some of the big names from the OTT screen presence are going to be here. So we look forward to celebrate their good work tonight at the e4m Play Awards. Thank you. God bless you. And I look forward to Ashish's presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for a perfect start to the day. I think your knowledge, your prowess, and your expertise is unmatched. But with this, now it's time for our keynote session and our keynote speaker to step up. What should I say about him? Dr. Batra has already mentioned. He's from the media and entertainment sector, practiced at EY India. He has been associated with the M&E industry since 1999. He has been associated with over 50 plus media companies across strategy, processes, game shows, content, risk management, and events. He authors the FICCI EY M&E sector report since the last 7 years. Ladies and gentlemen, he will speak on navigating the future of CTV in India. Put your hands together for Mr. Ashish Ferwani, Media and Entertainment Lead at Ernst & Young. A big round of applause, everybody. Zordar talia.
So I have this gripe with Anuragji all the time that you can't start a conference by putting a chartered accountant in front of everyone because he's very, very conservative. And I am a chartered accountant. I am extremely conservative. So some of my data points will be really bad. Bear with me. I hope during the rest of the day things do get better. All right. But I'm a chartered accountant with a good design team. So at least you get pretty slides. All right. So yeah, so I've actually been tracking media now for 20 years, almost more than 20, 23 years or so. And I have honestly only once before seen a shift as drastic as connected TV, and that's when mobile grew wings with the introduction of low-cost data plans. That was one event that changed it changed culture. People started consuming things differently. They started consuming different things. I think now we are at that inflection point on connected TV as well, where let's look at it, let's be honest, there was a large screen in the house which was owned by 4, 5, 6 broadcasters. That walled garden has broken. And what we are seeing is an era where that large screen will now have 1,000 players inside and not be dominated anymore by a small set of 4, 5, 6 companies. And that's going to change everything. our estimates show that broadcaster content, which is now almost 100% on large screens in the home, in a linear TV environment, will come down to only about 70% in about 3 years from now. So 30% of the content that will be consumed on connected TVs within a few years will not be from the larger broadcasters. And that's going to be a massive change. So like a good chartered accountant, I will start with numbers. All right. A lot of numbers Batraji spoke about. Our number is that in 2021, there were 10 million homes, which reached about 20 million homes in 2023. Now, what is this 20 million number? And what is the data that's gone behind this 20 million number? Let me just spend a minute on that, because I find the definition of connected TV households varies significantly. In order to make sense of connected TV, I started using MAUs just like everyone else uses in the industry. And then I realized it's one of the stupidest metrics on earth. It doesn't really matter. So I said, let me go to something where I can compare it with television. Television is measured on a weekly basis in this country. So I said, let me look at a weekly active user base. But a weekly active user base, I realized, is also a pretty dumb metric. Because sometimes what happens, you fire up a connected TV, you watch for less than a minute and shut down, and you don't do anything else in the week. So I have taken a number which is weekly active users more than 1 hour a week. And that's the 20 million number that I'm putting up here. So that's also, I find, I don't know whether it's conservative or not. For me as a CA, that's really not conservative. It's very aggressive, because 1 hour a week is rubbish. But I'm going with that for the time being. And that really gives me this 19.5, 20 million number that you're seeing out here. But, okay, then I try to triangulate this, saying, how does this work? Most people use it on wired broadband in the home, or home Wi-Fi, or do they use it through their mobile phones, casting it onto their TV. So I worked a little with Samsung. I think they were very cooperative. They shared a lot of data with us. And what we realized is that the two things. One is that most of them were working on good quality data connections. And while there was an audience base that's not working on wired broadband, that's not working on good quality Wi-Fi, that tends to be more casual viewer. There's not really a lot of consumption happening over there as compared to obviously the wired guys. And that number may be just about 20% of the total viewers, and it's falling significantly, right? So I then said, okay, let me try and triangulate these numbers that we have with the wired broadband connections available in India. As per TRAI, we have about 38 million wired broadband homes in India as of now. And out of that, there's BSNL homes as well, which are still 256 kbps. That's about 8 million. So if I remove that, we actually have 30 million Indian households with good quality broadband today. From that, I have a number which is around 20 million, which is 2/3. Again, I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but it seems to be logical. And therefore, for my forward projections, I've kind of used this percentage of 2/3, growing it slightly, and taken points of view from Jio, from Airtel, etc., on how their broadband numbers are expected to grow higher on the wired and the wireless side, because now Jio has Air Fiber, which is a fantastic product. And based on that, I've tried to triangulate, and I come up with a number that by next year we should be at 25 million. But I think by 2030, that number is actually going to cross 70 million in our estimations. I'm just giving you the background of how I have come up with the numbers. May not be the right way, but it's the best I can do. Which means that by 2030, the Indian large screen video consumption market will break up into 3 large and very important segments. You'll have the connected TV segment, which is 118 million homes today. The pay TV segment, which is 118 million homes today, which includes pirated homes, by the way. Broadcasters don't get paid for 118 million homes, they get paid for a lesser number of homes. And that 118 million homes, we are seeing a continuous decline, which is, it was falling a lot faster. Last year was a bit of an aberration. It fell, but fell very little, because you had a great IPL and a great World Cup, right? So that kind of slowed the fall down, but I don't see that continuing, because richer audiences are migrating to connected TV and OTT platforms. So we see that 118 million coming down to 83 million. Free TV in this country, I'm very bullish on it. So that 45 million will keep growing and go up to 67 million. It is already the largest platform on earth for TV distribution, and I can't see it going any other way, unless, of course, regulations change. And of course, then there's CTV, which, like I said, is 20 million going up to 70 million. So by 2030, you'll have 3 very interesting and large segments for large screen video consumption. The interesting thing that comes out of this is that, well, if you're a broadcaster, you can't really ignore any of these 3 platforms, can you? You can't let 1/3 of your audience not be there for you. And therefore, whatever you do, it's going to have implications on how advertising is sold. It's going to have implications on what content you produce and on what price you produce that content. Because you can't have very, very expensive content for free TV and only say CTV will have expensive content, free TV will have cheap content. I don't think that's how it works. You'll have to do windowing, but then the content needs to resonate across large swaths of the country, right? In addition to that, it will have a big implication on how the distribution actually works, what kind of pricing that you will have to put across the 3 platforms. And once you move on to digital, pricing itself fragments, right? It's not about saying, I'll give you a monthly plan like on pay TV. You move into TVOD, you move into special prices, you move into festival pricing on the fly. Literally within 2-3 days, you can implement a whole bunch of pricing options. So that's why I said when I started off that the kind of change that we're going to see because of CTV once it gets to scale, I think is only going to be second to perhaps only what we saw when the mobile really grew in this country. Some stats, some are mine, some are Samsung, some are industry discussions, so bear with me. But 93% of all the TV shipments in 2023 were smart. Something funny has happened because all the percentages have come off. I don't know why. So all these are percentage numbers. All right, 93% of TV shipments were smart TVs last year. And for Samsung TV specifically, because we got their data, they had a 37% growth last year itself. But the interesting thing about that growth is that the growth is driven by larger screen TVs and not the smaller screen TVs. So the rich people are clearly shifting to the CTV environment. Top 5 brands give you now about a 45% share of market. Now that is very interesting. And the reason it's interesting is because the lion's share still is Chinese brands, local brands, and a bunch of maybe 20, 30 manufacturers and brands that are in the market who make up a large part of the balance, 55%. So for a company that wants to play in the space, how many formats will you need to keep your content and your platform ready in becomes very, very difficult. And therefore, of course, the main market will be the top 5, top 10 brands, but we'll have to go very deep into the kind of content and the kind of formats we're creating. It is, of course, still an urban phenomena, but as 5G percolates and as LCO-led broadband connections percolate across India, I think that percentage of 72% should start coming down significantly over the next few years. And finally, as of now, the male audience is much higher. Now, this is very interesting because, I asked the guys, how did you figure out it's a male audience and not a, male audience, a female audience? What's their age group, all of that? Because the only thing you really know is where's that thing? Where's your smart TV? And that brought out a very interesting point of view that unlike mobile, it's actually going to be more difficult to target customers from an advertising perspective on smart TV. We need to see a lot more innovation in that on how large data sets merge before you can actually treat the large screen and connected TV as a digital product. So there's going to be a lot more innovation going forward on that. Last 5 stats. On average, 5 apps were being used on the TV. And surprise, surprise, 3 apps were AVOD and 2 were SVOD. So in the FICCI report that we release, we show that there are about 43 million Indian households who actually pay for 1 or more subscriptions, and there's a total of 97 million paid subscriptions in India today, right, which is an average of 2.2. And it's interesting to see that even on the CTV platform, it's still 2 subscriptions on average that are being paid for. So even though the screens are bigger and more expensive and so on, they're still only paying for 2. One of the reasons for this could be just the sheer fatigue of managing so many subscriptions. And therefore, I feel that bundling will play a very good role going forward. Average time per month per CTV was 40 hours, which is just about a little more than an hour a day. A lot of this is currently because in many homes, the CTV is still in the bedroom, and that's a nighttime viewing perhaps. But when you look at the 62-minute average time per day per user, that's a very healthy number. Actually, the time spent on AVOD is slightly higher than this. The time spent on SVOD is slightly lower than this. So that still shows that despite having a CTV and a good broadband connection, AVOD continues to rule. The number one platform by far is YouTube, obviously, on CTV as well, right? Time spent on AVOD is twice the time spent on SVOD, all right? So it's still a tough battle that we're going to fight from an OTT point of view on the CTV. And of course, the last part is on the monetization, where currently the market benchmark I hear from a lot of my clients is that if on linear TV you're paying $100, people are willing to pay $10 for the same slot on connected TV as a thumb rule. But I feel that's going to change significantly because this is a far more valuable audience than the average TV audience. This is Samsung data on Samsung smart TVs. And like you can see, by far the number one is YouTube. But then the Samsung TV Plus, and that's very interesting. So my top two apps are AVOD, understandable. But having an aggregator app like a Samsung TV Plus as the second app actually brought a lot of thoughts to my mind to say what exactly is happening here, because it's getting more monthly users than a number of other apps like Netflix, Disney, Hotstar, etc. JioCinema did not have the IPL at the time of this, so please consider that, otherwise that number would be far, far higher, right? And that really came to be to say that fast is really important. The free ad-supported streaming television is something that's working. And what's happening is that when people are shifting from linear television onto connected TV, it's not like they're going to suddenly stop consuming the linear TV content that they've been viewing for 20 years, right? And they're continuing to do that on the connected TV environment. And therefore, apps like the aggregator apps of OEMs like Samsung or Xiaomi, or even, according to me, the Brahmastra, Jio Television. Jio TV is a fantastic app on the mobile. If that makes its way onto CTV in the same avatar, it's going to be a very, very interesting play. And I think Fast will have a humongous stay still in the CTV environment. Of course, how the models will work, we'll have to figure out. But the consumption is going to be extremely high, and that's very, very clear from this data. Monetization, right? We're all talking so much great growth, but where's the money? These are our numbers from the FICCI report. Total TV revenue as per EY in 2023 was 29,700 crores, growing to 33,000 crores within 3 years by 2026. Out of that, our estimate is that the CTV ad revenue was around 1,400 crores, or about 5%. Again, the percentages are missing. I don't know why. Bear with me, please. Okay, and that's excluding YouTube on CTV. This is just what the large broadcasters in India probably make, and a few other smaller aggregators. And that 1,400 will more than double to 10% of the market within 3 years to cross 3,000 crore rupees. That's our estimate on this. So it's a slightly smaller number because it doesn't include YouTube, but that's how we are seeing it right now. The positives, of course, about the monetization is it's a premium audience, and you can do a lot of geographic segmentation. But on the other hand, on the right side, you are competing often with programmatic ad rates, which brings down the CPM, and you still don't have deeper preference data, and a lot of work needs to be done on that to make things happen. The other thing, like I spoke about briefly, is bundling, and I find it very important. Our estimates today show that about half of the SVOD packs sold are bundled, half are directly sold. It may be plus minus 8–10%, but that's how we are seeing the market. But clearly the shift is going to be towards a bundled play in the future. Why I'm saying that is because I think digital in this sense, in CTV, digital is going to mimic linear TV. And the way that Tata Play and Airtel, DTH and Hathway and Den had come in and aggregated content from all the large production studios and provided it on TV, I think we're going to see a lot more of that happening on digital as well. In my mind, that's inevitable, and if we want to see the growth that I'm showing. It has to be done because otherwise it just becomes too expensive. People are not really comfortable paying for 3, 4, 5 subscriptions. It's just a pain. Bundling will be extremely important for the growth. Apart from that, there are many more monetization opportunities. I think CTV will have a massive kids play. And I think we've not even started seeing the innovation that this area deserves in the country. Custom premium feeds going to be extremely important. If I love beekeeping, now is the chance for someone to create a beekeeping channel because the distribution costs are not that exorbitant anymore. I don't need to create a broadcast infra. I don't need to pay carriage fees. Well, maybe we do. I'll come to that later. But custom premium feeds still will be very important. I think it can really grow the scope of how people use CTV and again, mimicking a little bit of what we do on mobile phones. Niche library channels, all the broadcasters in India have, I'm guessing, way over 50,000 hours up to 2 lakh hours of content. All of that can be repurposed significantly in the CTV environment. You can create fast channels which say only deal with Saregama or only deal with CID or only deal with Anupama, whatever it is, right? TVOD becomes a big opportunity, and I think we are already seeing a lot of action on TVOD. Our estimate is it's crossing 2,000, 2,500 crores of top line already in India from a content plus gaming point of view. And we should see, sorry, just a content point of view, not gaming, 2,500 crores. And that, I think, will get a huge flip, especially on the movie library side when it comes to this CTV environment. News is already one of the most sticky areas on CTV today with lots of time spent because it kind of plays in the background. But I see a movement again towards areas of interest, like my beekeeping example. Everyone will have can get custom news. You can get many more communities built. So this is kind of a link from what Facebook is exceptionally good at, moving towards connected TV. It gives an opportunity for content studios to build communities using a very large screen and great experience. And of course, aggregation and bundling. I find this fascinating because we've had so many media companies which do both broadcasting and distribution. How will that play out in the CTV environment where who will do the aggregation? Will it be done by the OEMs? Will it be done by distribution companies like Tata Play, who have a fantastic product in Binge Plus? Will it be done by absolute third-party STB manufacturers, perhaps? Will it be done by telcos? I think everyone is going to be there in that bundling play, and that's where the real magic will happen in terms of content aggregation. We may see content aggregation also being done by the broadcasters themselves at a much larger scale than they did with television. And finally, of course, gaming. It lends itself to gaming, no-brainer. Last slide. So what are the imperatives, therefore? I think most importantly, from an ad point of view, the tech stack is supremely important right now. Never been more important to get the right ads in at the right time at the right price. Both basic direct deals as well as programmatic deals as well as non-FCT inventory. There's going to be a huge demand for ad tech built for CTV. My ad sales packages will need to be evolved. And this is more difficult than it looks like because in the next few years as a broadcaster, how will I do the ad sales package for CTV? Will it be separate from what I'm doing on pay TV? Or will it be combined? Or will it also integrate with what I'm doing on my OTT platform? I think how those packages evolve will drive a lot of the future. My CPMs are currently much higher than my mobile CPMs. Will they stay there? Or do we need to work more to get those higher? Another key question. And finally, how do I leverage the data that CTV gives me? How do I make it richer through partnerships or other means, and then use that data not just for my CTV, but to sell solutions to an advertiser, which could then cross over from linear to CTV. On the subscription side, 3 points: syndication. I think massive opportunity for syndication, and I think the guys who win eventually will syndicate at massive scale, and it'll no longer be about people have to come to watch my content on my platform, but I'm going to put my content out everywhere, and people can watch it wherever they think. And I think that's going to be one of the biggest changes we'll see from a distribution point of view. Pricing, we're going to move into dynamic pricing. It has to happen. It's no longer going to be 100 rupees a month for my pack. It's going to be like the telcos did it during the VAS era, where they look at your wallet, say, okay, this guy's been spending $40 a month and not more. We will create $40 packages for them. Works on digital, it will work on CTV. And of course, the niche opportunity that I discussed, me and my beekeeping love, or my love for gadgets or cars or whatever it is, history, I think we'll have a lot more content coming there. And finally, the tough part. Like, that's all manageable, but this is really where it gets extremely difficult. What's going to be my content strategy for CTV? Do I, as a broadcaster, remit myself to the same content that I was always producing, the 70% of the 100% being broadcaster content? Do I move into the balance 30%, which is social media, which is gaming, which is all kinds of innovative content that is happening on digital today as we speak? How will content discovery happen? And this is what I was talking about carriage fees as well. Will I end up having to market my content on a whole new platform? How do I market that content? Will the owners of the aggregation platforms, will the owners of the operating systems of the CTV come and say, I need, you need to give me something before I will put your content up first, because I have content from 20 different platforms today or 50 different platforms today. So how will discovery and carriage fee work? And of course, the fact that there will be an explosion in operating systems and apps, and A, that's more expensive to manage, and B, the impact it has on the user experience is going to be significant as well. In TV, it was simple. It was content streaming. But here, the UX varies across different operating systems, and the investment on that will become really important, almost a hygiene factor. And finally, of course, the non-long form opportunity to say, as a broadcaster, we've always been on the long form side. What now can I do outside of that? That's it from my side. I hope you enjoyed. I tried to set a context here. Bear with me on the numbers. Nobody knows the real numbers today. Thank you very much.
Can we have a louder cheer for Mr. Fewani, everybody? You know, the flow that he's got, he flows like a river. There's a wonderful piece of technology kept here. He didn't even glimpse into the prompter, he just went on. A big round of applause for him, everybody. And may I take this opportunity to welcome on stage, to present a token of appreciation to Ashish sir. May I take this opportunity and welcome Mr. Gulab Patil, founder and CEO at Lemma. Big round of applause for Mr. Patil, everybody. Zordar taali ho jaye. We'd like to present a token of appreciation on behalf of the team to Mr. Fewani. So if you could join us center stage. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. I'd request Mr. Patil to be on stage for a few more minutes. Thank you so much, Mr. Fewani. You know, I take this opportunity to shake hands with you, sir. I think Lemma is, you founded Lemma, but there is this one saying which says change is the only constant, and yes, it's time to change the logo. So on this wonderful platform, what better than this platform to launch the new logo? May I take this opportunity to welcome on stage Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder for Exchange for Media. Let's welcome Mr. Ahuja with a huge round of applause, everybody. And also joining on this stage right now is Senior Vice President for Sales at Lemma, Mr. Salil Shankar. Let's welcome him with a thunderous round of applause. Joining in from the Lemma team is Mr. Rajiv Dhal, Chief Revenue Officer. Keep the applause going for Mr. Puneet Bayani, Chief Strategy Officer, and Mr. Merlin Coutinho, Vice President, Marketing and Brand Solutions for Lemma. Let's welcome the team with a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Ms. Merlin Coutinho it is, and Mr. Patil says it will be an honor and privilege to have Mr. Ashish Fewani back on stage for this launch. So if you could just take a second. A round of applause for Mr. Fewani, everybody. Zordar taaliyan. A very special moment for the entire team, and we're going to unveil the logo. So may I request the cast to join us on stage. We'll do it together. Please, let's do this together. And let's make it truly special for Lemma. Lemma has always been there for every conference for us. A big round of applause for Lemma. Zordar taaliyan, everybody. And it's time for the unveiling of the new logo. So it's time for lights, camera, and action. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the new logo at Lemma. The omni-channel platform for emerging media. May I request for a quick photo op at the center? And a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A big, big, big round of applause for the new look at Lemma. And it's also time for our new brand AV. So we'll just have a look. You can be on either side. Let's have a look at the new brand AV on the screen. And with this, may I hand over the baton and the mic to Mr. Gulab Patil to share a few words. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Big round of applause, Mr. Patil. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. So, as everyone knows, we started with the SSP platform for emerging format, just like digital out of home, and we help our brands, our agencies to reach their target audience through the top of the funnel. And ultimately, that is the mass media. So later we saw the very good interest from brand and agencies. How can we help them to connect the pipes? And how can we help them to match the dot from online to offline journey? Through that overall kind of maybe the interest from the brands and agencies. And if you see the digital out of home as a format, as the very, again, the good format as a mass media to help brands to reach the audience in mass, but how can we just convert that and help them to reach their audience through the other formats as well? And ultimately, objective is to then connect that online to offline journey through the other formats. That's why we just change our identity from just digital out of home to the omni-channel SSP platform for emerging formats. And currently we are supporting our brands to reach their audience through the connected TV as well. And most of the cases we are running campaigns on digital out of home and the same campaign on connected TV and OTT as well, where we are seeing average 15% uplift in terms of the brand lift and the audience reach. We are getting good traction globally as well, just like we have around 60% of our business that is from North America, and then similarly Europe, Australia, other markets are also growing well with this concept. And here in India as well, we are seeing the traction of running the campaigns through the multiple formats, and how can we help brands to reach their target audience through the multiple format and even through the single dashboard. That's the kind of the new identity we want to bring, and ultimately overall maybe objective is to maybe because we are seeing that big gap between online to offline. Objective is to bridge that gap and help brands to increase their audience through the emerging formats. Today we are supporting connected TV, digital out of home, OTT. Very soon we'll be supporting audio as well. Audio mostly for the mass media, so that again we can help brands to show that the real-time movie effect, just like we are running something on the big format, and at the same time, how can we help brands to run their audio ads as well through the audio formats or the audio channels. Just like some of maybe the radio stations, online radio stations, and then maybe the audio formats in the malls or the similar kind of the marketplaces, and give the kind of the one shot for all the formats where audio, video, we are running at the same time and giving that real-time movie effect for brands and ultimately help the brands to connect the dots across all the formats. That's the overall objective. So this is the new identity, and ultimately we are as a tech partner, we are with you to help out with any kind of maybe the tech solution or the new technology, just like artificial intelligence to develop something related to the audience identification. Definitely. So the privacy is the most important factor today, considering that we as a tech partner, we are working on that as well. And we are with you to bring more innovations in this emerging format space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patil, for introducing us to a new logo. I think it's very vibrant and it really, really stands out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to our next speaker. And well, for our next speaker, we are tuning to Walk the YouTube Way, a brand that needs no introduction. It's not your average star in the entertainment, but a supernova of storytelling and content. With premium audience targeting, they are not merely entertaining, they are casting spells like magic tailored for specific audiences, guaranteeing that each ad resonates perfectly. We are here to see CTV is changing in the living room. Please join me in welcoming somebody who has always been a leader for YouTube's partnership and business operations in India, with a goal to realize YouTube's mission of giving everyone a voice and showing them the world in the country. Before this, in his previous role, he led YouTube's business development activities in the Asia Pacific region, where he drove growth for YouTube in this region through strategic partnerships with telecom, retail, and device manufacturers. And before that, he was regional director for Google Play in Europe, Middle East, and Africa, spearheading efforts to grow Google's digital content business across apps, games, movies, television, music, and other content verticals. Put your hands together for the director at YouTube India, Mr. Ishan John Chatterjee. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody.
Good morning. Imagine, if you will, a typical Indian living room from a decade ago. The television occupied a place of honor. It was the centerpiece for family gatherings. But the viewing experience was still a bit constrained. You were constrained by a fixed set of channels, a fixed schedule, and a consumption experience that was mostly passive. Now fast forward 10 years to today. That same living room has undergone a digital renaissance. The humble TV has become a connected TV, a gateway to a universe of content where the viewer is in total control. This is at the heart of the great Indian screen shift. It is a shift that is a cultural, a technological, and a commercial revolution. It's going to completely change the way audiences connect with each other, consume content and entertainment, and interface with brands. Now, make no mistake, this is not a shift that is happening slowly or gradually. It's happening now, and it's accelerating. And the reason for that is that it's a perfect confluence of two different factors. Technological advancements that the earlier speaker from Ernst & Young just covered, and changing consumer behavior. Now, we already know that many affluent audiences have already shifted to connected TV. And we also know that once they shift, there's no turning back. The prevalence of cheap data, the affordability of smart TVs, the rapidly increasing or improving infrastructure around broadband, and especially 5G. All of that tells us that this trend is here to continue. Now, a recent study by Ernst & Young and FICCI said that by 2030, there will be 100 million households with digital TV, connected TVs at the heart, making the connected TV the dominant screen in the living room. So that's the first factor. The second thing that is driving this change is changing consumer behavior itself. Now, the consumption experience for Indians today is no longer constrained by limited options or by rigid schedules. Consumption today is on demand, it's personalized, and it's immersive. Viewers today are screen agnostic. They seamlessly switch between screens throughout the day. So a viewer might start her day by watching a video on her phone on the way to her office. She may catch up on the news on her desktop or laptop machine at home, at work, and then when she comes back home, she may just kick back and watch a movie on her connected TV. But that change, it's not just where they are watching, it's also what they are watching. Viewers today are creating their own video universe. They are actively seeking out content that speaks to their unique and yet diverse needs across genres, across multiple languages. Now, nowhere is this shift, this great Indian screen shift, more apparent than on YouTube. In fact, in the last 5 years, the connected TV has been YouTube's fastest growing screen in India. Globally, viewers watch an average of 1 billion hours of YouTube and connected TV every day. Now, what makes YouTube and connected TV so irresistible? Well, the first thing is the sheer breadth and depth of content that is available. It's a veritable kaleidoscope of information, of inspiration, of entertainment across genres, across multiple languages. And we are finding that viewers today no longer distinguish between content that comes from a traditional studio or from a creator. And as a result of that, we're starting to see content from all kinds of creators succeed on the platform. People come to YouTube today for everything, whether it's a vlog, a live stream, scripted drama, music, news, reaction videos. It's all available on YouTube. Content from Bollywood blockbusters or regional super hits from Tamil cinema, or even some of our traditional TV partners like Sony, they captivate audiences. If you think of the live streams that news channels run, like Aaj Tak, or podcasts from creators like Nikhil Kamath, they inform viewers. Kids content like Peppa Pig, or educational content from our partners like Choo Choo TV, they help kids learn. And vlogs and live streams from some of our most popular creators like MythPat or Mortal, they connect viewers to personalities and stories from all across the country. So if you think about what makes YouTube and connected TV so special, it's 3 basic things. Firstly, it allows you to discover and explore content across genres in multiple languages. Secondly, it allows you to immerse yourself and go deep on topics that you really care about, whether it's a tutorial about a new skill that you're picking up, or you're just looking to catch up on trends with your favorite fashion vlogger. And most interestingly, it's bringing back the joy of shared experiences with families and friends across a big screen. Whether that is watching your favorite comedy sketch and laughing together, or big national moments like live streams of Republic Day or the recent Chandrayaan moon mission. Now, it's not just about where they're watching and what they're watching. We're also seeing viewers find different ways to engage with content. So if you take a step back and think of the living room experience from the past, we all associate that with the lean back experience. But we have learned that when people really care about the content that they consume, they actually start to multitask. They flow seamlessly between a lean back experience and a lean forward experience where they're looking to enhance that viewing experience. And what that means on YouTube is reading comments, watching video descriptions, following in video links while the main video is still playing. And we are always looking for ways to bring the next generation of interactive features to the connected TV, like live chat. The obvious next question to ask is, okay, that's fine from a viewer perspective, but what about your creators? Now, creators are also watching this trend, and they are very focused on creating content to meet this new demand. In fact, in the last 3 years, the number of top creators who see the majority of their watch time come from connected TV, that's grown by 400%. We have creators like Visa to Explore, who are now creating content that they think will do well exclusively on connected TV. And that means running super long live streams or shooting content in 4K. Other creators are very focused on becoming next generation studios. For example, Virali, based out of Hyderabad, is now creating Telugu cinematic content that are targeted at families on YouTube to watch on these bigger screens. Now, creators are the beating heart of YouTube. We succeed when they succeed. So we are very focused on reimagining every aspect of the YouTube core experience, such as the subscriber journey, to make sure that it lives seamlessly on connected TVs. And finally, the last and very important stakeholder set, the brands and advertisers that we partner with. Now, given the sweeping change that CTVs are causing across living rooms in the country, brands are also adapting. They're changing the ways they reach out to incremental audiences and deliver media effectiveness. Consider LiveSpace, a home renovation brand. They recently used a YouTube connected TV masthead to reach a specific audience using interest group and demographic targeting, and it drove greater traffic to their website and higher sales. Now, formats like connected TV and video action campaigns are making it easier for advertisers to reach those people who don't watch traditional TV anymore and instead prefer to stream video content on their large screens. Another aspect from a brand perspective is that the CTV experience itself offers a premium viewing experience, a more immersive experience with their larger screens, with superior audio, with the viewer being completely in control. And what that translates to is brands having an opportunity to really engage with viewers who are leaning in with a much higher emotional investment that they're making in the CTV consumption experience. And we at Google and at YouTube are trying hard to make sure that we are creating solutions that allow brands to reach this audience seamlessly. For example, people watch YouTube on connected TV for twice as long as they do on mobile and desktop. That is a fantastic opportunity for brands to seize. And another example I can share is that Mama Earth, for example, recently used existing ad creatives as well as targeting options on an existing campaign which was live on YouTube and expanded it to connected TV and saw very incredible incremental results. So finally, the CTV experience, which is personalized, it's on demand, and it's immersive, is bringing more and more people to CTV across India right now. It's allowing viewers to create their own experience and explore content across genres, across languages. It is reigniting the joy of shared experiences that families and friends have around the big screen. And it's giving brands an incredible opportunity to connect with these harder to reach audiences. And for us at YouTube, we are incredibly excited about the future growth that we are confident we will continue to see on YouTube and the boundless creativity that it will unlock. Thank you.
On behalf of the team, I'd like to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Chatterjee. And to present the same, may I welcome on stage Head of Ads for Disney Hotstar, Mr. Dhruv Dhawan. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause and a smile as well. Well, close company and friends. Two dashing gentlemen on stage. Let's give them a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Thank you, thank you. A quick photo op at the center, gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors, and thank you so much, Mr. Chatterjee, for sharing your insights, thoughts, and your experiences. I think there's so much to learn from him. You can catch up with him in a few minutes from now. But, ladies and gentlemen, now, before we move on to the next part, I've seen this happening. I think Mumbai is facing a lot of heat right now, so I'm just going to warm up the audience because people have been sitting up, since morning. And so I'm going to divide the audience into two halves. Okay, one is this section, one is to my left, and one is to my right. Okay, and all I want you to is create rain. Okay, so you're going to create rain indoors right now. All right, and I want you to first show me your right hand, everybody. Just give me a little wave, okay? Right, a little left hand, okay? And I want you to rub the right side, both sides to rub their hands. Come on, let's rub your hands. Louder, 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 louder. Right side start snapping, left side keep going. Snap, both hands. Keep rubbing. Louder. Both snap. Snap together. Louder. People at the back. You can hear the little droplets. Louder. Okay, right side. Let's give it a little movement, just to warm yourself. Okay. Both sides. Louder. Well, I hope the rains hit us soon. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, it's time for our next panel discussion. And yes, now it's time to welcome our esteemed panelists. Starting off, yes, the panel discussion talks about leveraging CTV for sports marketing opportunities and strategies for upcoming T20 World Cup. Discover key insights, innovative strategies, and best practices for brands to capitalize on CTV's reach, relevance, and engagement to maximize ROI and elevate their presence during the T20 World Cup that's just coming up. So get ready to be inspired by our panelists as they share their experiences, challenges, and triumphs at the crossroads of beyond channels leveraging CTV for sports marketing opportunities and strategies for, obviously, the T20 World Cup coming up. May I welcome on stage our panelists back again, Mr. Dhruv Dhawan, Head of Ads, Disney Plus Hotstar. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Joining in will be Madhu S. Datta, Head Marketing and General Manager Brands, Raymond's Limited. Let's welcome Madhu with a loud cheer, everybody. Also joining in will be Abhijit Shah, Head Marketing, Digital Business and Customer Experience, ICICI Prudential AMC. Joining in will be Anjali Krishnan, Head of Media, Mondelez India. Also joining in will be Orko Pravaroy, SVP and Head Brand Partnership, HSBC. And it gives me immense pleasure in welcoming our session chair, Atiq Qazi, President, Data and Performance and Digital Products, Group M. May I request Mr. Qazi to take over the baton and conduct the session.
Thanks. I think we have some panelists missing out here. Okay, I think we should wait for Anjali, okay, to come in. I think she's gone. Are we running a little ahead of time for change? Okay. We are. We've been told 11:30, so I think we're 15 minutes ahead, which is a norm. Cool. I think we should wait for Anjali before we kickstart. How's everyone doing? I'm bad at cracking jokes, and also I can't entertain you guys all that time. Yeah. So I think once Anjali is in, we can start. We can get Madhu to. Yeah, Anjali is already here. Madhu is on his way, so probably. The good thing is the time has already started. Hi, Anjali. We're running ahead of time, so.
Let's welcome Anjali Krishnan, Head of Media for Mondelez India. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause.
Cool, guys. Thanks for the wait, and I think we are still ahead of time, so that's fine. Madhu, which is our panelist, head of marketing for Raymond, is on her way, so give her another 5 minutes. She'll join, but we'll get started straight up. Again, today what we are going to kind of really explore is the whole connected TV space with an overlay of sports marketing and with the context of the upcoming Cricket World Cup. Before we get into it, a quick round of introductions would be good. So starting from Orko, if you can just quickly introduce yourself and also probably give one interesting fact about yourself so this audience kind of knows you a little more beyond your LinkedIn profile.
Okay, so I lead the marketing strategy for HSBC in India. And one key fact is, yeah, I love sports and I play football. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Anjali Krishnan. I lead consumer experience for Mondelez. I think one of the most interesting facts about myself is that I can go to sleep anywhere, anytime.
No, she was not sleeping outside. Na, so. Hi, I'm Abhijit Shah. I work with ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund, and I lead the digital marketing, technology, and direct business for ICICI Mutual Fund in India, and also a part of the AMFI Financial Literacy Committee, which is accountable and responsible for mutual fund Sahi Hai, the ad campaigns that you see across TV. Interesting fan. I'm a huge, interesting fact rather, not fan. Interesting fact is that I'm a huge cricket fan and a sports fan. All the stories Dhruv can tell you about the fan worship. Thank you.
Yeah, no, good morning, everyone. My name is Dhruv Dhawan. I had ads for Disney Hotstar, prior to which, worked with Ishan back at Google and again, Airtel. Those are the two large companies, two stints that I've had over the last 20 years. Fun fact is, I do have a YouTube channel with my son, and we jam occasionally. And I can vouch for his passion for cricket. Both of us saw the India-New Zealand together. So yes, really stoked about the upcoming World Cup, and we'll talk more about that.
Thanks, guys. I think now it's time for you guys to know our audiences a bit more, okay? And I'm not sure how we'll do this, but since going back to the topic, maybe with a raise of hands, can people tell us who have watched live sports on a mobile device?
Two hands.
Wow, that's probably good.
He
news
had
for
two
you too.
phones.
Yeah.
So exactly, two devices.
And people who watch live sports on a connected television.
Yeah,
Wow.
also.
That's probably an equivalent number of the mobile devices in CTV.
Anjali,
So
please take
definitely
note.
some cues for our marketeers out here. Okay. Yes, please.
There is a feature in Android
Okay.
that you can telecast from your, that is called Chromecasting. So you can, on the connected TV, on that platform or maybe other, because I have Android. So YouTube has this,
Cast, yeah.
Correct.
So even though my connected TV doesn't get connected, but through my
Absolutely, absolutely. Yep, we see a lot of users doing that.
He presented YouTube. I think that YouTube connected TV will beat traditional TV in next 3 years or even less.
Interesting. I think Madhu is running late, so probably we can have you here as well.
If Modi 3.0 happens, it will happen within 2 years.
Interesting,
Right, sir. Thank you.
interesting.
Take is India will be number one economy in 2030. Modi ji always sees number three, but with all the figures which are coming in, and it is predicted by in 16 months, US economy is going to the dunes, and China and US will.
Is bar CTV par, don't worry, okay? Cool. So thanks guys, and thanks for that plug. I really appreciate that. Dhruv, I think Cricket World Cup is around the corner. Okay, I'm personally excited because I play cricket, and obviously the World Cup is miles apart. But then, what's the good thing is that we have approximately 28 games which are in prime time and 27 games which are off prime time. Okay. Again, we are seeing a lot of excitement from the fans. We are seeing excitement and inquiries from the advertisers. Tell me a bit more about excitement at Disney Hotstar.
No, our excitement is palpable. As of yesterday, we now have a daily stand-up revenue call that's come up on my calendar, which means that we are gunning very fast towards all the partnerships and raking in ad dollars, right? I think a couple of things. One, we've seen some amazing traction on the platform in October and November when we had World Cup 23, both in terms of concurrency and as well as in terms of overall viewership. And we see that, of course, those are 50-over matches played in India. This is going to be in the US and Caribbean at time zones which are India suited. So a lot of the India matches, continue to your point, will be at 8 p.m. And then the rest of the matches will be early morning, and they're, of course, spread. But and shorter duration, right? So that's one part which is slightly different, and it is coming at the back of a heavy cricket season that we are in right now. But again, India is playing. Virat and Rohit are back, so we do see that being a big traction for the platform and just the user engagement. A couple of other things in terms of what we are really excited about. We're bringing out a new feature on premium audiences, which allow actually a mix of you reaching out to the connected TV audience as well as the high-end mobile phone audience, which pretty much covers if brands and agencies want to partner with us on premium partnerships or reaching out to this premium cohort. We're building in this new feature versus last time around. But yeah, I can talk more about what we are more excited about. Right now, we're full speed ahead as an organization, both in terms of making sure we are potentially beating the concurrency record from last time around, and do our tech platforms continue to support that? And of course, from just making sure advertisers get the most value, we're really focused deeply on that.
Perfect. Thanks, Dhruv, for that plug. Anjali, let me come to you, and just a bit of context, right? We have seen over the years that a lot of brands have been actually built on back of cricket, okay? And as we have moved in the last 6-7 years, okay, now advertisers have a choice of which screen to pick when it comes to advertising on cricket, especially on big events like ICC, etc. Right? So now you have a choice to advertise on linear television or the SD feeds. You have the choice to do mobile. You have a choice to do CTV. So what are the key considerations and the thought process of selecting which specific medium and which specific screen? Can you give us a bit of insights on this?
Sure, Atik. I will speak for myself as Mondelez and not for other advertisers, and I just want to give a little context to my category before I go into how we look at our channel planning. My brands operate in mid to mass segment. And I have a very few brands in my portfolio that cater to a premium segment, of course, growing that segment of audience. But that's where largely, my audience comes from. And most often than not, whenever we've advertised on cricket, we've seen the greatest effectiveness come driven to us by brands that are large on scale. So high penetration brands, brands that have great volume targets are the ones that deliver very well on cricket, because cricket helps you get, quick and easy impact as well as reach. So for us, Cadbury Dairy Milk, which is our mass market mass market recruiter brand to the category, is what goes on cricket most often every year. In fact, we have a dedicated campaign that we do around cricket. And because of the nature of the audience, we typically end up taking a mix of linear TV and digital. And when I'm saying digital, I'm talking about reach digital. I'm not talking about connected TV and OTT. So that's where it ends up. But I also do have an audience which I know has slightly deeper pockets and has, in that sense, a little more propensity to purchase brands which are premium in my category. Obviously, because connected TV means you need to have a subscription, you need to have a cable connection, you need to have a smart TV, all of that. So there is a slightly more premium audience compared to the mass market brands that I advertise to. And we also know that these are, audiences I would not reach through linear TV because they're cord cutters. So where I have a more premium brand that wants to advertise to that audience, that's where CTV comes into play, and that's really the strategy that we apply. So mass reach goes on to TV and digital, and more slightly premium products in our category end up being on CTV.
Right. So every brand SKU has a different set of audience, and basis that your strategy comes in play. Interesting. I mean, that's a logical thing to kind of look at. But again, there is a lot of debate around, is CTV audience only premium, or is it massy as well? And that's there. I think the industry is moving through. So we'll delve into that.
Yeah, I think we haven't reached a critical mass yet on CTV for us to be able to say that, yes, it is massy. But it's not that it's not going to be the future of.
Right.
We're just not at that number yet today, if you have to look at it.
Sure. Okay. Cool. Arko, over to you. Okay. When it comes to kind of really figuring about the strategy on sports, like, the investment strategy on sports, or for you to consider sports, okay, what we have also seen is that with the investments that happening at Group M and all that, a lot of advertisers have actually skipped from HD and parked that investments into CTV. Okay, so that skip that has happened. That's for real, right? I mean, we are seeing that. Do you also see that advertisers will eventually move from SD budgets to CTV as well?
I think the movement, just let's get into a little bit of data to start with, right? And it's Group M data, by the way. So 2020, internet inside households in India was around 36% of households, right? And now we are at 52%. So that's something which is a considerable jump. Now, if you look at that, obviously now once you have internet, you can obviously, get into a connected TV environment, right? So what I would suggest is, at this point of time, moving from HD to connected TV has happened, which you mentioned, because there is an overlap. There's an obvious overlap, right? In terms of somebody who's watching HD, and then obviously the shift is quite easy for a person to shift from HD to a connected TV. SD, on the other side, is somebody who is mainly in the rural areas, right? Now, there are two ways to look at it, right? There are products and services, like what I sell or my brand is specifically on connected TV for a reason, right? Because we are targeting a segment which is mainly, I'll cover most of it on a connected TV. But there are SKUs, or like you mentioned, right? For example, let me put this example across, right? Now, HD TV, there are these soaps that run on television, and there is a generation that actually watches that on on a linear TV, right? So that will still remain, and products that target to that specific segment will be on TV, right? And there are, the decision maker, in some cases, the decision maker has shifted to connected TV, and they will shift. So that's how it is. It's basically who you're targeting and where you get them. So for a brand like HSBC, we are great to be on connected TV, and we'll cover most of it on connected TV, right? But there are SKUs, like she also mentioned. So there are specific SKUs you have to be on linear TV as well.
Right. Abhijit, any complementing on contrasting views on the responses that you have from your fellow panelists?
No, I think, it depends on what is the campaign objective, right? And very clearly, and I talk for financial products, right? And people in the room would agree, whenever people talk about any financial services advertising, it is not about advertising, it is about performance marketing largely, saying that boss kitna lead milega.
Everything is performance marketing.
And Atik, you are unfortunately at the receiving end of it, saying, whenever marketers on our side of the table talk about advertising, they don't actually talk about advertising, they're only talking about sales, right? So, and to that effect, one should look at how much of the performance marketing budget can actually go towards CTV or mobile advertising, etc. Because the kind of targeting that you can do today, unlike yesteryears, is magnificent. And in fact, you can target whatever cohort you want, whatever audience you want, what time you want, and then you can design a campaign, and integrate it reversely from the whole communication thought, plus the kind of value adds, or so to say segments, or innovations that one can have on connected TV is way ahead of what one can do on linear TV. So if the objective is to drive sales or to drive that month's numbers and all, we believe, connected TV, there's no choice but to kind of over index on that. At the same time, of course, linear TV still has its own segment, you know, and Anjali mentioned in terms of far and beyond to mass outreach campaigns, or where connected TV is not reached, linear TV definitely is there, and one has to look at in conjunction. We're talking about cricket as well as linear TV. So there is huge segment that linear TV also offers, and the kind of objective that you can drive there. In sum total, one has to really look at, and sorry, I represent the mutual fund industry, and we only talk about asset allocation thing in terms of.
Maybe you can give an example of CTV use case in targeting,
Yeah, so we wanted to drive
solutions.
at ICICI mutual fund. We wanted to drive SIPs for a particular segment and in a particular cohort, and with the kind of messaging that we came out with, I think the campaigns that we ran on Hotstar really worked well for us. But then what we learned from them is that you can't again just do one campaign spurt and go away. You have to then build the momentum in a way that there is a product continuum, because you can't say that, aaj hi SIP sahi hai. Right? SIP is something that you have to keep on doing at various market intervals. Yeah. So and then we have been consistent in our approach in that. From a choice of media, I think one more thing that we should look at is not about connected TV versus linear TV. One question that keeps on coming to us, and sorry, I'm trying to address the elephant in the room, saying, are the print budgets or are the other advertising budgets going towards connected TV? And that's one thing that, as a panel, we should look at.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Thanks for those insights. Hi, Madhu. We are glad that you made it through the traffic of Mumbai.
At times, traffic is so unpredictable.
Absolutely. I'm glad to have you here. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Very unprecedented.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, so what we spoke about, just to kind of recap, we spoke about the whole excitement around Hotstar and the Cricket World Cup that's happening. We spoke about the strategies and the considerations that large advertisers kind of keep in play when they consider which screen to select. We talked about audiences first approach, and we touched upon a bit of premiumization, okay, that why people are selecting CTV is premiumization is important. Now, obviously, the products and the category that you operate in, there's a lot of premium stuff in there, right? So there's a mass belief, okay, that CTV audiences are considered premium. Is that your supposition as well, or you think differently?
No, considering the category and the brand that I handle, I mean, yes, CTV, obviously it has an affluence audience, and that's what it also helps us to target that set of an audience through a CTV platform. And we have also seen in the past that, some of our campaigns, we have experimented initially in terms of how it works, and it really did work very well. And it also, the fact is, when we are talking about a suit, it is a premium product. So therefore, using a connected TV platform where I'm getting an audience which is already, in that mind frame of buying a premium product, I think it really works, and it immediately segregates not the set of TG that we would like to not address, because it's a high-end product. So therefore, it has worked for us, and going forward also we are convinced that it's going to grow further for us as well. And we are in the process of, because we are a brand, almost 100-year-old brand, so we have seen various decades with different kinds of media, what works, what didn't work, and therefore the evolving the way we are in terms of the entire media landscape. So this is a new thing for us as well, and therefore like last year, we have done a campaign which is in the wedding segment, and therefore, and CTV was one of the key routes that we had adopted for it. And it worked pretty well because it very systematically and in a focused way targeted the TG that we wanted to address. And from a messaging point of view, it also gave us the right kind of, and from a performance point of view, it was very fabulous. So therefore, yeah, we are very hopeful, and we see that earlier it used to be from our media point of view, it is extensively on television. So we are also trying to work the budgets around to see that how we work around television versus, and it's always for us, it's a very ATL-led. So the surrounds are very important because it's just reaching the audience through a digital platform, but also how the experiential thing happens at a store or how the entire OH takes over. So for us, it's a basket of the entire media landscape that we have to. But having said that, we also need to be now, as we were discussing, that performance metrics are the key for every marketer. So yes, we are looking for where we see the ROI, and it's obviously everything is connected with the data being the key in today's context.
Yep.
And you can address the cohorts as well, so I think that works pretty well.
Okay. Cohorts is a nice segue for my question to you, Dhruv. Okay, now you heard about so much audience targeting requirements as such, and that's the premise of selecting any medium. You as a broadcaster, as a platform owner, okay, how are you ensuring that the media spends that are happening on the platform are reaching the right audience cohorts?
So
especially when it comes to live television.
Yeah, so I think if we go now, I'll just move to the overall tournament and just the environment of live, right? Of course, we stream on mobile and we stream on connected TV, and in the middle, like Abhijit was saying, even iPads and desktops, etc. Today, if you look at audiences on mobile, we do have up to about 10,000 potential cohorts that advertisers can mix and match, and these are through our partnerships, these are through our own data, this is also through the work that we do on in-app understanding, right? So there are multiple ways in which you can do demo geo as simple as that and go up to even some deeper audiences, like if you want financial services buyers, right? Now that is a part where it'll cover mobile, but as you go into connected TV, it's a slightly different view. We also know, because somewhere it mirrors TV like buying, we do have an option of going spot. So if you want to pick up certain moments of matches where you believe the intensity is going to be higher, of course you can't predict when Kohli is going to hit 100, but we do believe that that aspect of finding your sweet spot, so to speak, we offer that as a solution. Right. The other piece of audiences, and we partnered with Coke actually last year, was on click to WhatsApp. And today, while mobile it's easier, of course you can just click and it invokes the WhatsApp on your phone. Even on connected TV, there is a link. If you click on that, it does invoke, because we all have signed in. Our users are all signed in when they're watching on connected TV. It'll actually invoke your WhatsApp bot. So to the point of collecting audiences or driving sales or lead gen, connected TV to WhatsApp is a solution that we've piloted last year, and we believe it's in full-fledged mode to go across and land across advertisers.
Interesting. Any specific audience targeting requirements that you guys have on?
I think my teams are also somewhere sitting there. They're probably taking notes for that. Yeah.
I mean, Dhruv here is ready to offer every single audience.
No, you can't reach me only. You have to buy cohorts. We're still in the privacy. We're still clear that we need to
I think
drive
the one
privacy.
interesting bit around CTV is Of course, like Dhruv mentioned, the click to WhatsApp capability is there, but depending on who you partner with, and there are trading desks available today, there is also the ability to be able to get device IDs. And if you have any, zero-party data ambitions, or you want to get to a certain cohort, it is possible to do that through the connected TV ecosystem. So yes, there is that. Having said that, I would not slice and dice the audience cohorts on connected TV just because it does not have the scale currently. And given the fact that, people are very, I would say, more attuned to picking content that they want to watch on CTV versus, appointment viewing on television, you could find varying statistics across on connected TV, on programming content.
Yeah.
So I would not pick it that way and go around, slicing and dicing that audience segment. But there is device IDs you can use.
Let's check a quick sense check from the audience. I mean, obviously, initially we asked that a lot of people watch CTV and live sports. Do you think the advertising that you see is relevant to you? Okay, nice. Can I get a raise of hands if people who think it's relevant? Okay, there's a queue in there as well. Okay. Yes, thanks.
One more small thing, actually, for Dhruv. Whoever is an advertiser, you'll make a very robust plan for ICC World Cup that's going to happen in US. Just forget everything. Just put your money on the India-Pakistan match that's going to happen. That's it. Just one match. You'll cover everybody under the sun. It's going to be watched by everybody. So in India. So just put your money on that.
Take Dhruv in the corner and have that conversation.
No, I'm sure he has a plan for that.
Yeah, I mean, now that we are on the
No,
pitch,
but Dhruv,
pitch
Dhruv
conversation.
has said that, if you partner on a gold, silver, platinum, then you get that. Oh, spot buy nahi de rahe.
That's right.
So
Like I
Anjali,
said-
just so that leading from that specific topic, okay, I think there is a big belief, and obviously Dhruv spoke about the huge concurrency, etc., and all that, right? There is a belief that obviously with such high numbers, CTV usually attracts incremental audience, okay, into the mix. Is that how you see it, or you have a very different view on this?
Who are you asking? Okay, so let me be very honest about this. For us as advertisers, we don't look at CTV as incremental audience, right? Because the reason being, like I said, if I am doing reach-based planning, which is what we do on most of our large mass brands, I know that I can meet a certain volumetric target by just being on, YouTube, Meta, and linear TV, right? I actually look at CTV as an audience that is probably a slightly more discerning audience, or an audience that has slightly deeper pockets, right? And I'm not saying premium only, okay? I'm also looking at them as audiences who are probably younger generation, who are not, buying DTH or not buying cable. So it's complementary to me, in my TV strategy. I wouldn't look at it as something that is complementary to my digital strategy. So I don't look at it as an incremental reach builder. I look at it as a specific audience targeting depending on the brand, the objective, the campaign and stuff like that. Also look at it from a comm strategy perspective, right? Whether the content that you are viewing on connected TV and the communication strategy that you have from a brand perspective has great synergies, right? Because otherwise we know on digital how people skip content that,
Correct.
They're completely ad avoiders, right? So in that sense, this is one way to kind of address that. So I wouldn't look at it as incremental yet. Still some journey to go before, we get there. And depending on which platform you talk to, the numbers quoted for CTV are completely different, right? You talk to YouTube, they will tell you a different number. Dhruv will tell you a totally different number. Jio will tell you something else. So I don't think there's that. Having said that, I don't think measurement is very much, robust in digital and specifically in CTV.
To measure the incrementality.
Measure the incrementality. When you go and you see concurrency today, it is the platform quoted numbers. And most third-party audits that I have seen in my own experience aren't very reliable.
Right.
So we do buy third-party audit on impression delivery when we do connected TV or we do OTT, I have found in my experience they're not very reliable.
No, absolutely. I mean, measurement is definitely a challenge for this industry.
So then how do you, know?
Measure
You look at
incrementality.
it from an effectiveness perspective. I would not look at it from an efficiency perspective because it's expensive also.
Yep.
Right.
I think
Compared to
that gap on
Meta and
measurement is
Google.
there. But the kind of volumes that we're seeing on CTV, I think it's getting there.
It's getting there. It will be a little while. It'll take some time. I mean, it's the same journey I think that probably digital had few years back, right? It will go through that evolution. But having said that, it will get there at some point in time because it's an evolving medium.
So Madhu, with all the constraints on measurement and incrementality, effectiveness, you also mentioned in your earlier response that the campaign that you did for the wedding segment of your line, it worked. So how do you kind of really measure that it worked? Like what are the cues and the signals that you're saying to see that your investment had reaped benefits?
I think for performance marketing categories, that is something that you can almost immediately tell the effect of.
Yeah. But for Madhu, what will be the signals?
So, the signals, those were very strong for us. It gave us a lift for awareness.
Okay.
And it also had a lot of message association, which is ultimately, we measured that as well. And ultimately, the entire thing was the purchase intent. So, which was the key to the entire campaign that I spoke about, and it was at a wedding segment. So therefore, the purchase intent was very high, and that is something that, again, we felt from I mean, those are the, end of the day, as we said, that whatever we do across medium, whichever digital, X, and the rest of it, the entire thing has to lead to purchase. So therefore, from this campaign, when I said that it did well for us, is from it targeted, first of all, it targeted a certain cohort of audience that we were going for. And it ultimately, ended up in giving us the intent in terms of purchasing. I think that is what was the desired measurability that we had also set ourselves as a KPI when we were working on that campaign as well. So therefore, from that aspect, it was a good starting point as well to understand that how we take it forward, because with every campaign and every season, there are a lot of learnings, because digital is such a dynamic, medium as well. So what worked 6 months back will be dated 6 months ahead. So therefore, it's always a learning and, increasing the learning curve and then see what worked and then, improvise on that.
Yep. No, that makes sense. I mean, you got to do with whatever you could do with the measurement space.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please.
With all due respect, and I don't mean to sound cynical, I, in my 20 years, have never seen a brand lift study that shows me negative results. Okay? The only parameter where I have not seen uplifts which are significant is purchase intent, and very good, Madhu, if that's worked for you. But in my career, I have never seen awareness consideration show poor on any brand lift study that I have seen till date. And that's because brands that have consistently advertised over a period of time have memory in the consumer's mind. There's a certain baseline, and you never really see, awareness and consideration fall. But
Maybe you're
purchase
doing a
intent
that
is
good
the
job
big
That's
one.
why I mentioned that,
Purchase intent is definitely a big one.
But maybe Anjali, you're doing that good job that your brand lift studies never have a negative result.
No, but
Because I have seen some, they do have.
But most of ours also are completely in alignment with her. It's always really good. So we take it with a pinch of salt. But
Right.
yes, what I said, the most important key part for us was the purchase intent. I think that is where the ball moved
Kudos
for
if
us.
you've managed to get that. That's fantastic.
Absolutely. I mean, if your message is kuch meetha ho jaye, to,
Good one, good one.
The
Abhijit.
brand lift is going to be very, very meetha.
Yeah.
But we see some sketchy, in fact, and then I was talking about the same thing to somebody saying, and in our industry, people say, no, BLS niche gaya kyunki market niche gaya. So there's a different association only. Because then when marketers or advertisers don't get a good scorecard on effectiveness, in our industry, people blame it on the market. Ki sir, wo market niche hai na, iske liye the association of message was not right, or
और ऊपर जाता है तो it's the
ऊपर जाता है
company.
तो then marketer says,
इतना
देखो
अच्छा
यार,
fund
वो
manager
it
है.
was-
Yeah, creative is the last excuse for all
course.
of us, right?
Yeah, but in this whole discussion, one thing that I think we definitely look at and as data, because that is reflective in the robustness of the markets, performance of various corporates, and we are in the earnings season, and everybody is talking about right from automobile to consumer goods or to, the financial sector. There's a huge, see, this whole trend about premiumization in India is real, right? I mean, we see it all around us. We go to airports or you go to buy anything, maybe in a grocery store. There is a huge intent now into action in all products that people want to be associated with premium brands or premium quality or premium products. And as that trend is happening, the whole advent of people going towards connected TV, going towards choices with disposable income, saying, look, if I am a sports fan, I would really want to catch up all the action that I want rather than what's being served to me, right? So this multi-screen and all is a reality, and today it does not really cost that much as a consumer to really to watch a match on TV, at the same time follow something else like a F1 and all on your, because on your mobile phone or EPL on mobile phone. So that is a reality, and getting into into the mind of a fan is going to be very, very crucial for advertisers if one has to allocate budgets. So
yeah, see, I mean, when we go out on the roads, we see people on the petrol pumps and on the stores. We see people watching cricket content live, right? We see that. But do you think, since this World Cup is in contrasting times, like, obviously 8 p.m. prime time where a lot of people are at home, and then 6 a.m. matches where people are just like, starting their day. Do you think that piece is going to be less prevalent and people are going to be more on the large screens? Do you see that happening, or it's still people are going to come back and watch this content on the go and on their mobile screens? What do you think? What's your gut?
Today, I mean, look, the whole concept, and that's what we looked at some surveys, it's about the whole concept of people sitting together and watching is dispersed. Sorry to say that, because even if you get people home for a match, there will be people who will be in their screens, Instagramming or doing something else, right? At the same time, one has to look at it from a point of view of what part of the match I want to look at,
right,
and follow. To your point on whether people are going to look at the World Cup, I think that, and that's my personal bias, so please pardon me, that question is answered because there is a huge dearth of hope, and that hope of India winning with Rohit Sharma,
absolutely,
the captain. So that's been drummed up so much that for nothing else but because Mumbai Indians is out, people are going to really watch it. RCB, I'm sure will be out. People will watch for Kohli. And mind you, it is the last World Cup.
Yeah,
so,
with
so
the
I
big
believe
guns that we have.
For the two icons. So for that, also people are going to watch it. So that whole, that desire of at least India trying to get this silverware home will get people into rooms and watch TV.
Absolutely. So more people into the rooms watching TV means co-viewing. We were talking about it on the sidelines, right? And there's one belief that the CPMs...
don't give all these ideas to Dhruv, huh?
Yeah.
Increase the whole...
The CPMs
I think the team's making notes, don't worry.
The CPM
we are revising packages as we speak.
The CPM on CTVs are higher, okay, but then there is co-viewing factor to that. So eventually, some of the research indicates that 2.5 people are watching one single piece of content or ad. So the effective CPM comes down, right? I mean,
yeah, that's what we were.
So you are also
Anjali,
seeing,
right?
you are also seeing.
Good. I think you picked up the cue from me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
But not for.
Maybe not for Dhruv, but all for us. So are you seeing the similar patterns on Hotstar, and when it comes to live sports, is there any research or any kind of data which says that this is the similar patterns that you're seeing on your platform?
Yeah, so I think even Ishan kind of alluded to some of that on co-viewing, living room experiences, or the number of users that pretty much are now accessing connected TV, which is not households, but it's actually number of people. What we've seen, and we did work with Kantar on a study at the previous World Cup, that almost versus other platforms, live actually garners almost 15 to 20% more viewership in terms of the co-viewing percentage. So if there are two, like you said, we see anywhere between 2.5 to 3. That is the co-viewing jump that happens during live events, because it's a community viewing, and it's not now, right? That live sports has been there before connected TV. So whether it's people coming together, grabbing a beer, and you're inviting folks now, we need to see how that goes early morning. But yeah, in the evenings, of course, that whole experience of more people in front of a screen is real, and we've validated that with data when we did this specific study during the World Cup last year.
That's something to pay attention to, because I'm a strong believer that when I sit and watch CTV and sports content, there is at least 2 or 3 people in my living room watching it together with me. So that kind of really adds to the OTS and also to the effective impressions in that sense.
But I would add a consumer insight on specifically even mobile, while I know we're talking connected TV. If you go around and the high peak moments of a match, you'll see 3 people even on a mobile screen. So I don't know how we capture that, but that definitely is better effective CPM, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. So we can charge more, even on that.
I just have a minute remaining for this panel, okay? And probably one last question, which is lingering in my head is, I mean, we've got enough reasons to kind of spend money on CTV. Okay, there's audiences, there's premiumization, there is effectiveness use cases. What's stopping advertisers, okay, to actually put the chips behind this completely? I mean, maybe one quick response from Ako, Anjali, Abhijit, and Madhu. That'll be great.
I think you answered the question. More measurement, more data, uniform data, and that I think the industry is also working. There have been committees on the.
Anyone beyond measurement as a reason not?
नहीं बस वो दे दो हम लोग आ जाएंगे.
I think scale.
Scale.
Yeah.
Scale is another one.
Critical mass is still challenged.
Madhu, any?
I'm quite aligned with, it's both of that. So, I guess,
so
when you
honestly,
spend your money, you want the max out.
for us, it's mostly connected TV as a brand that we are. So mainly what we are doing there is what we are doing, right? A little bit of HD and mostly on connected TV. So we are there fully.
Okay.
But measurement is something that, we have to get in really hard now.
Cool. Thanks, guys. I mean, this was great chatting with you all. I personally learned a thing or two, okay, some of the insights as to how marketers are thinking, okay, so that's absolutely nice. And I think we don't have time for questions. I see some hands raised up out there, so probably we can take it across. Yeah. Arka Provo.
The response has been really good, like he was mentioning, Abhijit was mentioning, right? So that's something that a lot is been happening on TV as well, in addition to OTT and connected TV. The response has been really great, so I've been receiving. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Just for your information, sir, it's a different company. It's the asset management company. I'm from the bank. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, guys. We are here around, so any questions, happy to kind of take that on the sidelines.
Thank you, Atik. Great
Thanks,
work.
guys.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
May I request the esteemed panelists to step forward for a quick photo op? And may I welcome on stage Chief Strategy Officer for Lemma, Puneet Bayani, to join us and present a token of appreciation on behalf of the Exchange for Media team. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, sir. If you could join in, please. First a quick photo op, and then we'll present the mementos. I think a huge round of applause for sharing their humor, their ideas, their expertise. You normally don't get to meet and greet them. We thank you for your time and your presence on stage. Starting off with Arca Provo. big thank you to Anjali Krishnan, Head of Media for Mondelez India. Special thanks to Mr. Abhijit Shah, Head Marketing, Digital Business and Customer Experience, ICICI Approved, AMC. Special thanks to Madhu Datta, Head Marketing and GM, Brands Raymond Limited. A special thank you, obviously, to Mr. Dhruv Dhawan, Head of Ads, Disney Plus Hotstar, and a special thanks for Atiq Kazi, President, Data, Performance and Digital Products, Group M, our session chair. Let's give them a huge round of applause, everybody. Zordar Talia. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you for your time, your presence, and your expertise on stage. Thank you so much for a fantastic panel discussion. And yes, just a quick reminder, our featured hashtag for today is hashtag e4m CTV conference. Right there on top, make sure you keep on sharing your comments, your stories, your thoughts, and maintain the lively buzz on social media by sharing your thoughts and posts using the hashtag e4m CTV conference. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let's race and pace to our next session, which is the dynamic duo of AI and CTV. Let's now delve into understanding the synergy between AI and CTV, how it's offering more targeted and relevant content delivery, creating a more engaging and tailored experience for viewers. Imagine AI-driven systems that understand your customers' needs in a real time and deliver experiences accordingly. With AI, the possibilities with CTV are endless. Get ready to find out more as our panelists discuss the dynamic duo of AI and CTV. And may I welcome on stage Head of Digital and Audience Data for L'Oreal, Jatin Punamia. Let's welcome Jatin with a huge round of applause, everybody. Also joining in will be ex-business head Sony Live, Uday Sodhi. In our panelists, we also have with us Vice President, Digital Strategy and Innovation, Hive Minds, a unit of Madison World, Mr. Abhishek Upadhyay. Joining in will be the Assistant Vice President for Jyoti Laboratories, Ravindra Kate. And put your hands together for our session chair, Jay Lala, CEO, Zenith. Let's welcome our panelists and our session chair on stage.
Thanks.
Over to you, sir.
Yep. So, a very hot and a nice warm afternoon to all of you all. Hopefully, just like the weather, we'll also try and make it like really hot here, and we'll hopefully have a very hot discussion. Interesting topic. Everybody's talking about connected TV growth and its benefits and AI. It's another sort of big agenda for our industry, and we are going to combine both. So what I'll do is I'll just start off with just initial thoughts, and then we'll discuss it further. So just in order, Jatin, if you can just talk about connected TV first, and like what do you think the role of AI on connected will be?
Thank you for, hello. Can you hear me? Is this okay? Okay, perfect. I can't hear myself, so I don't know what's happening. But thank you for having me. I think, Jay, before I talk about connected TV and the role that it plays now and what's going to happen in the future, I think it's a little more context setting for L'Oreal and for our industry, where connected TV comes from there, right? So if you look at beauty in India, it's not a very highly penetrated industry, right? I mean, today still for us in a population of around 1.4 billion that you have in the country, for us, beauty as an industry, etc., is anywhere around 250 million to 300 million. Now, when you look at it purely from a number perspective, it is huge. But when you look at what the country is right now, it's sort of finding a needle in a haystack kind of a proposition. So, with beauty as a format increasing and sort of pivoting through newer gestures, etc. I mean, if I ask the women in the room, I don't know how many of you all sort of have a regime that you all look at, right? From Initially, years ago, beauty effectively was just, okay, kajal, lipstick, beauty is done. But now if I just do a random poll here, if I can know how many women in the room have sort of a morning regime and a night regime. Do you have both? I mean, if by a show of hands. So clearly you can see that that's something that's evolving, right? So how you use a serum, how you use a moisturizer, etc., sort of becomes very important. And I think that's where CTV comes for us very important, plays an important role. Now, why I say that is the last panel obviously spoke about how important linear TV is, and that's something one cannot avoid. But when it comes to us finding our audience and finding that 250 million, CTV plays a very important role. And I think the reason that happens also is because CTV allows you to give the amazingness of the big screen, but with the precision of digital, right? I mean, it's always been, when it comes to TV, it's always been a straight buy. There's, okay, you're buying channels, you're buying spots, etc. But what CTV gives us, and for us as L'Oreal, we've always been at the forefront. We believe this point of C is what is starting. So I strongly believe, and I know for a fact that we are one of the first few advertisers who have sort of taken that leap into CTV, making sure that we understand how to use CTV, work with our partners, publishers, advertisers, etc., to understand how is it that we can improve our potential on CTV. So for us as L'Oreal, yes, CTV plays a very important role. Today, most of our brands are digital-only brands. And when you look at the brands that we have, whether it's Maybelline, L'Oreal Paris, etc., it's the target audience that we have is digital first, is on CTV. So it's always it's a journey which we have started, and we're looking forward on how this can help us. And you spoke about AI as well, and I know the panel is about AI. I think on CTV, AI has been used since a while. I think it's just that though it's just scratched the surface in that sense, I think there's a lot more possibilities that can happen with AI, and I'm sure we'll talk about that much more. But all in all, yes, CTV is important for us. So.
Thanks, Jatin. I think what you rightly said is that I think for L'Oreal per se, and given the brands, it's like it's a boon, something, because now it's nicely segmented audience where you can advertise. Uday, your point of view on CTV, more from the platform side, more from the content side?
So let me give you an overall perspective. I think we are now a country of 1 billion screens. On the mobile side, we probably have about 750 million screens, and on the larger side, we have about 250 million odd screens. Most of them are television screens, but the CTV screens are probably about 40 million. That's the number. That's maybe the consensus number. But if you look at the larger picture, you've got a fairly large number of screens, 1 billion screens out there, and 40 million are really connected. What happens with AI, and if you layer the intelligent layer or the intelligent layer that's coming in, I think two things are going to fundamentally change. One, I think the content and advertising creating becomes very different. AI changes the way we create content. AI changes the way we create advertising. And I think the economics of that business of creating ads and creating content is going to go through a significant change with generative AI. Generative AI fundamentally changes the way we will be able to create content. It may not be very visible to everybody today, but that's the promise of generative AI. So whether it is music, whether it is short form video, whether it is still images, I think we're up for major disruption because of generative AI. So I think that is one side of the equation. The other side of the equation is going to be because of a screen which is now an intelligent screen compared to linear television, and you have far more access to cohorts, you have far more access to information, you have far more access to what the consumer is doing. More than what linear television was able to give you. And will that change the way you target advertising? So can you fundamentally change the way people were advertising on TV? And remember, on TV when you were advertising, you were trying to go for a large reach. you were trying to go for volume. With CTV, it will change, and with data layers built on CTV, it will completely change because you'll get very relevant cohorts and your advertising media planning will change significantly. Because you can then target geography, you can target location, you can target customers, you can target the way they behave, the way they buy, what is their other interactions, what else do they do. And therefore, I think media planners and marketing businesses will change because the way you create data lakes at your end, how do you create information layers at your end for the brands will fundamentally change. So I think media or marketing or CMOs, their role will become very different. And I would imagine a lot of their role will become data officers and not so much marketing officers. You know, marketing will become an outcome and what you're doing with that data. And that data is going to come from multiple sources. So how do you become the custodian of the customer's data in your organization and build intelligence? So I think ad tech by itself will change. A lot of ad tech today is managed by the advertising agencies and platforms. A lot of ad tech, I think, will move into companies and at brand level. And I think that will change the way CMOs, target ads and the way they behave and the way they spend time today, I think will fundamentally change. So for me, two things are going to change. One, to summarize, one, given the number of CTV screens moving and the pace at which we're moving, generative AI will change the way we create ads, the sharpness at which we can create ads, and the number of campaigns that we can create significantly changes because the economics changes there. I think on the advertising side and the technology layer and the marketing people will have to become tech people or semi-tech people. And I think there, how you handle data and how you manage your marketing plans and how you manage your media plans will fundamentally change. And therefore, I think we're up for a huge disruption in this space.
Oh, interesting, very interesting. Abhishek, if you can, just give a perspective on the landscape of CTV. How do you expect it? It's growing rapidly. Will this growth continue to happen? What is your sort of thoughts on that?
So, if you look at CTV, immediate prominent tag that comes to it is affluent audiences, or it is the well-to-do audiences, etc. And now CTV kind of grew so much that you had to layer out a separate audience layer called 4K audiences now, because just the bracket of CTV was not enough. I think fundamentally we got that one tag kind of wrong. It was not just affluent, it was more of an early adopter audience. TV was easy to adopt, people where you could go to a shop and buy TV, etc. But it took fundamentally a different nature of a person to say, okay, I want different apps. I actually consume YouTube on my phone. Should I do it on my TV as well? Right? So it took an early adopter audience who thinks different to buy this TV, buy this connected TV for the family. Right? So that's maybe a certain class of brands who are looking at that psychographic of audiences. Maybe CTV is the right choice for them in that sense. Right? They are no longer watching TV. That kind of class of audience is no longer watching TV. So I think just bracketing them by an income target is kind of false, is my early reading. I think there was a beautiful session early on by EY, where the numbers were shown in terms of, I thought they were conservative estimates that it's around 30 million and so on in terms of households. But what we are seeing is that the scale, the growth has been phenomenal, right? And I don't think there is going to be a differentiation of linear versus CTV. I think that's it's an unnecessary differentiation that has been a legacy. Ads can be programmatically targeted to linear TV also, maybe within the 1 year or so. Maybe it's already being done, right? It's very possibly easy to do something called a dynamic ad insertion into the TV feed, right? If I'm in collaboration with the broadcaster, right? If the various spots where the ads were to be shown, if that spot were to be programmatically released, right, to the digital advertiser, they could release on linear TV as well. I don't think we are making this unnecessary bifurcations because of a legacy reason. I don't think they'll be so differentiated anymore.
So I just want to say, I think what Abhishek also spoke about is actually interesting is also to understand that a lot of people who are actually watching an ad on connected TV might not even know that they're watching an ad on connected TV, because that's what we've also seen when we're doing consumer studies, etc. Is like if you ask them where you have seen an ad, they normally end up saying it's TV, but they have not realized that it's connected TV that they're watching. So there also lies the crux. So I think the 30 million estimate, I think also, yes, it's connections that are there within the households, but I also feel that with the internet providers, actually, with the internet connection, you're getting a free set-top box, connected TVs, etc. This is going to increase, and the consumers also now understand that
It's also
connected
household.
TV also, yeah.
See,
It's
also
household.
it's also
Yeah,
household.
it's at a household
See,
level.
when it's not an apples-to-apples comparison with a small screen. A small screen is an individual connection. You're watching it yourself. You very rarely share it. But this is a full household. So there is not one viewer. So if there are 30 or 40 million homes, there are probably 2.5 people watching it. So it's slightly different in terms of apples-to-apples comparison. But taking his point, I think, and I differ from what he's saying. Linear TV, you can do programmatic, but it's not apples to apples comparison.
So
What
Uday,
you can do with AI
yeah.
is an absolutely different one, but that's a different concept.
No, we'll come there. We'll come there. I think we'll get Raghvendra to just
Yeah.
give his initial thoughts, because I think in the corridor you told me something which was quite interesting. So would love to hear that.
I want to say FMCG is the place where any medium, anything to make it sexy. Okay, if FMCG can follow it, that means that medium has arrived. So if you ask us now, is connected TV happened? Yes, FMCG is on it, so that means it has happened. So are you sad? Yeah, definitely very sad. Okay, why are we sad? Okay, so we go and ask the customer, FMCG is dependent on TV. So what are the challenges of TV? So that should get addressed when I come to connected TV. So you go and ask 2 more TG, my planner says, no, I can't handle it. So we are waiting for AI, we are waiting for machine learning. This should revolutionize how an FMCG intends to build it. So you look at the top funnel, you look at the mid funnel, you look at the bottom funnel. Connected TV is an answer to it. And look at what's happening today. The previous slide said that 72% is male audience. All of us know that in the FMCG world, if somebody were to give me a gross error to that extent, because we know TV is led by who is the consumer over there. Obviously, you took news is a different point of view. So from a FMCG point of view, it is like, yes, it is big, but it is like a small kid in the candy room. Our hands are tied. You can't touch any goodies over there and just stay there and yeah, it is good. That's our point of view.
So, Raghvendra, from your point of view, when like just what we heard, what Jatin was saying, that to him it seems like, I've got a ready segmented premium audience which I can advertise to. From your point of view, you're saying that because I want to reach out to many people, this is not really that lucrative audience. Am I right?
Yeah, see, it's a nomenclature, it's a premium, but somebody said HD versus HD. HD availability is not a question of premium. Today, connectivity is premium because of the availability point of view. Mobile was not available, hence the video was a premium. So we paid the premium. We FMCG we are very clear. We go where the audiences are. Okay. Today, connected TV is the audience where we are. But we go and buy connected TV. So much restrictions to say that we not necessarily getting the benefits of the digital version of it. Okay. So we don't necessarily call it as premium, but we are saying that yes, if I have a premium brand, because it is available at a particular niche, we use it. Nothing rocket science about it, nothing great. Like if you know HD versus a regular, we pay pittance to SD versus HD. Why do we so? Because we're chasing the audience, okay? So it's just a question of time. So the answer to this lies in how the AI will open up the 3 funnels we said. Future lies in where Amazon is going to answer it. Future lies how Jio is going to answer it. Future with all the 44 OTT platform as against the numbers quoted as a 2 OTT platform, okay? So 44 platforms have to solve this issue for us as to how do they solve the 3 funnel issue. AI, ML is the reason where FMCG will smile, but it is yet to happen. That's my
So part of the thing that he brought about was the limited supply often gets conflated with being premium.
Yeah.
right? Netflix has recently opened up ad tiers, right, in US or in a couple of markets, right? So CPMs there are roughly about $55, like unheard of rates, right? So, and they themselves are admitting that we are also doing a price discovery, right? And the likes of Trade Desk, etc., say that, okay, once these guys also get added to the overall programmatic mix or overall inventory mix, their rates will also come down. But I think we make this mistake of limited supply equal to premium.
Yeah.
No, I
So
thought it
just
was
to-
more
just
about a
to handle-
mindset.
Just to talk about premium,
Sure,
I think CTV is no more premium.
Yeah.
Okay, CTV is the natural purchase now because it's available at what, 20,000, 30,000 rupees? So there is no price differentiation when you're going to buy a replacement TV. See, today people are buying the next replacement TV. They're not adding more TVs. So if you're buying a replacement TV in your house, you are naturally buying a CTV. So this is all the new 10, 15 million TVs that are getting bought every day or every year are coming out as CTVs because, you know, when the consumer is going and he's looking at a non-CTV versus CTV, the price difference is zero, he's saying, I buy a CTV. So I don't think today whatever CTV is coming is genuinely premium. It's just replacement demand coming into the market. It's only, and my belief is the only reason why it's in short demand today is one, the size is small. Second, the marketers have more information on the consumer versus the linear TV.
Got it. Got it. So, Jatin, coming back to you, and while what we've just discussed is that at one point we are saying that there is a segmented audience, but at the other end, we are saying that it's not premium. What is your viewpoint about this audience? How do you analyze it?
I think again, it's just nomenclature that sort of comes into play as to premium versus non-premium. How I see it and how L'Oreal also sees it. I mean, in the spectrum of the products that we advertise, you will have a 600 rupee serum, which is a Garnier serum, and you'll have a 6,999 rupee serum, which is a Lancome serum. So that's sort of the breadth that we hold, right? But then again, it's also the audience that you're looking at. It's nowhere are we saying that someone who's on linear TV is not premium and someone who's on CTV is premium. It's also the consumer habit that has sort of come in, right? So for us, our audience is that girl, is that woman who is on CTV, who is on the phone, who is spending sort of, I don't know, 8 to 10 hours on digital, watching OTT, etc., as opposed to on linear TV, where we might, in a household, might have a family watching something and sort of an ad running there. So there's a lot of leakage that sort of happens on linear TV for us as well. So for us, it's where the consumer is, to what the panel was also saying. And for us, that's where our consumer is, honestly right now, and for us, it plays a very important role. I also think that, I mean, we are speaking about AI in this case. I think AI and CTV also, I think all the CTV OTT platforms that are there are already using AI quite a lot. I mean, the fact that there is content that is suggested after what you're watching comes into play, there is some level of AI that's already running, right? But I think the improvement that can happen in terms of this is how it can also help content creators and people who are making these shows, etc., to sort of predict what's going to happen in the next 1, 2 years or 3 years by looking at the kind of content the audience is sort of taking in. And that can sort of also help content production houses to come and speak to advertisers like us to say, we are seeing something that's going to come in the next year and a half, and L'Oreal can be a great partner to sort of work with on a show that we are creating or on a specific audience that we want to talk to. That can be something that can be very interesting. I also feel, I mean, the AI future is, no one can predict it. Let's put it that way. I mean, what's stopping from, AI helping, again, to people to sort of make different versions of the same TV show and running it basis who's choosing the profile and then ads running on it basis that, So there's quite a lot that can happen. This duo of precision when it comes to digital and CTV layered with the data knowledge that the production houses hold and that the OTT holds can really help advertisers and brands to sort of, let's put it this way, not really irritate the consumer when they're sort of watching the ad, because they know that the ad that they're seeing is something that they really want to see and want to know more of. So.
Interesting. Uday, would you want to build on what he just said, and specifically from the content side? So, like, today curation is happening by the OTT players, so whatever content they have. But how will this get better once the application of AI, the machine learns more and more, and even from a content side?
So I think there are two ways of looking at it. One is there is premium content that is getting built, which is primarily going behind a paywall and going as subscription. I think that one part is going to continue. That premium content will remain as it is. I don't think that's getting disrupted very quickly. I think the AI will disrupt the short content part and the creator economy part. I think the challenge for marketers is going to be, how do I harness generative AI, and how do I harness the overlap of generative AI creators and the brand to be able to create enough content for sharper niches that are emerging. Like he said, they were serum across price points. How do you work with content creators, and how do you use generative AI to be able to do it? There are some very interesting use cases now coming up in e-commerce, for example, where people are using generative AI to create images and create short clips and stuff like that. Music is the next thing that's going to get democratized. I think if today marketers and agencies start spending time on building competence on generative AI, I think the amount of creative that you can create and position it directly for the audiences through the right influencers and through the right content creators, that short form content is going to get disrupted significantly. And I think, given we had a panelist from or a panel on YouTube right now, or a speaker from YouTube, I think that is where we will see the first round of disruption happening, or whether it's YouTube or social media or Facebook or wherever, where short videos will get disrupted first. So my suggestion to agencies and brands is, it's the first thing that you need to do is to build competence on AI, get information on how you can create multiple ads, and the cost of creating ads is going to fundamentally change. Today most advertisers will tell you it costs crores of rupees to create an ad. I think my feel is, in a few years it will almost become free. Okay, what internet and what broadband did to internet, it made it free. I think generative AI will make content free. It's a scary thought for most of us. But if short form content and clips becomes free, then the potential for marketers is humongous, because then you can almost create content for specific audiences without the cost of creating it. And I think that's the disruption that AI will do. There is a disruption on targeting, which is very obvious to everybody here because of the amount of data. But I think the real disruption we will see is on generative AI and content. My suggestion to most CMOs today would be, focus on creating competence in generative AI, and ad agencies should try and see how they can change the way they create ads.
True. And that probably, I'm just digressing a little, Abhishek. And your viewpoint when you sort of consult your clients, do you believe that connected TV is like, not right now, but over a period of time, when it truly becomes connected? When I'm saying connected, is that top funnel, middle funnel, bottom funnel. I watch some content, I like something, I can buy, and that whole space. So what is your viewpoint on that? Is it one solution for all? Currently we are all struggling to build our brands, then to build consideration, and then finally the sale. So it's all three different platforms, three different sets of data. But will this probably be the solution for us?
I think we're kind of already there. See, the very fact that you're signing with the same set of IDs, you're your Google ID or whatever, right? Your phone number and so on, right? So your YouTube, your Netflix, whatever you're viewing is already connected to everything else that you're working on the internet for, right? Wherever you're purchasing, wherever you're viewing ads or whatever. So now I'll take it a step further. Now your CTV, IP address, etc. There are people who are generally aware of which nature area it is, which pin code it is, right? Maybe even which apartment it is, right? The ad can probably follow you from the CTV to your phone to the DOH of your apartment and so on, and to the mobile that you're going on the commute. So I think the truly connected thing is already there. It's a quite dystopian if you think about it, but it's already there.
Interesting. And Raghavendra, your
No, there's a very nice point what he said. I want to tell you this. See, look at from a TV point of view. अगर आपके घर में टीवी नहीं तो आपका कुर्सी किधर देखेगा? It is as important as that. Okay? So finally, TV had its own challenges. If you go and look at it, what is being viewed? Okay, so there is two types of it. Everybody will know: in stream and in feed. In stream, basically, you cannot do anything. Whatever is there, you are supposed to see. That's how TV suffered. You have to watch 10 minutes of advertisement to see some amount of content. So we got fed up with TV, FMCG had challenges, okay? So we came to connected TV. Look at here. Still I am forcing a skippable, non-skippable ad, which will force you to. As a user, you're not supposed to do anything. You will be forced to see the ad. This is called in-stream advertising. Then there is in-feed. Such a beautiful concept, where if you had typed something, which is like, I want to watch romance, there is something available on romance. You are not supposed to, you are not forced on that content. If you like it, you can watch it. That's where, when he says there is a content revolution, when he says this is the future. But all our mechanisms and everything is on this in-stream, which is going to say we buy impression, which is the largest acceptable currency, though we talk of clicks and response later. So this impression is what? Nothing but thumbnail exposure. So this entire opportunity called what is available in feed, which will be a big thing in a connected TV, we are not getting people to come and talk to us. Okay, as a marketer, we are so lazy guys. We'll say we bought CPMs and we are done with it. Okay, so that's where the catch is.
So I'll another sort of question to it, because from all the points which you're making, you're pretty happy with linear TV. So
we are not happy with linear TV, and we are celebrating connected TV, but we are cribbing out connected TV is the right way.
Got it. Last question before, sort of we open it up to the audience. What I would want each of you all to do, okay, is one, today, give or take, we are sitting at 30 million, 40 million connected TVs. What do you anticipate, by 25, say end of 25, okay? Are we talking about numbers which are, which is going to grow at this rate? And that 25, like Uday mentioned, that every new TV is possibly a connected TV, a smart TV. But will this give rise to cord cutters? And therefore, are we seeing the death of linear TV in the next couple of years?
I think death of linear TV in 2 years, no. For whatever it's worth, linear TV is there to stay. We are a big country, we are a diverse country. It's very different from other countries in the world. But when it comes to the adoption of CTV and cord cutters, that is going to grow, is what we feel as L'Oreal and personally as well. I think in the next couple of years, this number should be double. 2025 should be around 65 million. Again, households, right? It's not only one user in that sense. So for sure, the future's bright, the future's fast for connected TV. I just also wanted to make one point in this case, to what Raghavendra also said. I think it's also about how you plan on CTV. It's not as simple, as easy as it was when linear TV, or as easy when you're doing anything on, say, a Meta Google, where you're just doing, say, an RNF, okay, it's done, kind of a thing. I think we also need to push as advertisers, our partners, to say what are other capabilities that comes through AI to use CTV in a much better way. The fact that we are already saying that these 65 odd million households by 2025 will have more than 3 or 4 profiles on every OTT platform that you have. So how can I target basis not only the show that I'm watching, but can AI also make me understand that if someone's seen a certain profile, the ad that I run on that same show will be different from the show that someone else in the household is watching, right? So I think those are the things that at both ends, the OTT platforms, the partners are going to work on and make sure that happens. But for us, to answer it again, death of linear TV, no. The growth of CTV with AI, 100% for sure.
I'd read an interesting report which basically put just TV, and they put connected TV on the top with like 25, 30 million homes, and then pay TV and FTA. What the numbers showed that quarter on quarter, pay TV is declining by 1 million homes. Connected TV is growing and FTA is growing. So if I were to just go by what you said, and like today we are at 30 million, and let's say end of next year we are at 60, 70 million, it's a large base. And this growth is going to come on the back of pay TV. So your pay TV will be equal to approximately to connected TV. So that's where my question as an advertiser is that now you currently we were discussing, it might be premium audience, it might be mindset audience, whatever. It's a small nice base to advertise, but the moment it becomes 50, 60, you'll have to make choices.
100%. I think it's also about how CTV is sort of built on a base of these ecosystems that are coming out, right? It's Geo. Let's take Geo for example, right? It's not only that connected TV or that set-top box. You're taking Geo Home. You're taking the internet first. Then they're telling you to make sure that you get into their ecosystem. Then they're making sure that you're also going to run ads across their ecosystem and not only on CTV. That's same with Amazon, for example. You have Fire Stick, and you have the Amazon DSP. You have Airtel. The fact that the ecosystems are going to get built, there is no way that we are going to be off or ignore the revolution that's happening when it comes to CTV, for sure.
Uday, what's your point of view on this ecosystem?
So I think we're going to make life of CMOs very difficult. And just stepping back and looking at 10 years back and 10 years ahead. 10 years back, and I'm being very simplistic, excuse my simplicity, you would create one ad campaign and you would run the still of that on print, and you'll run the motion picture of that on TV. And most CMOs are very happy. My ad's out there. Sales have happened. How much wastage? I don't know. Somebody told me that X number of wastage because there were X number of sample boxes and some newspaper readership survey, and you were happy with what came out. Let's move forward. You will probably, for the same creative or for the same brand, have 500 different creatives for 500 different cohorts running on maybe X number of platforms, and you'll have data for all of that you need to analyze in real time and report. Yeah. Okay, so the job of this marketer changes fundamentally, and I don't think too many people understand what's happening here, because the disruption is humongous. It's not. It's a tectonic shift in the way we do marketing, because if the advertising changes and creatives change, platforms on which you are serving and the way you are serving changes, you're fundamentally changing the landscape. And you have to then report data in real time for each region, for each product, for each SKU, for each location, because that's what will be needed. Because you've got, in India we probably have 400 Indias, and each region will behave differently. You'll have different creatives for different products for each region in different languages, and the performance of that will be measured separately. So we are getting into a very different, uncharted territory, and we'll have to do it with intelligent data, analytics, and performance. And I think the ad tech that we use today is going to change fundamentally. And the way CMOs talk and the way CMOs analyze their data will change significantly. So we're getting into a very uncharted territory.
No, I think we would love to have a creative person in this panel because we are all very analytical in our approach to see that what they have to say when, like I have to make 500 copies and 500 ads, but how will they apply it? but that's for a different day. Abhishek, your viewpoint in terms of futuristic, what are we envisaging in the next couple of years?
So, see, when it comes to generative AI creating these multiple creatives and copies, etc., one of the aspects that becomes a responsibility for ad tech, for agencies, for brands is to uh, tell the customer that in case anything has been synthetically created, right, has this been conveyed to the end consumer as well, right? So people I mean, we are already past that uncanny valley right now where you can distinguish whether this is an AI generated content or not. If you look at things from Sora and so on, the video, right, it looks damn real. I mean, maybe it looks more real than an authentically created produced video, right? So now there have been certain initiatives, Adobe, Google, ARM, etc. They have created something called Coalition for Content Provenance in US, right? To because they are involved in the JPUs, they are involved in the technology that creates the generative AI piece as well. So they're able to watermark content. They're able to even ask, if I'm a YouTube content creator, when I'm uploading something, okay, does this have any synthetically created content in it, right? So self-declaration of sorts. And they're also quite understandable in the sense that you could use it to airbrush or beautify or basic corrections, etc. They're okay with that. If it's in any way misleading, it's in any way, for example, creating a deep fake, right? Or it is creating an alarming situation. For example, one of the examples that the quote is, there's a realistic video of a tornado moving into a city. But there's nothing that's happened, right? Now, these kind of things merit a warning to the consumer, right? And this will, going forward, be like just how you see smoking is injurious to health, right? This video has been created by AI. Please use it at your discretion. This is going to be there for sure.
True. Interesting, very interesting. And your viewpoint in terms of the entire audience base, like what Jatin spoke about, like how would you foresee that? One, we are saying that you'll have to make multiple creators, multiple cohorts, and real time data. How do you envisage that, and how do you advise your clients to manage that?
See, I think, I'm a digital marketer, I would love to advocate for precision targeting. But I think there's this nice quote that goes, precision targeting gets you customers, right? Overall mass targeting creates customers, right? I think we might end up losing or missing out creating the next customer if you're going behind our own biases and seeking out the same targets and the same audiences again and again. Because we know that 10 million crowd will buy it. The 100 million crowd might buy it. But what about beyond that? Right? There is a segment that people call it the California crowd in India, right? If every ad is going to be targeted to the same audience again and again, are we missing out creating the next generation of customers? Are they not going to love your brand going forward because they've never seen your ad, because they were never in that AI created cohort? I think these are some questions that we need to think of.
No, that's interesting, and Raghavendra, I would love your views on that. Where when I'm also dealing with a lot of my clients, while precision, digital, all that is making a lot of sense, but more and more we feel that it's better to go on to TV, linear TV, better to go on print, because at least I get a lot of feedback. That my brand is visible, because we've seen that that though we spend a lot of money, a lot of times that visibility quotient is missing. So what's your view in terms of precision versus this whole mass targeting?
Yeah. Yesterday I was listening to Wharton School professor Peter Federer. Beautifully he was putting it. See, connected TVs today is in a product-oriented approach. It's a necessary workstage life. It has to have a product stage. We have got a lot of features. We have got a lot of things which are happening over there. But necessarily, they should move into consumer-centric approach. But if you go and talk to any of the things which are available on connected TV, it is not evolved itself to see from a consumer point of view. One of the biggest shock was that when I first installed the OTT, I think I got Tata Play, then I got Jio Cinema. It just moved from Tata Play, where I'm watching my regular, open it, it's a blank. Screen is staring at you, you are staring at it. I don't know what happened. This is so-called big-time connected TV. Why it is blank? Probably I moved from a TV cinema, it took me time to digest it, okay. So in a consumer-centric approach, this connectivity has to evolve itself to be a part of the process, which is yet to happen. It isn't necessarily. We have to come into that scheme to happen. Let's make it very clear. In this room, television audience measurement is dead and gone. So we know that NCC has died. Still yesterday, Disney Hotstar is still presenting to me NCC is ABC equal proportion. It died, okay? But ask the same audience, they have got around, they were putting 84 audience segments to talk to. But the so-called signals, how do we make it? And how do we evolve a solution to come on to it is the reason. So is the precision versus not? No, that's not the debate here. As a marketeer, there is a path for us to build communication on a consumer-centric approach. There is no two ways about it. We have to evolve that right approach to do it, okay? When there is a declared death sentence given on NCCS, still we are reporting it as a parameter to buy. Why? Because the signals are yet to be captured. Connectivity has to evolve. Geo TV, Mini TV on Amazon, these are all happening right at your tips. If you don't learn today, we'll pay a big price at a later stage to get it right for us. That's what I say.
Another like sort of interesting observation which I personally feel is that surfing the net or surfing the TV, it's very difficult with connected TV to get out of one app and get into another app. And that brings me to one point which I would love to discuss is that given that, generally now that whole time span is becoming important. People, like, if your content doesn't catch you in 2 minutes, you're gone. With these challenges which the platform is offering as connected TV, it's not easy to surf. So I get onto a content, I want to move out. Like the normal thing we used to do while watching TV, while watching cricket, you're watching, the ad comes and you go somewhere else and come back. That seems to be quite complicated. Any views on that in terms of, how this is going to be like sort of managed?
I think I honestly miss surfing, right? There is a whimsy to it. You could discover a new program, you could discover new content, etc. Now, Netflix, for example, shares stats that, this was a few years ago. Now it's probably increased few more percentage points. Greater than 80% of people just pick the recommendation that's shown to them. Right? Now it's probably even higher. It's close to 90% now. Right? And they've taken AI to generate these recommendations down to, they know that there are 2 or 3 viewers using the same account. They would have created a cluster using AI for, say, the husband, the wife, the kid, etc. There's a separate kids cohort as well. Now, does this mean that we're not going to discover any new programs of our own in that sense? Or it is just, we're going down that rabbit hole of, okay, this is recommended to me, I'm going to watch it. Right? I think we're missing that whimsy factor of discovering new content. My mother, for example, is a avid TV watcher, right? The same content is there on OTTs. She finds it hard to check it, and I have to set it up and so on. But it is a very clunky experience. I think the more we run away from cable, somehow cable comes back to us in some way. The good features of cable, I think, will come back to CTV.
Good.
So I'm the other extreme of the spectrum. So let me talk from the other side. I mean, we can take a poll here. How many people have discovered new content after CTV has happened? I mean, you have discovered weird stuff. And if I just take an audience here, everybody is watching different stuff. Somebody is watching Korean stuff. Somebody is watching, stuff from Turkish content. Everybody here in this room would be watching different stuff. And look at from the era of television, where at 9:30 in the evening, everybody was watching CID or Crime Patrol. So, we've moved away from watching one thing that was decided by an editor sitting in some broadcast company saying, this is the right time for everybody in this room to watch one program. And now, everybody in this room at 9:30 is watching something different and discovering new content every day. So, habits will change. Screens and technologies will make people change habits. So, we have to get used to it. That's the reality. And which is why advertisers and platforms have to change. Consumers will adopt technology and we have to follow them. I don't think we can stop consumers from saying, I'm going to watch a Turkish show and somebody is going to watch a Korean show and somebody is going to watch Punjabi show and somebody watching a Malayalam movie who's never seen or knows Malayalam. That can only happen in today's environment. So I think we are evolving as content viewers, and that's a challenge for marketers to say, how do I then target that audience? We can't run away from that challenge, and that's the data challenge, that's the challenge of learning how to target that audience who's going to be so diverse. There are 200 people sitting here, each one watches different content. How do we as marketers reach out to each one and target something differently? So that's the challenge. The challenge is not, can we go back to the linear age? That is over and done.
Jatin, any last words?
No, I think I agree with that. I think the example that so has been very different. The day I've convinced my mom to have connected TV at home, and I think she her to discover these long format shows on, say, a Sony Live or on a Netflix, where, to be honest, earlier she used to only watch daily soaps. So I'm also personally very happy that she's not watching only daily soaps anymore. But in terms of last thoughts, I think, everyone spoke about how it's important when it comes to targeting audiences and how AI can help all these things happen. I think when it comes to the capabilities of what CTV into AI can do as a duo together, we have only scratched the surface. I think I spoke about the fact that, content suggestions is something that everyone was so happy about when it came out, to say, I'm just surfing and I saw something else, so they're telling me to watch something else, and I've discovered new shows. Everyone was like, that's AI. But I think how OTT platforms manage to give more signals, and then we keep consumers at the forefront of planning, it'll totally change the game. It's possible that two people are watching the same show and there are different ads running because they're watching from different profiles. I don't know if that's how much of a leeway have we made onto that. There's one small example, but we've only scratched the surface, and there's lots more to come for sure.
Sure. I think in the interest of time, but very, very interesting session. I think lots and lots of learning. We've like gone from diversified points, and we'll just open it up for the audience if there's any specific question or anything like that. Yeah.
Your products are not integrated in a smart way. That is the problem what we face while we write scripts for episodes. We get brand briefs where they don't allow us to integrate in a way that it doesn't look forced. Right? I did a show and there are some national brands whose briefs I got to integrate in the show. But it was a copy, not a script. Now, when you are integrating a brand in a show, you need a script for that. You can't get a copy which was written for a social media or print media to be integrated on a television. So why this is happening a lot of time, that brands send their briefs and they want as it is to be put, which is not possible in a TV show. It has to be written in a form of script where it looks like it is going seamlessly. It doesn't look forced, because that breaks the link also. So you would agree, because you have been doing non-fiction shows on Sony, and this happens a lot.
So I'll tell you the fundamental challenge, and this is a conflict that is not easy to resolve. Okay, the brand has very strict guidelines and a very strict format in which it wants its brand to be visible. The script writer has no idea what the brand thought is. Okay, and we are being honest here. The script writer comes from his story point of view. Now, there is very little meeting ground. Both are very difficult people at the end of the day. So the advertiser wants done his way, so it's my way or highway, and the script writer says, no, it's my way or highway. So there will be a conflict here, and I think the strongest one wins, which is the advertiser. So you have to adjust with the advertiser.
Can I just answer that though? You know, it's a fair question, and yes, what Uday is saying is also absolutely right. There's always this dichotomy that keeps on happening, and the debate. But I'll just give you an example from L'Oreal. Right? You know, everyone, I don't know how many people saw it, but Archie's on Netflix. Maybelline was one of the sort of the tie-up that we had done with the movie. Now, the reason that happened was it seamlessly fit in the story. It was 1960s. Maybelline was there. You know, you see the kind of the cast it was, Anglo-Indian, etc. It fit in the ecosystem, right? So, when there is something that fits the bill, you will always see brands also adjusting, making sure that it happens. But at the same time, whatever happened on that movie, you had Skybags also sort of working with them. So, okay, it's a call that was taken there. But for me, Maybelline was a way better fit in the movie. It just came on so seamlessly. And, you know, to push that, we actually had an Archie's collection also in the market because we knew that's how it works. So, yes, it's always a debate, but you know,
it's a very tough balance. It's a very tough balance.
When it's right, it's right. You know, there is no two ways about it.
Sure, I think in bold it's just saying time's up. So, but thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Really,
Thank
really
you.
enjoyable.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
A round of applause for our panelists. May I humbly request you to step forward for a quick photo op. And may I welcome back on stage to present a token of appreciation, Mr. Dhruv Dhawan, Head of Ads, Disney Hotstar, to present a token of appreciation on our behalf. So if you could join us for a photo op as well. A round of applause for Mr. Dhawan as well. Zordar taali ho jaye. The people who redefine content. Let's keep the cheer on for our panelists. Zordar taali ho jaye. Huge round of applause. We thank them for taking time out and joining us for this amazing panel discussion. The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen together. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a very exciting session. Yes, this is our keynote session for live viewing, live sports, leading the streaming arena, strategies for effective marketing on CTV, and it gives me immense pleasure that we have a pioneer, the CEO of IPG Media Brands India. He heads the second largest media agency group in the country, overseeing Lodestar, e4m, Initiative Media, Interactive Avenues, Rappo, Orion, and Magna Global, and he's got, well, truckloads of experience. Put your hands together for Mr. Shashi Sinha. Let's have a huge round of applause, everybody. So it's an honor to meet you on stage.
At the best of times, I speak fast and I'm short, but now there's lunch ahead, so I think I'm mindful that I have to finish quickly. Having said that, I have a few points to make. I normally make simple points, make them quickly, but obviously what I believe are strong points. So what was given to me was, well, the topic is Battle for Live Viewing, but I was told about live sports and what do live sports bring to the streaming arena. That was what was said to me. And I think that's a great opportunity. Live sports, in a way, will drive CTV growth, and I'll explain to you why. So, numbers, CTV, I've come in just now, but I'm sure in the morning they'll discuss numbers. Numbers are huge, whatever, 30 million, 35 million, whatever numbers people talk about. There is no definitive source for numbers in this country. Hopefully, in the next 6-7 months, we'll get there. But whatever the numbers, it's growing. And I genuinely believe that CTV will grow on the back of live sports. It's a very simple thing to say, an obvious thing to say. I heard these gentlemen speaking before, and they're absolutely right that, you know, the advantage of OTT and connected TV is that it's asynchronous in the manner of speaking. You can watch whatever you want, wherever you want, discover whatever you want. But that's a big advantage. But that also has a downside. The downside is that you cannot measure easily because it's all very fragmented, it's all very narrow, and it's very difficult to capture what it is. So I think live sports has a different meaning altogether. Live sports has two big advantages. It's concurrent viewing because it's live, so everyone wants to watch at the same time. People want to be there. So they're seeing an IPL game will be seen together. You're not going to see it delayed. That's one. Or most of you will see it live. And the second is sport is watched in a manner of speaking. There's sport is not just watching, it's also discussing. So the families watch it together, friends watch it together. So there is concurrent viewing in that sense also. So I think live sports to that extent have a great advantage because they give you reach, they give you an excitement, they give you engagement, whatever metrics you want come there. And that is what will drive growth of the medium, in this case, CTV. Of course, it depends a lot on how the rights go. Rights are something which today they've been started being bundled separately. And I'm not an expert, but even otherwise, I'm sure people know. So first there were rights for common TV and digital rights, then they started being separate. And maybe a time will come when even digital rights will break up into connectivity rights. Maybe connectivity rights will get bundled with TV or not, that time will tell. So in my mind, live sport definitely will drive the growth of connected TV audiences. Just now, connected TV audiences are to a great extent premium homes in India. You see only premium homes coming in. But over a period of time, this will spread because sports is the equalizer. Sports don't understand rich home and a poor home. It goes all the way through. So people, it's excitement of watching live sports. So I think live sports will, I keep circling back, will ensure that it'll drive the growth of CTV stroke OTT, whichever you look at it. That's as far as growth of CTV is concerned. Now, sports in this country, coming to sports specifically, in this country has huge headroom. So if you see the viewership of sports in India, and you see sports all over in developed markets, you find that the share of viewership in terms of ratings or whatever, share of audiences is far higher. So India is about 7-8% or so. In spite of all the hoopla around the IPL, it's only 7-8% of total viewership, maybe less. All over the world, it's a lot more. So you'll find sports, and I say this reason why the headroom is more. So today, finally, the whole business is funded by advertising primarily in this country. And for advertisers to find segments is very difficult. So when they look at IPL, you have large mainstream players, whether they're on CTV or they are on linear TV. So you find, or on digital. So you find there's a fair mirror. If you see advertising revenues coming in, it's almost like people are hedging their bets. They're saying, okay, if I'll be on linear, I'll also be on HD, because most homes today in India are, and the connected TV homes, there are very few cord cutters. As a percentage, probably cord cutters will be only 20%. Rest of them are, but they have both linear and connected TV. So we don't know where to catch the audience. So there's no clear, sharp audience definition at this point in time. So people say, listen, you see the big brands. You see, so I'm talking from some of my advertisers. They won World Cup. Mahindra was there. PhonePe was there. They would always say, okay, let's do live TV, let's do connected TV. So there's no possible clear segmentation for brands and for clients, and this is my audience, this is where I want to go. I think that opportunity will come with sports. So because CTV allows you measurement, third party I'll come to in the end, third party suspect at this point in time, but yes, measurement definitely. It allows you measurement, so you can start creating segments. You say, listen, I genuinely believe today a lot of people are watching what ostensibly mass TV calls niche sports. So EPL or Formula One or tennis, you name them. There is a sizable segment of people who watch, but in the way we measure audiences, and as you know, I also do a part-time job of, or rather I do a full-time job of running the chair of BARC. So I think there's a flaw with the way we measure, and I come to that at the end. So you find that, these niche sports, as we call them niche, don't get their fair due because there's lack of measurement. And as a result, finally, if you go to a client and say, listen, I think a client of mine, Amul, does EPL, They say we're doing it because you say so. The hunch is that, but the numbers don't show. I'm sure if you start looking at slicing and dicing audiences and you start looking at connectivity audiences in those homes, it'll make a lot of sense, you know. So that's the other big advantage. The third thing is a hypothesis. Well, it's not really a hypothesis. I've seen some data that today in a lot of premium homes, especially amongst men, there is a propensity to be light viewers. So, you know, so today the classical definition would be, we would define by demographics and stuff like that. But if you look at consumption of content, particularly on television, whether it's linear or connected TV, you find that there are heavy, medium, light users. And the propensity of men being light or light users, let me turn it around, light users being more men, chances are very high. And those are becoming elusive audiences. So categories like automobiles, financial products, even today, while women and families play a major role in automobiles, but the primary decision maker may still be a male. And you find live sports, you know, in these kind of niche, not everyone can afford an IPL. So I think if there is possibility of, you know, ensuring that we capture the right segments and measure them, you will find that there is a huge uptake possible. So I think the point is that sports has the opportunity of living up to its full potential because of the way connected TV is growing in this. It's a circular relationship. So sports will ensure connected TV grows, and because the way connected TV will grow, sports will ride on the back of that. So it will be circular, and hopefully it will. So just now what we see, connected TV homes being premium, my hypothesis it will go all the way down, especially with a lot of platforms being free. So I think that's going to be the future. Finally, I must talk a little bit about the measurement. Like I kept saying, there is today a lack of third-party measurement, which we're seeing. And as a result, in the enthusiasm, people sell all kinds of numbers. So someone says 20 million TV homes, someone says 30 million TV homes, 40 million, whatever. Last I heard was someone saying 70 million homes. No one talks about what their numbers are. Yes, I know on live sports, you see something run the ticker in the background on what the numbers are, whether it's only connected TV or whether it's digital plus connected TV, it's handled or what. There's lack of clarity. So I think third-party measurement is critical, and in spite of all what people say about BARC, the other day, Exchange for Media did a debate on pros and cons of BARC, and I'm told the cons were a lot more than the pros. That's what I heard. But having said that, there's still a modicum of sanctity to the numbers are put out. And we at BARC are doing something which I think will be dramatic. We are creating a premium panel. A premium is the word I'm using. The name has not been defined. Our TechCom chair, Vikram, will finalize everything. But to give you a broad construct, we've spoken about it. But I think it will have maximum impact for CTV and especially for sports. So overall CTV. So what we are doing is, the first one big lacuna with BARC, most people probably don't realize, if I explain, they understand, is that, when we launched BARC on the back of this NCCS classification. And what's happened is, NCCS classification has become very wide. That NCCS A, it's on durable ownership. So it's become very, very wide. So there are many, many people. So between A and B, 60% of the country is covered. And A itself is very wide. So chances are CTV will be a small subset of NCCS A. So you're working at ways of looking at redefining it. Market Research Society of India has come out with a new classification. BARC is still not adopted because the stakeholders are yet to be aligned. But it's a slightly more discriminatory classification. Be that may, that's one part. The second part is that, and again, no, it was not intentional, but large broadcasters, large advertisers wanted individual level data. So when you wanted individual level data, you had to, as the global trend was, that you put a meter at the home, but you also ensured that there was, how do you track individuals? So you gave a remote, and on the remote, each one, when they walked into the home, they had to press. Now, it sounds very simple, but it's not so simple because, what are the chances a person will press when he's entering? What are the chances he'll press when he's exiting? So we have created all kinds of devices. I'm told we create sounds and all to trouble him to press, but that's a part. I think chances are premium homes like this, chances are anyone in this audience would not allow a meter to be installed in his home because you won't want to go to the hassle of pressing buttons for $500 a month or whatever we pay. So we are cracking all that. What we are doing is, BARC has developed in set meters, which we'll install in homes. We have already ordered. We're doing a pilot with some 5,000, 6,000 meters. We put them out. And then we're also doing a sampling of CTV homes. What do you think our estimate? Because there's no real estimate which exists. And hopefully in 6 months' time, so we will do household level data. We will not do individual data. So we'll install homes, install those meters at premium homes. And hopefully by September, October, maybe slightly later, we should have measurement of premium homes. Now, whether they're watching linear, whether they're watching CTV, what are they watching? And that's why I think a lot of IPL, of course, you know. IPL, you know, is very big. World Cup, you know, cricket is very big. But a lot of other sports or a lot of other content will get captured. So I think it's a great move because at this point in time, it will build advertisers' confidence that, you know, there is real numbers. It's not small niches which people talk about. So hopefully that will give a big fillip to the entire premium audience business, whether they watch on HD, whether they watch on CTV, or whatever they watch on, you know. That's where we are. So I thought that, you know, since I was told about sports, though it's not mentioned here, live sports, I genuinely believe that this whole thing will feed the ecosystem. So like I said, live sports will feed CTV, CTV will feed live sports, and this virtuous cycle will go on. And hopefully, we at BARC will have a role to play, and hopefully we'll get some kudos for something which you do. It's all hoping in the future. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy your lunch. Like I promised, it will be a short presentation, so less than 13, 14 minutes. I know all of you. Any questions? Otherwise,
Yes, we'll pass on the mic to you, sir.
Hello, sir. My name is Vishal. I am an innovator and business accelerator. As you mentioned, you already brought some technology to identify about the, users, use case into CTV and other things, actually. Are you looking for any other alternate AI technology, actually, where you can identify much easily way, actually?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So we keep exploring a lot of technology, not reference only to yours. I mean, BARC, you're most welcome to get in touch with us, the BARC team. We're looking at all the use. You must understand, and I'm using this to a bit of a plug for BARC, that this is an industry body. And there are many stakeholders. You have to align stakeholders. So if I was running it myself as a private company, I would, move faster and take whatever we feel is the right technology. Here, because of the stakeholders, the alignment of stakeholders, and I think it's a good thing, because when you're aligning stakeholders, you need to get the best on board. We're doing what we're doing, you know. So we're obviously exploring a lot, suffice it to say, and we'll be happy to see a lot more. But at this point in time, we are doing it tested, because when you do, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So the willingness to experiment is very high. As we speak, BARC is doing a lot of experiments. They always tell me, you go and open your mouth without even, us knowing. So they do very pilots. But for what I've said to you today in terms of the premium panel is all approved by the board, So absolutely, we are doing a lot of stuff, which is there. Anything else otherwise? So why are you troubling me?
I just wanted to, I missed the first part of your talk, so maybe you've already answered, the question I'm going to ask. In the morning we had a lot of data sets presented by the, country head of YouTube, also Ashish Ferwani from E&Y, as to what are the, connected TV ecosystem numbers, current, projected, next 3 years, 5 years, and so on and so forth. And this space is changing at a very, very fast pace, especially in urban areas. And, whatever data BARC generates, there is a base data. You first need to know, population sizes, the split, and, so on and so forth. How are you kind of going about creating, the base data for connected TV? Right? Yeah. Is there some research BARC is doing?
So Naval, very good question. Thank you for asking the question. So the baseline is the heart of everything, which is why all the numbers which people quote are, because baseline is what you do and then you project. And BARC does a baseline every once in 2 years. Our last baseline had connected TV included. We have not put the data out because we're still checking the data. But the numbers have grown so dramatically. So therefore, I'm not putting the number. We have some numbers which are there. So we will do a baseline, like I said, when we do this premium panel, we will do a baseline again, especially for premium homes, which is primarily connected TV homes, we will do that. See, the problem in this country is it's a diverse country and you need a basic figure. And normally all market research, if there are any market research practitioners in the room, they'll tell you, you need the starting point. And the starting point is the census. And the last census, when was it done? So, everyone blames us, but the fact of the matter is the last census was done 2011. So we are 13 years back, and so we're all projecting. So it's all, my projection versus your projection, but let me put it this way. We have, I won't say others don't do it, probably the most robust, and since you provoked me, I just for the love of me can't imagine why, we're putting so much money on television for 30,000 crores on advertising or whatever, print, we put so much money. There's no robust sample. IRS, I'm speaking from this panel, from this stage, but people are not willing to put money. What is IRS cost? What was the baseline cost? 15, 20 crores. People don't want to put. Vikram, my dear friend Vikram, had planned this, that we will combine the baseline, make it a robust baseline for TV and print. Why should there be two separate baselines? Print penetration in the country, TV penetration in the country is about 70%, 65, 66%. Print penetration is not more than 18 to 20%. So why spend money, two organizations where people are common, at least like people like Vikram and me, why are we spending money, 15, 20 crores on two separate sessions? Do one robust to answer the questions which you're asking, and do it regularly, do it annually. There should be a continuous survey at any point in time to track what baselines are, Unfortunately, pressures of organizations, people not wanting to put money on this. BARC, that's not a problem. In all fairness, BARC, the broadcasters are doing a good job. The print guys don't want to put money there. Coming together has its own challenges. Why should we come together? So many, as I keep saying, and I'm not tired of saying, in India, capability is not a problem. Understanding as to your point, sir, technology capability is not a problem at all. It's getting everyone together and aligning them and aligning interests is the larger issue, as is true of politics. Thank you very much.
May I take this opportunity to welcome on stage to present a token of appreciation, Mr. Dhruv Dhawan, Head of Ad for Disney Plus Hotstar, on our behalf, as a token of appreciation. And a loud cheer for Mr. Sinha for sharing his expertise with us. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Mr. Dhawan, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'm telling you, if the first half was exciting, the second half is going to be going to the next level. So, yes, make sure you keep on sharing your comments and thoughts using the hashtag e4m CTV conference. You can see it on the top right here. Let's keep the buzz going, and with this, it's time for a break, for a scrumptious networking lunch. We have a lineup of fascinating speakers and sessions waiting for you in the post-lunch session. So, recharge, refuel, and get ready to dive into an afternoon filled with captivating discussions and exciting insights. If you need the agenda, it's right there on the QR code at your respective tables so that you know what's coming up next. But join us back again as soon as possible.
cabio si le pachango. Afere fumo chun, cabio si le pachango. Afere fumo chun, cabio si le pachango.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the second half. May I again request you to please keep your mobile phones back on silent mode as we commence with part 2. And with this, we are back with the second part of the second edition of e4m Connected Television Conference, Mumbai 2024. I hope you've had a good meal and refreshed and rejuvenated yourself and have had some good networking time with your peers. But now what comes up next is going to be very exciting. But before we go ahead with the second part, ladies and gentlemen, let's take this moment to acknowledge our partners. Co-presenting partner, Disney Plus Hotstar, India's premium entertainment destination platform, and gold partner, Lemma, yes, omni-channel platform for emerging media. May I draw your attention to the screen for our partner presentations.
Feel this. Let's go! Yeah! Let's do it. Let's go! Yeah! By any means, बहुत बढ़िया. One question they asking, ready for action.
कहानी और मिसाल दोनों बहुत शौकनाक थे.
Check. Thank you to our partners for always their continual support. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move to our panel discussion of the second half. And this is about unlocking synergies, converging linear television and non-linear mediums for omni-channel success. Ladies and gentlemen, rev up your excitement as we kickstart this insightful panel in this segment. And we discuss the best practices of both mediums, from linear to non-linear, and how it can be scaled even further. Put your hands together as we welcome our panelists on stage, starting off with our session chair, Vishal Chinchankar, CEO, Madison Digital. A big round of applause for Vishal sir as he joins us. Joining in will be Tushar Malhotra, Director Sales and Marketing, Bistari International Private Limited. Also joining in, yes, will be Siddharth Davade, Global Commercial Board Member and Managing Director, MIQ. Joining in next will be Ankit Desai, Head Media, Digital Marketing and Brand PR, India and Global Center of Excellence, Marico Limited. Unfortunately, Mr. Pawan Singh, General Manager Marketing for Amul India, couldn't make it because he got stuck in traffic, but we'll have him sometime later. Over to the session chair for the panel discussion.
Hello, check.
Check. It gives me pleasure to invite on stage to fill in Group CMO for India Today Group, Mr. Vivek Malhotra. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody.
Yeah. So, okay, till the time we wait for Vivek to join in, let me just do a round of an introduction of this esteemed panelists today. Maybe set a bit of a context of this topic, while the topic is all about unlocking some synergies between linear TV and CTV, right, which is non-linear. Just to give you a sense to this whole audience, we're talking about roughly a 200 million TV household. And there's a CTV household of roughly about 45 million. There'll be too many reports, but I'm just taking some rough estimates. And CTV, when you look at CTV as an audience, you've got cord cutters who are not watching the linear TV, and there'll be cord shavers who may be watching both of them. So that's the kind of audience spectrum we have today. And on the other side of it, if you look at addicts, last year probably television was about 32,000 crore. And CTV, which is a very, very small portion of the digital addicts, is probably even less than 2%, or for that matter, less than 3% of the actual overall TV addicts. So that's the starking difference. But to give you a sense, CTV is one of the fastest growing, significantly growing platform today. Most of the households that you see probably are switching more on CTV. And we're here to find out what are the synergies that we can have between these two big mediums. Of course, it's all television at the end of the day, with linear and digital coming in. On this panel today, we have Sid. Sid is a country head of MIQ. MIQ is one of the biggest data company, they're global companies actually. We've got Tushar. Tushar heads Bisleri marketing.
and Ankit Desai from Marico. We'll wait for Vivek till he comes in, but in the meanwhile, in the interest of time, maybe we'll just start from here, right? All right. So I'm going to start from you, Ankit. And you've been one of the largest television advertiser as well as digital advertiser. You've probably been doing a lot of investments in most of the mediums, right? And you've got a spectrum of learnings on your table. Give me a sense. Look, I think there are two things that I need to understand more from you. You've used TV Plus, you do TV, television and digital at the same lens. Okay, I've got Vivek there. Vivek, can you please join here? Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause. Thanks for coming in on time.
So what's the story
We'll tell you the story a little bit. So give me a sense. Spill for FMCG always works on television, and there's sharp targeting or a micro segmenting which works on digital, right? There's no right or wrong. What's working harder for you, and how do you really measure, as in what's a hard-working angle for you when it comes to whatever market share movement?
So I'll get to share movement a bit later. I think that's the crux of everything, right? So we'll leave that for a little later. But fundamentally, I think let's take a step back and look at first media metrics, right? And look for any large mass business. It's finally about growing penetration or growing share, right? In both cases, you will need to find newer audiences all the time. Now, the fact of the matter is that today, in today's day and age, we know that consumers, and you touched on it briefly when you said there are cord cutters and cord shavers. That's a fancy way of saying that there are some people who are not seeing TV anymore, and I need to reach them using digital. However, on digital, if I have an option of going to a larger screen format, which is more impactful, and getting that incremental reach, that's a better place for me to be. So simplistically for me, I think that's the opening segment, right? To say that first, can I look at reach incrementality, which is absolutely medium neutral. And from there, then once that happens, I actually choose options that are more impactful for me in terms of the screen size per se, right? And now I think we have multiple studies, more needs to be done, but we do know that large screen sizes still matter. So while there is a lean in, which we talk about for mobile phones, there is this element of large screen impact leading to association with the brand and its scale as well, right? So all of these factors put together, I think, is the way forward, and that's the way we look at it. I think we've now almost put an algorithm to it, which guides us on our journey of making these choices. So broadly, that's where we are.
Thanks, Uncle. Well said. I'm going to come to you, Tushar. Just taking off from the same question, I'm just going to give it a little bit different direction. All mediums are important. Consumers are omnipresent. Screen doesn't matter, 6-inch, 52-inch, whatever, right? They're all watching all these screens. Whenever you start investing into marketing, do you have some sort of a formula which says that I want to put 30% on the CTV audiences and I want to put 60% on, or maybe 70% on linear TV audiences? Is there some kind of a formula, or is there some kind of a media mix that you guys plan to operate at, or whatever operate at?
Thanks for the question. So I'm going to take a very simplistic approach to this. This is we've just been through our annual plans, right? And this is a question which every CMO is asked, that how is your media mixed? I also head sales, so I have to answer myself, right? So basically, when you look at the fragmentation of media, especially in a post-pandemic world, where, if you were earlier looking at a mass FMCG brand, no-brainer would be, I need to hit my, GRP targets from a competition SOV perspective. But since then, a lot has moved. Digital has come into fray, right? And digital is almost 35% of every FMCG's so-called ATL spends, as we call it, right? Now, where does connected TV play over here? If you would look to address a campaign which is very, very mass in nature, where you're targeting GRPs, Unfortunately, connected TVs will never give you the result, right? Connected TV is in fact playing in the digital media mix, where you're investing on YouTube or you're investing in any other digital channel where you're looking at your OTT spends, right? That is where connected TV comes and plays a part. So you evaluate it versus your overall digital spends rather than with linear TV, right? Now, what also happens in specific cases, like for example, if you want to, let's say, advertise on IPL, then of course you're looking for mass, then you will go for TV. But if you want Wimbledon, for example, Wimbledon is a very urban specific phenomenon, then connected TV is a no-brainer. You put your mix to connected TV and especially if you have a premium audience link campaign there. That's one part. The other part you have to look at from a broad-based strategy is the metrics as far as ROI is concerned. So far the OTT domain is not as advanced in terms of metrics to measure ROI in specific, right? And in connected TV in the past we've had problems with frequency, especially if you're buying on a CPM basis, right? But nowadays things are evolving. I think Bark is coming into connected TV. There are spot sales also happening in connected TV. Also to note the fact that there's a 30% growth in broadband connection and a 30% growth in connected TV sales as such. So from an urban centric phenomenon, connected TV will become more and more important part of the media mix for any marketer.
Well said. I think you're spelling out all your strategies. I'm very happy for that. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to move to Sid. And I'm going to ask him, well, we've heard a lot of stories about the linear side, and there's a data that comes in, which is more like a bark data. That's an input. We try and get an output. We overlay some sort of a data coming in. In today's world, data has become very important, and every consumer signal, which is where my question was largely from a broad spectrum, a spill versus a micro segment and all that. You guys have mastered in some of the signals that you pick up from the consumers and overlay on top of it to make it, sharper as it can get, and somewhere leading to a personalization at scale also, right? I mean, if I'm not wrong. Maybe, I don't know if the scale today, right now, with whatever, 40, 45, 50 million basis, but going forward, of course, it's going to be very imperative for every marketer to make sure that there's a data signal coming in. Why don't you just give us some sense on some of probably beautiful campaigns that you would have done, and how is it impacted and made a difference to that brand by using signals?
Yeah, I think very well said by both Tushar and Ankit in terms of what the state of the market is in terms of CTV, and you also talked about. So we also have a global view, right? So we are present in 30 plus countries, and what we have seen is that globally CTV has been prevalent for a longer time in many countries, especially countries like US, UK, etc. And there, one of the big number which we have seen is that we have an intelligence hub, which is basic. We have a huge number of data partnerships around the world, and we have a huge data lake. And then all those insights, consumer insights for a particular brand also get surfaced in an intelligence hub. And there, we also collect a lot of data on TV, connected TV, that are consumers consuming connected TV, are they consuming linear TV? All that data also we consume, and we show that in the intelligence hub. And in those markets, what we have seen is that 3-4 years back, 70% viewership would be on linear TV and 30% on connected TV for even FMCG brands. But now it is completely reversed. So it is 70% on connected TV and 30% on linear TV. So in a way, we will be replicating the same trend going forward. So that is something which I think Tushar also talked about, that the number of connected TVs is going to increase. It is right now an urban phenomenon, but very quickly, obviously, because the data costs are low in India overall as well. Even in rural markets also, and there is, that penetration will happen, right? It might take some time, but it will happen.
Sure.
So that is one big angle. And in terms of what we have done in India is like, the premium brand. Like, for example, we have a case study with Carrot Lane, where, if you want to reach out to urban, premium, affluent audiences, there is a, Akshaya Tritiya is coming as well. There's an offer going on, so you watch the offer on TV as well. You get the visual on TV. It's a big screen. It has that impact.
And then we are also able to retarget the mobiles in the household. So that if you want to take advantage of that coupon code and buy something online because you don't have time to go to the store and or whichever way, or you might engage more on mobile, you might like some designs and then you might go to the store as well. Whichever way, there is a full funnel which is created. Of course, it's a premium brand, so it's not like a mass brand we are talking about here. But as we go along, with 45 million households, the numbers are going to increase. So I think a large part of mass market also will get covered in a couple of years or 3 years.
Well said, especially the last point. It may be quite urban premier today, but as it grows, it's going to be spreading across everywhere. Yeah, I'm going to move to you, Vivek. I'm sorry to pull you in at the last minute. By the way, the topic is. By the way, he doesn't know the topic. I've just pulled him in. It's about the synergies between linear and CTV, and nothing better than you, who runs such a big show at India Today, right? Give me a sense of how our brands. I mean, you have your own CTV channel. You have your live news channel on YouTube, right, where consumers are consuming and brands are advertising. And you also look after the linear TV part as a business. Tushar gave us a sense of mass versus, premium and all that stuff. We've all spoken about all these things. Do you, as a publisher, do you get the same sense? Or do you agree?
I don't have a choice. I have to agree with you. Yeah. So thanks, Vishal, for all those compliments. I think they make up for the last minute invite. Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. So it's a very interesting space as a group that works across formats of broadcast and digital and CTV. What we're actually seeing is that it's not, really, the audience is not looking at it like TV as a segment and CTV as a segment. It's more like, TV transforming into CTV is the closest we can get to explaining a trend or a shift like this. And therefore, what we're seeing is all these phenomena that all our friends are talking about, that you look at some light TV viewers and try to catch them on CTV, or look at an urban phenomena versus not yet so much rural. Now, these are all sort of, when you look at it from a production point of view or from somebody who's serving audiences that are different, you're actually seeing that maybe it's the TV audience which is not moved out of TV, but maybe it's the watch time that's getting spread. Because now there was a point in time what, say 2 years back, 3 years back, or pre-COVID, say a concurrent feed on YouTube of a live stream would have very different prime time, or it could even be an all-day prime time. And TV would have a very specific prime time starting, say 6 onwards on rural and 7 onwards on urban. But what we're now seeing is that these patterns and these behaviors and these consumption timings are more or less mirroring, which sort of says that, it indicates in a way, or you can easily derive, that it's largely the same consumption habit when they're consuming live. It's largely the same audience, but it's the dispersion of watch time for the majority of it has got divided between CTV and linear TV. I mean, that to us is the way that is working right now.
That's more from a consumer side.
Yeah.
Give me a sense from a brand side.
So from a brand side, see, you have from a brand side, you have short form video and you have long form video. So there is a certain, so while you'll have Lullen Top as a brand, you'll have reels running on, shorter formats, but CTV is actually giving you that consumer which is still into long format consumption. So when you're looking at a brand, you're sending message through the content. So there is some message that you want to send just to increase reach so that you're fighting the attention economy. The other is where you're actually sort of not just transacting with him, but really building a stronger bond where you're going deep with him. That's what comes through CTV because it works with the same lean back, attentive behavior that works on TV. And the brand messaging, therefore, there is far more closer and you can actually in-depth talk to him.
Well said, well said. Thanks, Vivek. That's led to another question. I'm going to ask you, Ankit and Tushar, both of you. He spoke about the long format and the short format. Now, from a communication or a messaging strategy point of view, would you still have your 20-second asset which runs on television, run on CTV? Would you do a different cut for different audiences coming in, right? I mean, do you have a perspective, any point of view on that? Can you spell a few of your strategies?
Sure. So, look, I think this whole, these days I see a lot of people vilifying the television ad, right? Saying that, it's one ad that you run for everyone. But if you take a step back, actually that ad has been made for a certain everyone, right? That appeals to the proposition, that appeals to the brand eventually. So I think one needs to be cognizant of that. In this, and I might get a lot of brickbats for saying this, to say that in this day of personalization, we've gone a bit too overboard and started slicing too narrow. Right? Maybe you don't really need to slice that narrow, right? Now, not for a moment am I saying that one shouldn't cater to the context that the consumer is in, right? But there are ways to do that within the framework that one operates in as a brand. Now, and if I had to take the example that you spoke about of short form versus long form, and map it back to the consumer context in which they consume that content. Right? A short form content is typically travel content, snacky content that you're using as a filler for your time, versus long form content, which is ideally, more laid back, but also engaged, also bought into, right? And therefore has a lot more value when you're trying hard to pitch a brand proposition or a narrative, right? So one will have to play around with these contexts, with these realities that the consumer lives with, and try and figure a way for the brand to come alive within all of them in different ways. Now, therefore, coming back to the question, is there a way, or is there a simple answer to say, does my TVC run on TV and CTV or digital? Yes, it does, right? Because it's the best asset that I have that can make my proposition stand out and build that awareness to consideration to trial funnel that I'm trying so hard to build as a brand. But at the same time, I think we now have the opportunity to go beyond that, right? And that's the space that we as brands need to explore a lot more, that we are now moving towards.
Tushar, do you agree with that?
I'll go a little more broad-based here. If I ask everyone that what do you watch on connected TV, right? There are two specific sets. One is, of course, you watch OTTs, and the second you consume YouTube maybe or not. Now when we look at OTTs, the top two OTTs, Netflix and Prime, do not advertise at all, right? So that slices your audience to a limited number, right? And then what comes into frame? Sports become one of the biggest advertising medium for any advertiser when it comes to connected TV then, or YouTube, which is basically programmatic buy, but you can slice it into connected and mobile TV as well. So I think the inflection point in the industry will actually come when Netflix and Prime allow advertising. I think that's going to be one point where advertisers are going to say, hey, here is a medium which is giving you that broad reach, because a lot of the content time would be spent on Netflix, especially for long format content. From a sports perspective, I think it's a judicious mix, especially if you have an urban-centric audience, and you can have customization and personalization where you can actually drill down to pin codes. Like if I have a problem in Bangalore city, for example, right? I want to address that, and I only want to go to the Bangalore city audience. I know there are 30% cord cutters over there, right? I will advertise on sports during the IPL on connected TV in Bangalore city. That is a specific problem which solves for me. So that's an important part. YouTube, on the other hand, when I look at it, I think it's part of every marketer's mix today, right? And both connected and mobile plays an equal important part as far as that is concerned. But if I were to further slice it down and talk about Gen Zs or young India, they're more on mobile. So connected TV actually has to be a very judicious investment from any marketer's perspective. Otherwise, the other problem you will face, especially when you're going non-sports, you will have the frequency of 10 on the same day to any consumer on a household, which I've personally seen myself, where I've seen the same ad 10 times.
Yeah, and that's damn irritating at times, yeah. I agree with you, absolutely well said. You know, he made a point about the pin code level targeting and how sharp shooting that you can do onto your micro segmentation of audiences and all. You've done quite a few campaigns related to these kind of things. Give me a perspective on the same targeting level with communication as a context. So would you probably use a long format across everyone, or would you going to do a specialized communication for a specialized household?
Yeah. So, for example, we have a very interesting case study. There was a brand which was launching an EV. And so what we did was we synced the petrol prices in every city where they are launching that product. And that petrol price is obviously changing every day in every city, and every city has a different petrol price. So creative is dynamic creative. It is saying that, you know, if you buy this EV, today's petrol price is this much, and in a year you will save so much. And that time and place and that dynamic creative, you know, can be done on connected TV as well, which we have done in many campaigns, because it's a digital medium at the end of the day. So innovations like these, where we are personalizing and that time petrol price was really high, so it was also a topic of a lot of discussions as well. So it was a very timely launch, and you know that communication played a very, very good role in that time period. Another example is we have a case study with Jaguar Land Rover, where what we are doing is we are integrating the data of all their dealerships of, you know, what is the inventory of their cars in each dealership and what is the sale going on. And that is getting updated on a regular basis, on everyday basis, right? And it's about problem solving. It is, you know, as digitization will happen, it is not about only media. It is about how do you holistically solve your problem. So for those dealerships where inventory is high and sales is low, there, you know, I would increase the intensity and I would do that personalization and localization. As he said, in Bangalore, I will focus more on connected TV because that's where I will find 30% cord cutters. Similarly, in those dealerships or those areas where inventory is high, sales is low, I will drive more footfalls. So it's about business problem solving because all the data is going to get digital and you're going to get it integrated, and then you can use connected TV, you can use mobile, whichever is the right digital medium by which you are able to solve the business problem for the brand. So
Thanks.
that is where we are looking at things.
Well said, well said. Vivek, I'm going to come to you and I'm going to ask you, as a publisher, right? You create your own content, you have your own platforms. Marketeers on the one hand are thinking in an innovative way of really putting up their brand, whether it's micro-segmenting, whether it's long form, short form, whatever. As a publisher, what are your areas of innovation that you guys are thinking in terms of solution for the brands?
So this relates specifically to CTV. Yeah.
Both. Make it linear and C, because the discussion is all about CTV and linear TV. You can use this one.
Thank you. See, increasingly, all the problems revolve around data now. I think data has become one of the foremost tools that are employed today on problem solving, whether it's an FMCG major or it is, say, more and more auto sales happening in the SUV segment, and then you're trying to sell the second car. And therefore, there is no way that a publisher can service a client on an agency or a brief like that without giving data. So topmost priority for us will always be to first collect data which is sizable, because and then enrich it. So it's not the other way around, that you have, you know, very small data pool and it is very enriched and you give it to somebody. But you have large amounts of data, and we do it through you know, various forms. So to help, for example, Ankit, or to help Tushar, what we would do is you know, maybe some part of magazine gets converted into video, and then that goes behind a paywall. So paywall, for example, is a very, or say an ad light model for one of my streams. So I have one stream running for election, another stream running for, at the same time there are a million events happening. a few streams go behind the paywall, and then you realize that people are willing to pay for this stream, and then you start collecting data, and then you start sort of enriching this data by asking for more and more information. The other thing that I think really from a publisher perspective, and we in India have not been able to sort of advance it so fast, and I mean the world is far ahead, is contextual targeting. So I think we're still stuck on some demographics, behavioral at best, and we want more deterministic tools. But I think, you know, the best way to assess your audience is by assessing the content the person or the individual is consuming. And I think the publisher has to really do that hard work to make context, and then people consuming that context into a cohort, which then is relevant to the advertiser. So you couple that context, add to that some enriched data, and then give it to them for targeting. I think that's really the way that we'll all move together.
Nice. So your answer is data. Data is your innovative solutions. Yeah. Ankit and Tushar, like the way how the industry is moving right now, it's imperative that everyone's collecting the first-party data. It's important for everyone so that when cookie deprecates, you don't have to be dependent on one giant who's going to offer you this retargeting. Keeping this in mind, that data is going to be important, and well, you're going to be present on linear TV as well. You've got to be present both. How smartly are you using data for your campaigns so that you're filling up, you're doing a tick mark on your reach in frequencies, whatever impacts, and then are you using the smart data to make sure that you know, they're retargeted, or any specific offers that have been given to these particular consumers? Do you have a perspective on this?
No, sure. So, do we do this? Yes. Do we do it enough? Maybe not really. Okay. But yes, I think the promise is there. Today, there is enough that we get in terms of intent from the consumer, right? And the question is, are we able to capture that intent and then move it back into the attribution funnel to ensure that it's making our investment work harder, right? Now, we can all be at various levels on where we are on that continuum. For us, I would rate that we are still at a beginning phase, right? But I think the point is absolutely relevant. Is it something that we are looking at? Yes, definitely something that we are focused on. And does it have potential? Yes, it has demonstrated potential, because if you're able to correctly capture that intent and move it back into talking to that consumer, giving them a reason to reassess their decision making, you're sure to see a far better return on your investment down the funnel. So yeah, that's definitely something that we are looking at.
Well said. Tushar, how do you use data smartly for your campaigns?
So, I mean, we have a D2C app as well, where performance marketing, of course, plays a big part in terms of customer acquisition cost and all. If I were to talk about connected TV, no, connected TV is not a part of my performance marketing plan, because there is no interactability over there. Interactability is in a mobile or a desktop environment. So from a pure play performance play, performance marketing play, where I'm looking to induce direct sales, connected TV doesn't play a part. Where connected TV plays a part is in customization, because I can have lookalike audiences mapped over there. I can have specific campaigns for specific cities running and get a better ROI on there. And another important part is that if you look at regional content today, and especially English content, more of that is available on connected TV or on OTT platforms than on linear TV. Especially if you look at the Tamil space, that is skyrocketed as far as OTT is concerned. So if I'm looking to advertise to an audience over there, connected TV will play a more and a more important part, especially if I'm looking at Bangalore, Chennai and Hyderabad, where your mass Bharat campaigns sometimes do not work and you have to rejig your communication over there. If you want to optimize your media spends, I think connected TV in that space and with the data that is available from a lookalike audience perspective will play a big part.
Nice, nice. Thanks. I think very interesting perspective that's coming out from you. Again, I want to ask you one question. How then you measure, or probably how do you do this kind of a right attribution of what's leading to the market share gain, maybe moving needles in particular markets or whatever you want to call it? Is there a method to this madness, or is it just about do a cross media study, जो मेरे को result मिल गया हो गया?
See, I mean, all of us do our funnel studies from a brand perspective in terms of, how the brand share is moved, what is your top of mind recall, what is your attribution in terms of preferences. Those studies are done any which ways. Attribution to a specific media vehicle, we do that attribution study as well. Where have you seen my ad? That also happens. But from a pure play perspective, as far as measuring ROI, today is an integrated marketing world. One channel is not playing a part. There is TV, there is digital, there is connected TV, there is trade marketing, there is experiences which have come back with a bang. So from a marketer's perspective, you have to spread your pool, especially, and make sure that the message grows across each channel. Gone are the days where GRP and SOV of TV is the only measure. Unfortunately, there is no integrated score which comes back to us saying that, you've got this much in TV, this much in digital. You have an idea that I have reached so many audiences or I've reached so many eyeballs, but there is no common metric which comes on. Where a marketer can play a part is have a higher share in a medium which is more ROI positive. To get that same share on TV, for example, you will have to spend infinitely more than getting that same share on, let's say, connected TV, if I want to go to Sony Live and look at what am I doing at KBC, for example. So that's where you have to be smart in your spend.
Yeah, well said. In fact, I'd like to add more on what Tushar said. In one of our clients' campaigns, we kept television investments as constant, and we kept shifting the digital investments, which was 60% on mobile and 40% on CTV. 3 months later, 4 months later, we moved 80% on CTV and just about 20% on mobile. Today, we are 100% on CTV, and we can see the shift on the market share sales, right? So I think some of the experiments that we all as marketers, agency guys do, and probably try and find some meat out of it. But that leads, he made an interesting point, consumers, trade, marketing, and everyone you have to reach out to, right? I remember Vivek, we were having one conversation one day, and a great friend of mine, he said, यार दुनिया बदल गई है, ये जो ट्रेड वाले हैं ना, टीवी नहीं देखते, वो मोबाइल ऐसे रखते हैं और कनेक्ट और मोबाइल पे देखते हैं टीवी. Do you remember this? Right? And you, I'm sure you've done some studies to figure out how is the trade consuming your own content. Why don't you give us a little bit of a perspective of what's the shift that's happening even in trade?
So that conversation is amongst the very few times that Vishal's ever given me time. So yes, he definitely does remember, because it's one or two occasions that he's ever allowed me to meet him in. But yeah, on a serious note, I think we've become sort of screen independent, and as a country, we're very obsessed with live events. We like to see events unfolding. So it's not something that, if I miss today in the afternoon and I go back and as VOD look at relaxed viewing of that, it's something I want to know, because that moment's not going to come back again. I want to watch it there and then. And genuinely, infrastructures now allowed you to be in touch with a cricket match, with breaking news, with a choice of whatever you want to watch, in which language you want to watch, and therefore we've seen that on a lot more places, the big screens getting replaced by the small screen. But having said that, the content's also moving on to CTV on a lot of places, and it's really something that sometimes we don't factor in, because like we're saying, it's somewhere between 25 to 45 million households. But very important factor there is co-viewing, because when you're actually on out of home, and now we have channels that play war all day, but suppose there is war at some point and there is some bombing happening, there are 10 to 20 people. So you can actually look at a multiple of that happening at the OH space, at dealers, at distributors, at places, at nursing homes and places like these. So a lot of this is now moving from, say, a cable to a sort of connected devices kind of format. So that's one big change, and that's why we were having this discussion that it's not just what you're looking at the end consumer. CTV is now also doing a lot of play that TV initially was doing. So it's not just the bottom of the funnel performance marketing that a lot of people do on digital, but it's actually reinvesting in a way into your top of funnel exactly the way that TV does. So I think co-viewing and the fact that it plays also top of the funnel role in a media plan are two big strengths that CTV has that the other models perhaps don't match.
Thank you for throwing some more light on that. We've got just about a few minutes left, and I want to just go around this panel and ask a question. CTV, linear TV, or both?
Definitely both.
Yeah. What about you, Tushar?
Both, provided that the CTV rates suddenly don't jack up to the linear TV rate, then it becomes another thing altogether. Happened during the IPL.
So, okay, coming back to the same question, efficiencies, CTV, linear TV.
From a efficiency perspective, it depends upon the objective of it. If I want a Mass Bharat campaign, I'm going to go TV for sure. But if I'm looking at an urban centric, I mean, if cord cutters are 30% today and 60% 5 years later, then obviously from an urban phenomenon, CTV is the only way to go.
Well said. Sid, CTV, CTV, CTV. That's the only three things you're going to say, right?
No, I've grown watching linear TV. I love linear TV, so both.
Okay, great. From a revenue perspective, Vivek, what do you think, how is the world going to look like in a few years? CTV, linear TV?
So I'd say it will be linear TV supplemented with CTV, because I think you guys will always pay me more for linear TV. You have so we, in any case, see signals of rate depression happening for CTV. So I think it will be linear TV on the revenue side, because firstly you trade in effective rates. I mean, that's a very big difference between how you trade on the digital side of things and how you. So on effective rate, there are many things like perception, there are things like loyalty, there are repeat usage and things like that. Whereas, if you're actually in the CPM war, then you really, I mean, you're not talking quality CPM. So till we reach HQ CPM, which is high quality CPM, I think it's going to be linear TV supplemented with CTV.
Well said, Vivek. On that note, thank you very much. And the verdict is out. It's both, actually. I'm not going to take one side for that. Thank you, everyone. Any questions? Do you guys have any questions? Yes?
Right here.
Yeah, my name is Vishal. I'm innovator, and I'm associated with world largest CCTV producer. It's a BOI actually. And
Sorry, you're not audible.
My name is Vishal, and I'm innovator, and I'm associated with world largest CCTV manufacturer BOI actually, where I associate with them to address the solution where we implement the CCTV at the CCTV at the society. So half of the area is show the CCTV display, and half of the content advertiser put the, so it can be subsidized CCTV implement in the society. So I want to ask the question like, if the CCTV has a provision to have a divide into the screen for the 2 side or 4 side actually, because it's a possibility, it's a technology side actually, where you, because as you see that now right content comes, so how the market adopt actually, as a consumer actually, so what kind of.
As a consumer or as a marketer?
Marketer, entire ecosystem. As a consumer, as an entire ecosystem, is if you have a 50-inch screen, CCTV at your home, or 55-inch actually, because now the price is reduced by 25,000, you can get the 50-inch TV and divide into the
I can give you a quick answer in the interest of time. Years back, there was a TV called as PIP, picture in picture. It failed. As a marketer, do you have a perspective?
Yeah, no, I think what we are also seeing is that we are moving away from the concept of just reach and frequency into actually trying to measure attention, right? And this is actually going to be contra to exactly that concept. So when you pay marketing dollars, you pay for the attention of the viewer who's seeing that message, and you want it to be focused straight on that message, right? Not split, fragmented across 5 mini screens. So yeah.
I mean, the quick answer to this will be with like 10, 15 years back when we were all growing up. This was something which was interesting because we all didn't have mobile phones with us. Today, you're not a captive. The family doesn't have to watch the same thing. If you don't like something going on TV, you can go on your mobile and you can consume any content. So I don't think so this will really play a part at all.
All right. Thank you on that note. Thank you very much, panelists. Thanks.
It's time for a photo. May I request our panelists to step forward for a quick photo. And may I call on stage Mr. Nikhil Kumar, Chief Growth Officer for Media Smart, to join us on stage to present a token of appreciation. Let's give them a thunderous round of applause, everybody. May I request you to join for a quick photo before we hand over the... Let's keep the applause going for our panelists. A huge round of applause, everybody. We thank them for their time, their support, and their expertise and their thoughts. A picture together, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it's time to move on to our next session, which will be followed by a fireside chat as well. But for our next session, yes, it's called Cracking the Code, Understanding and Targeting the Connected Television Viewer. Our next session is really about cracking it. Yes, in our next session, we delve deeper of CTV from a consumer's standpoint and perspective. As CTV is expanding its reach in India, understanding the behavior and psychographics of CTV viewers becomes of paramount importance for marketers. In this session, we will delve into the intricacies of decoding the CTV viewer, exploring their behavioral patterns and their psychographic profiles. And to do the same, may I welcome a gentleman who has all the knowledge related to it, business head at Group M, the man behind building addressable television ecosystem at Group M Nexus. Let's welcome Mr. Rajiv Rajagopal with a huge round of applause, everybody. Zordar Talia. Over to you, Rajiv.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? So in the connected TV forum, my laptop was not getting connected well. Yeah, right. So good afternoon. Hello, everyone. In fact, a lot of the content which I wanted to bring in over here was already discussed in the panel, but I'll be bringing the stats around it. And I also wanted to give you a demo of our platform, but unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to do that because there's some sync issue. But it's fine. I can give you an overview of that altogether, right? Yeah, so getting into the session, we've seen how connected TV is important, how connected TV is growing. We've seen a lot of debate over linear versus connected TV, right? But it's important to see that from a consumer lens now, right? How connected TV as a device is being consumed by the audiences, and to what extent, and how we are able to create ecosystem around it to target the right connected TV audiences. So the first one which I want to explain is that yeah, India is the second largest market globally in terms of television size. And I don't think it's a surprise, right? But the sheer amount of the population which we have and the kind of households which we have, the number of households we have, I think we are still only at 70% penetration on TV as a market. Today we are at 217 million households, which has grown staggering growth of 1.7, 1.1% CAGR growth over the last 3-4 years. What is the new phenomenon? Obviously connected TV, and you've seen multiple numbers coming in the forum today. And one of the quote which I would like to again classify here is the numbers which you see over here is largely from the number of campaigns we have run and how we have seen unique devices being populated, right? In that aspect, from 2019 mid onwards, we've been tracking this forum very closely as Group M. And the growth story is that from a 7 million base in 2020, it has moved to a 33 million base by the end of 2023. It is expected to cross 20 or 45 million base by the end of this year, maybe sooner, as you have seen in the previous panel, like the ambitious approach from Hotstar and other OTT platforms to kind of ensure that there is more growth happening in the connected TV space. Now, what are the factors driving this growth? We also heard that, yes, one of the most important aspects is broadband penetration. Yeah, until 2019, it has been a very, very sluggish growth for broadband. But from 2020 onwards, we are seeing a staggering growth in broadband that today, in the last 3 years, if you see, there's been a 72% penetration of broadband in broadband households in India. Right, from a 22 million household, it has almost crossed 38 million. By the end of this year, is expected to cross almost 45-50 million base. But I'll come to that. One more aspect of this, the consumption of connected TV does not restrict only onto broadband. There is more to it. The other part is the way the ecosystem is shaping up, right? So today, 9 out of 10 times when you go and buy a television outside in the market, it's eventually a smart TV. And that's primarily because of the entire OEM ecosystem has been pushing smart TVs in the distribution angle. And today we can see not just the MNCs, which is your Samsungs and Xiaomis of the world, but it's also that a 50-55% of the share is also owned by a lot of non-organized local players, which has almost 50-55% share. And that's been growing year on year. Right? If you've seen, today it's at 91%, as on, this is again an update as on H1 2023, but I'm sure this would have crossed 95% or probably very soon going to touch 100% by the end of this year. Now coming back to my part when I mentioned about, yeah, it's not just broadband which is getting used for streaming content on TV. And I think we heard today morning that one of our co-audience was mentioning about that. They also cast it, right, from mobile. And what is helping that is because of this particular breakthrough in India, which is the data. Internet is one of the most affordable these days. India is the second affordable market in Asia in terms of mobile data. And just a representation of that, if you can see in the top table, that most of the top telecom providers, and also parallelly you can also see the fixed broadband distribution. The level of data penetration in terms of affordability and in terms of access through multiple touch points has been growing, right? So we have enough and more examples, and we have enough more data signals coming in from our research, which we have recently concluded, stating that people just don't use broadband penetration alone to kind of consume content. They also use mobile data to use hotspot to kind of stream content over television. Now, if you go to the table below, right, and that is a right comparison to see where how broadcasters are also moving to the space. Today, if you see, broadcasters have also understood this point, and that's where I firmly believe that CTV today is not just only an urban syndrome, it has moved beyond urban and top 8 metros, and I'll prove and I'll tell you how it's happening. Today, broadcasters have also kind of attributed to this. They have various levels of consumption mode, right? When you, as a consumer, when you switch on to your television, either you, as default, it comes as an auto mode, but you have 3 different modes where you can use to stream content basis your data pack and the speed of it, right? So it's not just that you need high speed internet only through broadband to kind of content on TV, but you can also have a slightly lesser speed of data and still consume content on television. And just to give you a recent trivia which has happened, which has been published by ACT Broadband is on the IPL consumption, that almost 4 GB of data is consumed in a 3 hours of match, right? So, and you all know that today there are unlimited data packs available, and there are a minimum guaranteed 4G speed of 10 Mbps and 40 Mbps already available. So, what makes you think that the consumption cannot happen on television through your mobile data as well, right? So that's become, we don't have too many signals coming in, but there is enough proof from our very closed survey which has been done saying that yes, consumption is happening at multiple, not just broadband as well as data. So yeah, coming to our a few key takeaways from a recently concluded report. Group M has commissioned this the second time, which is the changing landscape of Indian television. We have recently concluded and published this 2 months back. This was a survey done across India, across 4,000 odd panelists. We have, we have partnered with a company called Ampere Analysis, and we have onboarded 4,000 odd panelists across the country, and we have done a in-depth survey. So next few slides is going to take you a deeper understanding about how the audience and how India is shaping up in terms of connected TV viewership. Yeah, so this is, as I said again, this is across almost 350, 400 odd campaigns which we have delivered as Group M in the last 1 year between 2022 and 2023, which clearly indicates that the kind of impressions getting generated from each of these markets have grown. So yes, I agree. 3 years back, if you ask me, 85-90% of the CTV audiences were top 8 metros, but that's not the phenomena anymore. Today we are seeing deep penetration from markets like Haryana, Maharashtra, UP, Jharkhand, all showing extensive growth in the impressions being served. Now, I think that's the right currency to look at, right? Because if there is impression being served, which means that there is consumption of connected TV content happening over there. And this is pure connected TV content across all the OTTs and OEMs put together. There is no YouTube and no live cricket data involved in this. So this is purely happening, this growth is happening from the OTT and OEM space. Now, OEM, when I say, these are your smart TVs, which I think in the previous discussions also was mentioned that how fast channels are emerging, right? So you can stream your linear TV channels on your smart TV, which comes as inbuilt channels on your television, and you just latch onto your internet and you can start streaming live content over there. So it is interesting to see how the penetration of CTV is not just in India, it's also Bharat right now, right? And hopefully we'll be able to extend this beyond these 10 markets also, because the way we are seeing certain markets like even tier 3 markets like Kanyakumari, Surat, Coimbatore, Madurai, a lot of these markets are showing a prominence of CTV viewership and impressions being served over there. So, as I mentioned, we as Group M were sitting on a data of approximately 400 odd campaigns delivered in the past 1.5 years. And through that, we can clearly see that the trend is only progressing, right? From 2022, fag end of 2022 onwards, you can see every quarter you are seeing a growth of impressions being served. And impressions, when I say, it's not just coming only from pure connected TV, OEM and OTM space. These are unique devices which are also being able to capture. And that way we are able to identify the growth of unique households which is getting added on a yearly basis. And there's a lot of filtrations also which we do, obviously, because of there will be deduplication, because there will be one device which will be duplicated across multiple impressions. Hence, we are able to filter that. So the growth is not purely only on the number of devices comes in. There is a lot of filtration. There is a lot of reanalysis, reconciliations which happens at the back end to identify that what is the unique one which is being delivered, right? So today, in the last 2022, 2023 onwards, there's a 50% growth in the unique devices which we are able to crack. Now, that was previously from a large aspect of how CTV viewership is across the country. But when you see from how is the audience different in a household which has access to an addressable TV. Now, when I'm saying addressable TV is primarily here is connected TV, it's because you are able to address a certain set of audience, right? So hence, we term it as addressable TV. But in India, it's largely a phenomenon driven by connected TV. But in other markets, linear also has started picking up into the addressable TV space. We are very soon going to see that happening in India as well. So the addressable TV household to a normal non-addressable TV household, what were the significant shift in terms of consumer behavior and consumer preferences? That's what we want to understand. And through the survey, we came to know that the household income, and obviously I think it's a no-brainer, right? Everybody confronted and agreed into a consensus over here saying that, yeah, connected TV audiences are premium and affluent audiences. And that's right. The difference was approximately 1.09x. That is the addressable TV household versus non-addressable TV household, the growth in terms of household income. Obviously, they are internet savvy, tech savvy consumers, and hence they will be more and more shopping online. They will be shopping for their leisure, they will be shopping for grocery, they will be shopping for their day-to-day, and hence the likelihood of them doing more on shopping online was very, very high. And as I said, fast is a new syndrome which is picking up, right? So today, you're not just consuming content or binge watching content on CTV, you're also watching linear BVOD content from linear environment on your connected platform. So hence your fast and hybrid ad supporting model which has been working on, which I think it's been of a lot of interest in addressable TV households. Now, what are their preferences in terms of when they've been served an ad, right? So addressable TV, as I mentioned, or connected TV, gives you the ability to drive digital capabilities onto your TV. And hence you are able to target a specific set of audience. I think in this previous panel also they mentioned about how do I target Bangalore as a market? How do I target a specific geography as a market and serve a particular ad, right? And hence it is becoming more and more relevant ads you're going to serve to the consumer. Hence, it's becoming 69% of our online respondents conferred that they found the advertising more appealing. 68% of them found it more relevant, and 59% found it more memorable. Right? Means that's because there's a top of the mind recall of every ad being served on a connected TV ecosystem. Now, another part is to see that, yes, there is a mix of AVOD and SVOD viewership which happens through connected TV. Now, how do I make it more relevant to you? 41% of the respondents were willing to let go of their premium subscription and to accommodate a certain level of ad to see so that they can reduce their subscription fee, and they were ready to kind of tolerate certain ads in their overall viewership. And the reason is because it's now less cluttered. Connected TV is less cluttered. You don't see more than 3 or 4 ads in a break, right? So it's less cluttered, and hence there's a tolerance from consumer to kind of consume more. And hence 41% of the respondents were ready to let go of their subscription fee to kind of adopt more AVOD content. 61% wanted to watch their TV channels on their OTT service. What I mean by this is that a lot of these smart set-top boxes and distributors today are actually packing linear and fast channels into their offering. Like Jio ads is one who does that. Airtel Extreme does that. Tata Play does that. So all of these smart set-top boxes are also offering the same linear content on your smart television. And hence, it's about convenience, right? It's about the user experience as well. So 61% of the users are consuming the same linear content on their OTT platforms. Now, some of the key factors influencing connected TV viewing, I think we already mentioned about the smart TV viewership, right? But it's important to see how, what level the audience, the respondents of our survey acknowledged that. So in the last 1.5 or last 4 years, you can see two slabs over there, right? 1 to 3 years and within last 1 year. Almost 60% of the audiences confer that they have been rapidly moving into a smart TV adoption. They've been consuming, or they bought smart TV and then consuming content on smart TV. But there's a disclaimer or there's a catch here. Not every smart TV is connected, right? There are smart TVs who are consumed only from a linear portion, and that's what the respondents have surveyed, that not everyone has connected them to an internet and streaming content. Only 55% of the respondents of the overall smart TV owners are using them to stream content, and hence it's becoming a part of the connected TV ecosystem. What I mean by that, the connected TV or the smart TV sales is much more than the number of connected TVs there in the market. That means there is still a lot of room for connected TV ecosystem to grow. So there are 2 points which I mentioned. One was how India is the only market globally which is growing in terms of both linear and connected TV ecosystem, and how the TV viewer households are improving, and it's only at 70% penetration now. And the second one is here. So hence the room for increasing this connected TV space in India is much, much, much more. We also heard an interesting aspect of co-viewing. I think I want to bring a lot of focus onto this, because the way we also see consumers watching content is very, very, very mirrored to how a linear TV content is being consumed. And this is something which we have to, and we have been educating the industry as well as our advertisers, that today connected TV is not a medium which will reach out to an individual audience. It is always reaching out to it's a one-to-many, right? You're reaching out to a household, and there will be definitely co-viewership which will happen. So 2/3 of our respondents conferred that yes, they do have other members in the family or friends and their acquaintances watching along with them, right? So it's very, very comparable with your linear TV. And when you come to the chart above, it actually shows you the preference of content. And that's primarily to do with what broadcasters are releasing the content on all these streaming platforms, right? So it actually shows you that the preferences and the kind of viewership which it garners over the in the connected TV space. So obviously sports matters the most, right? Sports is the largest genre being consumed, followed by action and adventure, news, drama, and kids content. And now these data, as I said, is outside of YouTube and live cricket, and hence kids is not a big genre yet in the streaming device. But in YouTube, if you go there, it's actually flips. Kids is a very, very large genre over there. Yes, we did hear about cord cutting, right? Who are cord cutters? Cord cutters are people who have moved away from the cable and satellite environment, who have moved into or moved out of the entire cable environment ecosystem. Now, 11% of our respondents were cord cutters, and they were no longer using any of the pay TV services. But are all 11% a cord cutter moving into connected TV? The answer is maybe, may not be, because only 54% of them said that they are consuming addressable TV content, which means not every cord cutters are connected TV users, but yeah, they could be using a hybrid model, or they would be completely shifted away from TV viewership itself. And those are ones which we call as cord neverers, right? People who are completely into a new ecosystem of not watching any content via cable and satellite. Now, as we've seen the entire profile of consumer, now it's important that how we understand it from a targeting perspective. And this is where I want to show you the demo of the platform. Unfortunately, I'm not able to, but I would like to give you two disclaimers over here that as an industry, we still don't have a panel or a common panel to kind of rate or monitor both connected TV and linear ecosystem, or even connected TV alone. So in absence of such an panel data, we are actually falling back to third-party providers who can give you a lot of geospatial available data. And at that, I think it also makes merit because we are all moving into a cookie-less era very near, right? I know that has been deferred by another one more year, which buys us more time. But definitely that is how it is going to be. In that space, we need to kind of create geospatial analysis, understand that from a very granular level, what level of household exists in certain markets, consolidate it and create a targeting cohort, right? So we have a GroupM planning advanced tool, which actually gives you a data of a set of cohort of audience up to 1 square kilometer grid. We heard in the previous panel people talking about there is pin code level targeting is something which they would like to activate and something. We have progressed one step ahead. We have further broken down those pin codes to 1 square kilometer area grids, catchment areas, geopolygons as we speak. And you can specifically target the households available in that particular geo square grid. Now, isn't that advancement of TV itself, right? So if TV has progressed so much, I'm sure that there's more coming in space of connected TV, and that's what I would like to show you in the next slide, where there are multiple ways now you can use to target consumer, connected TV consumer through what do you call, custom bespoke creatives. Now, it need not necessarily be the same creative of what you consume on, or what an advertiser would plan on a linear versus on a Facebook to be run on connected TV itself. There's so much innovations now which are possible on connected TV. So in GroupM, we have created an advanced TV creative lab through which we are able to target your consumers through multiple creatives, and these are all highly engaging and interactive creatives, right? So today you can create a specific text overlay, or you can create a complete barcode out of here, or you can even, there are two aspects to look at. One is that I can target a consumer basis, the consumer's interest level or cohort they fall in, or if I need to do a tactical campaign, if I need to activate a certain catchment area, push them to a certain store, or push them to a certain catchment area to kind of drive my footfalls, that's also possible. So it's become very contextual now, right? So, and one such advancement which is happening is in the space of QR code. Now, if you recollect 3-4 years back, we used to call them as promo codes, which used to run in your linear TV as well, and it's still possible you can run these on your linear TV as well. But what is the significant difference which it brings in is that today you can deploy a QR code on your connected TV ad and track that particular household or that particular consumer who has moved to a specific landing page. So how does it activate is that there is a pixel which gets activated on your connected TV, as well as there is a pixel which gets activated on your client's or the brand's landing page. And then you are able to track a full funnel approach that whether this particular person who has seen your ad is the same one who has actually moved intent of purchase or a move to cart or an add to cart or any call to action which has happened on your landing page, right? So that's a full-fledged analysis which is possible. As I said, this is also possible on linear, but the only thing is that it gives you, on connected TV, the advantage is that it gives you a real-time analysis, right? A dashboard which tells you that, okay, this has immediately happened, and that way you're able to dynamically change your creative or dynamically change your entire strategy itself, right? So it's a very real-time access which you get here. Now, previously we would have heard that in this largely pertaining to traditional media that spray and pray, right? That the usual term which is used is that you spray and pray and then you reach out to masses. I say CTV is something which actually helps you to aim and spray because it actually helps you to target a specific set of audiences. In fact, as we say, it's actually evolving and you are able to reach out to a more specified audience. And hence, you are able to do a very, very confined and very contextual targeting to your brands, or your consumers. So just two examples or two case studies from GroupM on how we have used consumers or how we have used CTV in consumer, reaching out to the right consumer is that Dell, one of our premium client, wanted to target SMB, SME audiences, and they wanted to target only a specific set of market as well, right? So there are two levels of targeting already in place. One is the areas where there is high involvement of SMB businesses, and also to reach out to that kind of an audiences. And obviously we were able to do that through our targeting cohort, which unfortunately I couldn't show in my platform. The other one is again from a brand which wanted to target premium audiences, but with a very different narrative. Now, Tootsie as a brand was, or when you say tooth fixing or teeth fixing, it's primarily, it's a prescriptive one, right? But they wanted to shift this into a beauty pageant one, that everybody who has a dental issue, if you fix it, you will look more attractive, right? So they want to target that kind of a communication to a specific set of audiences. Coming to my last slide, I know I'm slightly running out of time. Just the couple of trends which I anticipate that which will move in the next couple of years on CTV, and which I also expect that, or I also actually wanted to see the industry moving towards, is that, yes, obviously we have the challenge of the cookie deprecation which is going to happen. And everywhere we now need the consumer consent as well, right? Even when you log into a smart TV, you need to have a consumer consent, sorry. So how do you navigate that? When you have a cookieless environment, how do you navigate that? And that's the answer when you have, when we activate from a geospatial or a household level activation. And hence we feel that there will be an emergence of household IDs rather than individual IDs. It will be at a household level. Right. So it will give you household characteristics, it will give you the kind of households you can reach out to, the preferences which that household, what the shopping experience or the shopping preferences which that household will own, everything will be activated to a household ID. And one important thing which I would like to comfort all marketers is that how Gen Alpha, which are people who are born after 2010, are actually moving, or how do you target them in future? A very interesting conversation with one of our largest FMCG clients gave a very insightful thought that today the Gen Alphas who are very internet savvy, how do you interact with them and build a loyal base for the next 10 years? You need to start interacting with them now. And these are those audiences who are largely on voice and interactivity is their major form of reaching out to, right? So how do we as an ecosystem create voice and interactivity into connected TV and create an environment to build a loyal base of Gen Alpha in the next couple of years? That's something to look out for. Another aspect is to see how we can build in retail and e-commerce data into the entire CTV delivery. There is humongous level of retail and e-commerce data available. Today there are point of sale data which is possible where you can track it from a retail outlet saying that this particular consumer has bought in so-and-so data that's available with all the modern trade outlets. How do you incorporate that kind of data, activate a catchment area? How do you bring in e-commerce data from multiple DSP sources is something which we are working on. Shoppable ads is nothing but the one which I showed you previously, the QR code, and how do you start creating tactical campaigns which can either be an offer-led or either be an action-led aspect of it. Right. So these are the few future trends which we believe, at least we started working towards, and we believe that in the next couple of months or years, will unlock more power to CTV. With that, I end my session. Thank you so much.
So, like we promised you, it's time for a fireside chat. First of all, a bigger, louder cheer for him, everybody, for Rajiv, for such a detailed presentation with such wonderful statistics. And now it's time for the fireside chat, like we promised you. So, joining in back again on stage is the Group CMO for India Today Group. Let's welcome back Mr. Vivek Malhotra with a huge round of applause, everybody. And yes, you can keep your tweets, your messages coming in using the hashtag e4m CTV conference. Over to you, gentlemen.
Check.
Hello.
You sound so much better than me. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is really a session I was looking forward to. I knew there were big wigs that were coming through the day, and I've been hearing about them, and some of my mentors were here in the morning. But here is one gentleman that I really thought that I will learn a lot from. So thanks so much, Rajiv, for allowing me to have this.
You always do this to me, Vivek.
No, but that's the real truth. I think the man behind the presentation that you had on GroupM, a lot of effort goes to him, and I've really met Rajiv over the last 1 year, over many occasions, and I know how passionate this person is about the way the media industry is evolving, and I really see him as one of the most important catalysts that we have in the planning domain.
Thank you, Vivek.
So, Rajiv, a couple of questions. And I think your presentation really set the tone for what media planning and video media planning is going to look like. So, in the overall sort of media planning that happens at GroupM, has this connected TV now really made your plans more effective? And now you have, to a linear media plan, you have now the ability to serve hard to reach audiences, the cord nevers. I also heard another term called cord stackers, and there are, obviously the cord cutters. So is it making your media plan more effective? Are there cases, are you seeing that the ROI on campaigns that were happening without this piece have now become more effective when you add this piece to the overall media plan?
Right. Thanks, Vivek, for the question. Connected TV, as I said, there are two avatars to it. It's the best of both worlds because it's primarily an extension of TV. But what is also happening is that there are brands who look at it from a very effective targeting mechanism. So today, connected TV has to play multiple roles. I would not say it is in one single role which is getting implemented. Today, we have multiple functional roles of connected TV in each of the brands. I see brands taking it as part of their TV plans and creating incremental reach. I see plans where clients take it from a very hyper-local targeting, and I'm very happy that when they do hyper-local targeting too, because we are able to create a catchment area, and it's become very interesting for retail brands to kind of come on board. So there is a lot of these hyper-local or specific region brands who are otherwise not able to come on a national platform, primarily not because they don't want to, but primarily because they don't want to have a spillage into a national because of distribution. Real estate is such an example for that matter. So the adoption is across spectrum. We can see that the planning, the way it is looked at, definitely can add efficiency in some cases, but I've seen it more from an effective way of reaching out to relevant audiences, specific market, to boost certain markets where the other mediums are not able to help them much. So it's always from a lens of solving a business problem, which the brand has. In particular, let's say in one of the recent example was that an e-commerce client was not able to get traction in UP, Bihar belt, and very interestingly, they reached out to us after the study was published that now that you have enough impressions coming from these markets, can we do a pump up in that market alone? I was happy to do that. So I'm saying, as long as we keep the spectrum open, I think there's a use case for every category. And in the last 1.5 years, we have unlocked almost 23 categories. So that clearly explains that it cuts across all segments.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how many of these 23 categories have you personally worked on?
So I have my team also here. So yeah, I think very thankful to the way the entire GroupM ecosystem functions. There's a lot of collaboration involved and everything. So not much, but yes.
No. So I'm told, I know from my sources, I come from a news company, that you've actually been able to sort of raise the number of impressions you burnt on CTV last year to what you're burning this year is in the range of 3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold. Is that correct? Is that the kind of growth you've seen in advertising on the CTV space from the GroupM?
As I mentioned, there are two sides to it. As more and more brands get active, and that is what fuels our data also. When you have more number of campaigns run, we get to know that there are certain markets which is actually giving you impressions which otherwise you would have not even picked up, right? So the more and more, I think that's one message I would like to clearly call out is that how brands can now set aside a certain budget for piloting new age mediums. I think it's important that from an advertising lenses, we should not consume every money with the mediums which you are already doing. There should be some budget which you have to start using it from a piloting mode or a test and learn approach. As you do that, these are use cases which I said previously, like when you're entering into a cookieless world, you're already equipped with enough data to kind of play around with whatever mediums you have at that point of time. So coming back to your question, Vivek, yes, we are seeing large adoption in connected TV across spectrum, and hence, yes, our impressions, as you've seen in my presentation, has skyrocketed from 2022 to 2023, and I'm hopeful that 2024 will be a bigger year.
Yeah. So he's the gentleman who's making the largest incentive at Group M, obviously. So Rajiv, tell me one very important thing. I think.
Barring that, I will align with whatever you say.
No, yeah. I mean, he's one person that I have not been able to fluff around with. So as a broadcaster or as a media seller, I mean, you have stories to sell, but this gentleman has, really, he puts his facts and figures first, and he's a champion of addressability. He's always asked questions on how can we bring addressability to erstwhile media vehicles that weren't as addressable. So question, Rajiv, to you then is that, when you're looking at CTV as a domain, you're actually taking the impact or the reach of TV, and you're also getting addressability. So if you were to make a trade-off, because if you were actually to make a trade-off, are you going to be pushing CTV for the addressability's sake, or do you really think that the impact and reach that TV delivers, CTV also delivers?
I would like to quote my colleague who recently mentioned it on the stage last 2 weeks back, that for him, CTV is TV on steroids. Now, I truly believe that, because whatever innovation which we are doing on CTV is actually empowering the entire ecosystem, not just CTV alone. Right? As I said, all these innovations which we can do is also available on linear. Only thing is that how do you use it to deploy it, and what is the objective of the deployment actually matters. So yeah, CTV as an impact on TV, yes, definitely, because it actually adds up to the for you to reach out to certain audiences you otherwise miss out totally on, right? All those fancy terms which you're seeing on cord cutters, cord shavers, cord stackers, all these are people who are actually somewhere you are actually fragmented and missing out on linear TV alone. So that way, linear impact on TV with connected TV is very, very coexisting. Addressability is a very, very powerful proposition, no doubt about it, because the way you are able to reach out to audiences, and it's not just about audiences, right? You are also reaching out to specific locations. Let's say today, I think Tushar mentioned in the previous panel that I want to reach out to Bangalore because that's where the largest cord cutters are there. Right now, how do I do that? I can do that through multiple mediums. I can do that traditional way of any traditional medium. I can do it in digital also. But imagine if you are able to do that on a big screen, right? And that is what addressability brings in. And more data signals which you are able to get, and if you are able to add in more and more cohorts to build on, with both publishers also being equally generous to share more and more audience insights, I think there will be a lot more of addressability unlocking which can happen on CTV. And there is also enough there's also enough third-party data providers who is able to generate CTV syncing signals, right? For example, as I mentioned about retail and e-commerce, something which we are very closely working on to kind of create quick commerce has become very, very big in India. So how do we tackle that, right? How do you bring in that kind of insights to TV? So it actually helps you to bring in insights from any other medium onto your TV planning, which wasn't the case before. So addressability, I feel it's a very, very powerful proposition in future as well as now.
So that's a key leadership skill you displayed again, that you actually value partners who bring in data and first party data or third party data, second party data, zero party data. So that's interesting that you say that, but from a publisher point of view, then the question is that, is it becoming a line item? See, there's an investment that goes on the publisher side also to acquire that data, enrich that data, make that data usable for you, and have an unbroken journey of that data, and give you the context in which this data is getting consumed, so that it's brand safe for your brands. Now, is it becoming a line item at the Group M? Is it becoming a line item in the Group M media plans that, like on every media plan or every launch plan, you have a TV, you have this. Is it also becoming an item that you cannot do without?
You're referring to that, is
CTV,
connected TV
yeah.
becoming a default medium in every plan?
So is CTV becoming a default medium in every media plan at Group M?
Okay. So I'd like to answer that in two parts. The first part is the current proposition of connected TV, which is obviously activating the top funnel, right? Because it is largely to activate awareness, purchase intent, and intent and everything, right? So it is definitely in the top funnel. But I strongly believe that omni-channel strategy, which we have spoken, let's say 5 years back, was not a reality then. Now at least it's a reality. And I would not say it is completely effective, but it will at least a reality and it will evolve. And the reason why I'm saying is, today as I mentioned, if connected TV progress and if you are able to activate the right ad formats, it actually helps you to activate all the three funnels, right? From a top funnel, you are able to track the consumer journey to your mid and bottom by activating the QR code or shoppable ads. Which means that I am not anymore activating only top funnel campaigns. I'm able to activate even your bottom and bottom funnel campaigns as well, right? Or somewhere you're able to bring in some attribution to that. So as and more we progress, I think sure it will be a default medium in every. And definitely scale also matters. Right now, it is with a 16% penetration of the overall TV household. The milestone which we are all looking forward is that 25%. How soon we'll cross that, and that becomes a very prominent stage for CTV to activate in multiple categories. So then I'm sure it will be a default medium. We could, there are the few examples with all due diligence to my colleagues over here who have cracked clients which are CTV being the lead medium itself, right? So you start your planning from CTV and then you bring in an ad on the
Why
other.
don't we take these last few minutes for you to give us a little more detail on those problems where CTV has actually taken the lead. So you couldn't explain the tool, maybe you can give us a perspective on how you use the tool and how did actually eventually CTV took the lead to solve those client problems.
Yeah, so as I said, we need to understand the business objective very, very granular level. That's when you will be able to create the full-fledged power, unleash the power of connected TV, right? So a retail jewelry brand which wanted to kind of bring in a very premium launch during the wedding season. And they also wanted to activate only certain pockets which are highly affluent. And I was surprised on certain markets which they mentioned. Yeah, obviously they are premium affluents because they had the consumer data. They wanted to activate the store and they want to activate the catchment area around the store. Let's say you identify a store and put a 10-kilometer radius, and obviously you will see the maximum consumers in that 10-kilometer radius walking into this particular store. Very rarely you will, let's say, travel 40-50 kilometers to shop anything, right? So they wanted to activate in that model. And obviously they are a traditional client and they were very, very heavy on a large screen medium, and they run ads of 45 seconds, 60 seconds because the reason is that they have a long story to narrate to the client. In such a format, connected TV was the best fit to be in. Right? When we started with the lead conversation and started what you call breaking up the objectives, it naturally fitted in as the top medium to be part of the plan, right? So there are many more such examples to bring in. So I'm saying it's to start with what is the objective, and can you give the right solve to that? And I think CTV or any media for that matter will get its due diligence.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the brightest spark in the media planning universe today. And to borrow his words, unleashing the real potential of CTV. So, over to you for any questions you have for Rajiv.
We have one right here.
Yeah.
My name is Shekhar, and it's very interesting conversation, Rajiv, Vivek, you're having, and very practical and at a very granular level, you're asking questions to him. So I thought maybe in the same light, I'll ask something more specific. We are noticing also, I'm also on the agency side, and a lot of our clients ask questions today like, we don't want awareness. Awareness is given. And everyone we see asking either meaningful awareness or asking, how do I build consideration for my brand? So this is becoming like a common question across categories and brands. So do you think that connected TV could be your silver bullet to get from the top funnel to the middle funnel? If you were
Question to me?
Either of you.
See, I believe all the three, this is a consumer journey, right? Now, when you keep on activating only your lower funnel, which is only performance, right? Somewhere you're going to saturate the number of people whom you have already reached out to. What the brands needs to understand is that unless you activate the top funnel, you will not be able to influx fresh consumers into the second and the third funnel, right? So you need to definitely, it's not one against the other, or it is only activating only one. You need to have all the three. But for certain brands, I've seen that, yeah, they first do the activation on top, and then they take a break, and then they saturate the bottom and the mid funnel, and then they come back again. So it's like a process. So it's nothing to do with that brands. I don't think any brands will survive with only doing performance campaign. Somewhere they're going to get saturated, and somewhere they need to get in fresh audiences or fresh offering. Does that answer? Vivek, you would like to add?
No, this is perfect. As long as you release my arrows, I'm good. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This was a very interesting, stimulating conversation. Thank you.
I request the two of you all to join in for a quick photo op. Also, may I take this opportunity to invite on stage Merlin Coutinho, Vice President Marketing and Brand Solutions for Lemma. May I request you, ma'am, to please join us on stage to present a token of appreciation. Can you have a huge round of applause for this fantastic fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen? I love your sense of humor, sir. That keeps us smiling on stage. Thank you so much for gracing the stage with your presence. A quick photo op happening right here. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, moving on quickly to our next session. Yes, and make sure you keep on sharing your hashtags, your pictures, your thoughts, your comments, using the hashtag e4m CTV conference. As you can see right here on top, keep the buzz going on social media, and please keep tweeting and grabbing using the hashtag e4m CTV conference. With this is Ajiral saying, it's time to move on to our next session. We now dive into the CTV Dataverse, and please welcome Pankaj Krishna, founder and CEO, Chroma Data Analytics and Media, on stage. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Yes, he'll be talking about scaling data-driven CTV insights into the CTV universe.
Hi, thank you. It's Chrome Data Analytics and Media, it's not Chroma. So, anyway, you must be wondering why I'm carrying a bag. So this is a bag of goodies. So I'll be asking you questions, and if you answer, you might get something out of it, if that wakes you up. I have the presentation. Which is forward, backward? The green is forward, the red is back. So before, hi, good afternoon, I'm Pankaj. Before we get into the details, into deep numbers, let me just quickly tell you, towards the end, I'll run a small quiz with questions in terms of favorite content, favorite shows, favorite platforms. And if that number tallies with the connected TV universe in terms of what numbers have rated, you might get something, which is like some very expensive keychains, right? So the CTV story so far, at this point in time, as per our data, we've touched almost 70 million homes. So that's a radically high number vis-a-vis what was presented earlier. But there is a catch to it. Over the last 6 years, you started off from 5.7 million to almost 70 million at this point in time. But this will not tally with the other numbers that you've seen since morning, because this includes all viewers. So even if you sampled a connected TV once, you are part of the connected TV universe. So one-time connected TV viewers are at about almost 12 million, which is a very low number. The frequent CTV numbers are at about 26 million, which the industry keeps talking about. So if you look at the total number of connected TVs homes, which are people who are frequent, who watched it for at least a week, a month, or at least once, that number will add up to about 69 million. Another interesting stats about the entire thing is how do people watch it. Now here you see the clear 80-20 rule. So 80-20 in terms of hotspots and Wi-Fi is basically integrated within the connected TV. And then you've got external devices, which are smart boxes and other external devices, which could be like an Amazon Fire Stick or a Tata Play Binge or anything. So there is an internal external. Now this does not add up to 143 plus 40 plus 15 and 10. That's 20, and this you got a 3% overlap between the Wi-Fi and hotspot users. You might probably have a Wi-Fi at home and parallelly use a hotspot to access the TV. Now this is a little detail, but it's not been released before, so I thought I'll share this with you. Not the most appropriate slide for a presentation, but I could share this with you if you're interested. But the maximum market share today, now this is as complicated as linear TV. So there are multiple cable operators. Now there are multiple operating systems across multiple brands. For example, Samsung uses Tizen as a software, and then for Android you've got Panasonic here, Intex, multiple. The pink ones are integrated and the gray ones would be the external devices. The pink would obviously add up to about 80%, which is all integrated within. So Samsung Tizen integrated, Android, Web, OS, patch walls, Google CX, Oxygen Play, they are on ill-bin systems, and externally you have got like a Chromecast or a GeoFiber, Amazon Fire Stick, and multiple other external devices to measure, to view content. So the grays in terms of percentage would add up to about 20%, which is the external devices, and the pinks would add up to 80%. And this is all the breakup of the connected universe of 69 million, all connected homes who've sampled a connected TV at least once, right? So that's the total universe. Dissecting the total TV universe of 180 million, you've got only pay, people who watch only pay TV would be at 60 million. Then you've got intersections, and these are very interesting stats that we've done on the surveys in terms of how many people have pay TV plus free dish, that's about 1%. Cord cutters 11 million, so that I think tallies pretty much with Group M and the gentleman that did in the morning, that's about 11%, that's 20 million. Free plus CTV, right? So that's a free dish plus connected TV, very small number at about 1 million. Only free dish is 40 million. So if you take free dish, which is 40 million, plus pay plus free dish, that comes to about 24%. And that's the number that you have. And then you have pay and CTV overlaps. And you can delve into as many details. You can dissect this into demographics, into regions, into psychographics, all of that. Now that's again, that's details. Maharashtra, Goa take a lead with 9.1 million split on connected TV, so on and so forth. And that adds up to the entire 69 million. This is again a dissection, not too relevant, but I can share the slide in terms of regions. Connected TVs and smartphones, you can click all the pictures, so it's in the public domain. So that's the number for the region split of cord cutters, pay TV, everything put together. What's interesting is the future. So what are we saying as far as the future is concerned? In the next 3 years, we project about 360 million connected TVs from where we are now at about 69 million. So if you see the blue line, that is the total number of TV households, and the dotted line is a Hero connected TV. So every house practically in the next 3 years would be a connected TV to a great extent, which is almost 360 million. And the overlaps, the pay TVs and the free TVs would all be a subset of connected TVs as the future evolves, because anytime you buy a TV now, it's mostly a connected TV. And that's pretty much what the future is. This is across a sample of 300,000 homes done last year. Again, a lot of stats not relevant here, but we'll move to the most interesting part since the time is running out, and that's where I got the bag. So you want to take any guesses on the top platforms on connected TV? We've got data which we've also pulled out of mobile phones. So it's all connected, right? So it's TVs and mobile phones. So I'll give you at number 5, we had Sony Live with 48 million unique people who sampled Sony over the last Jan to December. Prime Video did about 51 million. Z, Geo Cinema. Any guesses on the first one? So no one gets it because I didn't get it. So you want to raise your hand and say that? Yeah, what's the answer? Okay, but that's cool. There are more of them. So Disney plus Hotstar in terms of a platform did about 135 million. But Geo Cinema this year would change, as cricket evolves. If you look at the top shows of 2023, okay, we've got another 3 minutes left, so we'll just kill the time with questions and answers, right? Number 4, top show of 2023. You can raise a hand and you can answer it. Taza Khabar. Okay, we'll move to the last top 3 shows of 2023. Geo Cinema Tali. Any guesses for the highest, second biggest show of 2023 on connected TVs? Okay, so I've saved all the keychains. The number 1 show of 2023. You can speak, you can raise your hand and speak. Farzi made it. Anyone guess Farzi? You did, okay. So you'll get the keychain, sir. I'll give you a keychain. I can trust you on that one. The problem is I don't want to carry back all the stuff that I got. So should I throw it to you? So that's the credibility for the next question. There you go, sir. You want to catch it? Okay. So the next one is on news, right? So you want to think about it, the top 3 news channels of India on the digital side, right? So any guesses? Vivek, you cannot participate in this one because you are an insider to this information. But any guesses? You want to raise your hand? The third highest channel, news, linear broadcast on digital. Okay, raise your hand, raise your hand. Number 3, Aaj Tak, okay. Number 3, anyone else? Okay, number 3, anyone else? Okay, who said India TV? You said India TV? Okay, there you go. When you don't get answers, that's how you play. You get a pen for that. Should I throw it to you, ma'am? You don't get hurt and all. I got my colleague Ria, she's going to help you with that. So you want to give this pen away? Then, okay, any guesses for the top 2 channels of India? Number 2 on the digital broadcast. Number 2, you share it. Okay, Aaj Tak. Z. Clap for yourself, sir. Clap for yourself. You can all clap. That's the answer, ABP. Okay, we got the last one. So that pen is for you, sir. The last one, anyone interested in guessing the number 1 channel on linear? Now this is a consistent number 1. I'll give you a hint. It's got huge line. Raise your hands. How many said Aaj Tak? Vivek, you want to turn around and look at that? Okay, so you can select the 3 of them, Ria, 1, 2 and 3 for Aaj Tak. So that's the magic of the objective of doing this exercise was twofold, obviously, because everyone was half asleep to wake you guys up. But the fact is, the reason why I got this data for you is the connected universe is very addressable. And you get data live, day on day, week on week, and live data. And that basically tells you why digital is so much more evolved than linear. And connected TV is obviously the future. So that's what it is. Why I got this last slide, I'll tell you. Anurag is not here, but this is close to my heart. So when I was walking out in the morning, he was telling people that people who manufacture alcohol and smoke, they always advertise that do it responsibly. The same thing, Anurag made a very good point, then when it comes to sleep and health, is something that you guys should take care of yourself. So this is not part of the plan, but I just got this slide. So sleep on time, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the really interactive session. Really spiced things up. And may I take this opportunity to invite on stage Ruhail, our Senior Editor, BW Business World and e4m Group. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. And he'll present a token of appreciation on behalf of the entire team. And a big thank you to Mr. Pankaj Krishna, founder and CEO of Chrome Data Analytics and Media. Thank you so much, sir. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next panel discussion, and it gets very exciting from here because this is for breaking the loop, addressing the challenges of high ad frequency. And in this world where customers have all the power, the key to brand success lies in just one thing. That is a relentless focus on customer experience. But how can you navigate through this complex landscape of high ad frequency? Get ready to find this out and a lot more as our panelists try to break the loop in this panel discussion, addressing the challenges of high ad frequency. And let's welcome our panelists on stage, starting off with VG Senthil Kumar, Head Marketing and Branding, Bank of Baroda. Let's welcome VG Senthil Kumar with a huge round of applause, everybody. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Joining in will be Head Digital and Media, L'Oreal India Professional Products Division, Suchay Roy. Joining in also will be Nidhi Sood, Head of Partnership and Strategic Alliance, Digital Media, ABP Network. And also in our group of esteemed panelists, we have Chief Growth Officer, Media Smart, Nikhil Kumar, joining us back on stage. Also, let's welcome our session chair for this panel, Ms. Jyotirmayi Jeti, the CEO and founder at Hive Minds. Request our panelists to join us on stage, please. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I guess the last panel discussion before we wind up this amazing conference today, dedicated to connected TV. Extremely, still from an ADX point of view, very small amount of media, however, making big waves with a crazy growth rate of, I think, anywhere quoted between 47 to 58% by various reports. It's going to be as big as half of the video impressions in the US, and would India follow is the big question that all of us are looking forward to if CTV would rule the whole video consumption in India. So this panel, I would like to invite all my panelists. Of course, I think they, Nidhi, Mr. Sandil, Mr. Sujay, and Nikhil. All right, so welcome everyone. And so to start with, let's understand in terms of course, from morning, we have all looked at various aspects of CTV in terms of CTV being used in impact, CTV being creatively used in terms of content, in terms of the kind of empowerment CTV does with the kind of data, AI, all the tech that it brings, which never existed for linear TV. So the other aspect that we would be focusing on is also the kind of advertising frequencies that CTV is challenged with to that extent, or is it really challenged? Is it really okay with it, right? So I would first like to invite all my panelists to bring in first their perspective from there. We have an interesting panel. We have AdTech in terms of Media Smart. We have brands L'Oreal and Bank of Baroda with very two different perspectives from a finance sector and consumer point of view. We also have a publisher and in terms of content from ABP. So what are your perspective? Who would like to go first? Of CTV from where you come from as an advertiser, as a ad network, and also as in terms of as yes,
Shall
yes,
I?
Mr. Sandil. Yes.
Okay, very good evening to all, and thanks for the introduction. From a BFSI sector, we are at the advantage that we have the targeted customer as a profile we have from a child, say, senior citizen tag. So it's a very different or very complex target segment which we actually as a brand can target for our advertisement. So here, let me go to the topic, is really the frequency of ad being a challenge for the brands or the consumer to view the brand in a certain perspective. So I'll just give you a small example of a recent campaign which we did. It was almost, now cricket, it's now IPL season, so let me relate to one of the campaign for cricket. We did a campaign for this India-Bangladesh series, women series, which is going on today also, that's a match. And in fact, what we did was we positioned the product. This is where I can say that positioning and personalization also come a lot of leverage when it comes to ad fatigue or frequency or the targeted segment. Here what we did was we had a product called Bob Bro. We recently introduced the product is for the segment of 16 to 25 year youth for them. So we positioned this product, and where the ad was with our own endorser, Shefali Verma. She is also a young cricket player who is now playing in the women's team. So the ad was on Shefali Verma. The ad was for a product called Bob Bro. Bob Bro is 16 to 25, and we are targeting on the TV and for connected TV. Particularly, this was exclusively on Fan Code. Let me tell you, Fan Code was the exclusive broadcaster for this event. So we saw that there was only one ad. Okay, this one ad we have to play for the entire series, single product. But I was very confident that the target segment is going to be really the correct positioning is there, so there won't be any, much of the ad fatigue.
So you're saying the power of targeting.
Yeah, the power of
the problem
targeting.
of frequency.
Then come to the frequency. We can't, because all one shoe fits all doesn't apply to all campaigns. So as and when we started this campaign, there was one match. After one match, we sat back with the details of the output. We saw that a single ad which ran for multiple times with the CTV, and our that click-to ratio or the call to action was very high. But we could manage that level of click-to ratio. So what we thought is that let's optimize it, and maybe we should now focus on more on the action rather than on the viewership. So we optimized on we kept a frequency and also on the viewership. So this is one very critical example. I'm just telling that positioning and your optimization of campaign plays a lot of role when we actually we give our advertisement or any campaigns we run in the connected TV. So this is one part I just wanted.
Thank you. I think that brings in all the the armor that CTV gives us, moving away from how linear TV planning was happening, and can we use all of these levers to bring in a much more control on media and the way it gets deployed. I would like to hear some more views from, please.
No,
Media
perfect.
Smart.
I think it's amazing.
Yeah.
I think Media Smart, we've been at the forefront of building the category in the country. We've been doing this from 2020. So I think it's amazing to see for me that we've moved from the topic as CTV here to stay to CTV creating frequency ad fatigue. Like we've really, I think, moved
Where is that?
quite fast on that. So I think it's nice actually if that's the topic. But I think how is this topic shaping up if that's the generic question? If you look at how India is growing as an economy, right? I mean, it's growing at the fastest rate. It's one of the most powerful economies in the world today. Why is this economy growing? Is because it's obviously penetrating towns of India which didn't have internet penetration. Internet is powering the growth of the economy. What that does is today a smart TV is not the privilege of a certain NCCS category or
We're
tier
blessed to
one.
be a country where data is so cheap. I mean,
Absolutely.
US doesn't have this
I mean,
advantage.
India is, by the way, top 10 most data per GB cheapest in the world, just FYI. So I think that makes internet penetration quite high, quite accessible. Jio has obviously made a revolution in that front. Second part of it is internet and India also is an app first country. So in case you guys don't know, India is the second highest app downloading country in the world. Now technically that sounds great, but we also have population on our side. We are a 1.2 billion country. So just FYI, but I think we are a pretty app-first country. What that enables is not only do you have internet, but you have access to use the internet in various ways. That means today you can buy a TV at the click of a button, which will get installed at your home by tomorrow, even if you are in Unnao or the remotest part of the country. Third, I mean, smart TV itself is no longer a privileged item which you buy when you have a certain income and then you buy a thin smart TV. 90% of the TVs made were all smart. I don't know what the 10% were, but 90% of the TVs produced last year were all smart, and an average TV can cost anywhere between $100 to $150, which predominantly means anywhere between 8,000 to 15,000 rupees. Now that's the cost of few people's dinner at some fancy clubs in Mumbai. So that's super cheap. So what that does is you add those 3 points together, which is accessibility of internet, penetration of internet within the country, accessibility of buying a smart TV, that makes connected TV really, really big. So that means it's obviously here to stay and it's obviously going to grow. Now that established, obviously, where there are users, there are advertisers who want to put an ad there. And if their advertiser wants to put the ad there, there are many options of how that ad can reach the particular user. And that gets me to the point that I think we live in the world today that it's not important where the ad is shown. It's important who the ad is shown to. And I think if we start focusing on who the ad is shown to, the frequency and the ad fatigue and ad favorability probably could be moderately managed.
Yeah.
Not completely, absolutely, I think that's a myth, but I think moderately managed. But if we focus continuously on where my ad is showing, then obviously you have a larger
If we continue
challenge.
to live in the erstwhile world, then we wouldn't really ride the disruption that CTV brings to this.
I want my ad to be in the best content show on TV. I want my ad to be in the best linking road while I go home. I want my ad to be in the best newspaper. And by the way, I want my ad to be on social channels. I am the same guy. You just showed me the ad at every possible touch point. But since all these walled gardens don't talk to each other, then that's what creates ad
I think we'll get to the whole thing about the wall gardens and the reasons for ad frequency. But I think the key point is there is disruption not just in the format of streaming. There is disruption in internet, in access, in technology, even at the LED TVs. Every single TV is a smart TV, so the adoption is going to be high. And so there is a need for disruption of how we as media planners and how brands and how everybody thinks about planning, which is where versus who, right? So what do you say for that, Suchaya, from the point of L'Oreal and all your other experiences on CTV? Yeah.
Thanks for the question. I think while both the gentlemen were talking about, I actually went down the memory lane and I was just thinking that once upon a time we used to talk about media, we used to talk about a lot of things and then connected TV and everything, and now today I was just looking at the logo, I'm like, connected TV conference, like how things have evolved. And I think for us as a marketers and especially the ones who are spending time on digital marketing, in my opinion, there are 3 laws who have kind of affected us, and some of them have actually been talked about in a way by Nikhil. I think Moore's law, Crider's law, Butter's law, how we have figured out the faster processing, faster way to communicate, and more ways to store data or content. These three laws have kind of changed the game. And when we think as an advertiser and when think as an opportunity, we definitely want to be there at the best place in the best possible way, showing it to the consumer as Senthil was mentioning that, hey, I want to show it to this person, whether this person is a young person or whether this person is a retired person or planning something like that. So I think it's an exciting time for us, and we as advertisers get this opportunity to probably target our messaging to the consumer. But at the same point of time, as more and more this, I would say, this clutter, competition, and everything is increasing, we as advertisers and brands also need to be very, very cognizant of the fact is that when we are advertising and how we are advertising needs to be in that context. And that's when I say that, yes, the first C, we are targeting the consumer. But at the same point of time, what is the content, which is the second C, how we are communicating, which is the third C, and the fourth C is that what is the context, because yes, consumer might be consuming a content at some point of time or maybe going through the election poll results. Do I want to actually be there? Yes, I know that there will be lots of eyeballs there, but will that make more sense for me to be there in that context? I think a lot of brands probably sometimes miss that thing.
So we move away from the rule of 7 to the rule of 4 Cs. So moving like from the frequency, I meant the power of 7 frequency versus getting into 4 Cs would solve for that, and we just deploy it right, focusing on the 4 Cs. So you have been doing content, and of course in terms of as a media house, I mean broadcaster and everything. So how would you look at this whole opportunity of creative TV?
So this is very interesting for us because for linear and with CTV coming in, this is an extension. So while we build the engagement, we also build the reach, which is important. Ad fatigue is something which, like showing the same ad to the same users is something else. But as a content broadcaster, what I think that there has to be a sync in of the storytelling of the brand so that the user sees it more. Because we are now customizing content for the CTV. We are planning. As we speak, news is the most consumed content on CTV globally, right? So there's something that is happening on the news side, but yes, News Plus is also something that we need to cater to. And there where brands play a very important role because while a user is watching news, he also wants to build up a story that, you know, okay, why I'm shown this ad? There has to be again a sync up so that there is no ad fatigue, and there has to be a different formats of the brands presenting that message to the users.
So CTV that way is also preferential TV on demand. I want a certain kind of content, so I chose to move there, and I now have the power to choose. So does that mean all of us as advertisers or as a brand, as a network, whichever way it is, focus a lot more on creative asset than who we are targeting to? Is that something you would look at? Yeah, I think Laurie. Yes, please.
Yeah, certainly creativity is one thing that can differentiate the ad, particularly whatever kind of frequency is there. If there is creativity and bringing some kind of inquisitiveness in the ad, that will certainly differentiate, because the very fact that connected TV is growing at this pace is that because people don't get bugged of ads and other things. They want ad-free. But when it comes to, you see certain, there are very good ads that really you want to see the ad more than the program. You just move on to see when is that ad coming. Now also in TV also there are many such ads that we love to see that. That for last, I think the Swiggy ad was exceptional. Everybody will agree that you'll always, anytime you show that, we'll want to see that ad. So there's a lot of creativity and inquisitiveness these brands can bring in, which can really see that the consumer is not having this kind of ad fatigue. In fact, I was just referring to one of the ads we released released, it's not ad, it's just a L band or Aston band we released sometime in the IPL. The consumer is so different that I asked him, why did you see the ad? What did you like in that? I said that I always used to see Bank of Baroda in a different color. So this time it was something different. So I wanted to know what exactly you are doing. More than, see, the color itself is creating a differentiation on what the consumer is relating to that ad, because in an IPL is hardly 5 seconds the ad is coming. Similarly in connected TV also there is limited time frame where we brands can spend on very huge budget. We want to run through the campaign, so very limited time we have. So certainly the creativity and inquisitiveness is more क्या बोलते हैं, going on the top rather than ad or what is the communication. It is bringing that interest in the consumer. So certainly it will, once the interest of the consumer is there to see that ad repeatedly, I'm sure that there will not be fatigue, and we can actually optimize our positioning for that particular ad if creativity is completely built in that ad.
Is that also like the amount of investment in terms of production, or all of you see it more in terms of, let's first go by who are we targeting, and then suit the advertising, right? So suit the kind of format of the content and everything. So have there been any kind of creative assets at scale or any other innovation?
So I think before even I try to answer that, I think as brands and marketers, often we try and do things is that we try and question the media. We try and question the efficacy, efficiency, effectiveness of how media is done and all. And seldom we take this opportunity to question ourselves, stating that was that ad good enough to be played there or not? Were we able to tell the story properly or not? Because at the end of the day, in a plethora of content which a consumer is consuming, we are there as those breaker points. And in that breaker points, technically we are disrupting their viewing experience. But in that viewing experience, are we going to add any value when we are telling our brand story? Seldom as marketers, we don't invest much of time and rigor in creating that correct narrative. So first, that story and narrative is very, very important. What is that simpler message you're trying to give it to the consumer? That once that is kind of sorted out, I think that is when you should look at the nuance of a platform where we look at, okay, fine, this kind of format, connected TV format, okay, is there some kind of engagement, okay, can I create some kind of frequency, and all those things, in my opinion, come secondary if you have figured out the simpler message. And he was raising a very valid point. Good ads, I want to watch that ad. When was the last time you wanted to watch an ad? No, probably. Or maybe one or two in the last couple of years.
Mine was Karistas, man. I think I fully agree with Sujay. I think my opinion absolutely is quite relevant to what Sujay is saying, because I think, I mean, I'll come to the CTV part of it, but today we are all mobile penetrated. We know 85%, 87% of the dollars are getting spent on ad on mobile, but how many of you are actually making vertical ads? You're still making horizontal ad because it's easy to shoot it and it's great looking.
The digital world has moved. Yeah,
it is very minuscule, Jyoti. Let's be realistic, right? I mean, your larger brands are still making horizontal ads with a large screen, and then obviously it gets its share of mobile wallet. That's how it is. And I think the reason is there is a clear disconnect in what creativity inspires and what tech can enable you to do. And it is very important to define that very categorically, because creativity can come in both forms. Now, I would love to say that, you know, L'Oreal can make 7 different ad cuts with the same asset from different locations. No, it's not possible. I think I don't think any brand has that kind of budgets to be, you know, doing that in the realistic world of it. But obviously they can, and they have all the proprietary rights to do it. But when it comes to advertising, you have 2 to 3 assets, which is divided into your 30, 20 seconders, 10 seconders, cut into 6 seconders, which is cool. Where does the creativity come in? Now, creativity can come in tech. Now, you can have various formats of ads. It could be L bands. It could be coming
Zomato ad in the current IPL season.
Without naming any brand, I think there are very interesting examples of doing it. But then I can, as a consumer, also have full right to pause your creativity at any point of time. I will take a subscription and say, I don't want it. Now, as a publisher, you can still say, sorry, I said on every content it's no ads, but on live, you have to see any ads, right? So I think there is an interesting gameplay between you know, what creatives and creativity can do, what tech can enable, and obviously there are technologies like dynamic creative optimizations, there is ad sequencing, and I see a lot of the brands within the programmatic landscape that we work with are so clear about it. They're saying, okay, this is FC1, user ID or TV ID. Next time, no ads here, okay? We'll have the next ad. And they give us 4 or 5 assets to ensure that the teams are utilizing those assets, right? Which is smart, but then again, I mean, there is only limited users which are active at a point of time. Now that is where tech comes in. And you have to understand how programmatic bidding works. I mean, you need to serve an ad. That's how the ad is served. So I think that those are interesting plays at it, but I think there is no, like he said, there's no absolute answer. There's a lot of work that goes on the marketing side to really, really define who that consumer is. But then again, the definition cannot be absolute because probably you know the user from an offline standpoint. I know probably your user from the mobile habits that the user has better than you. Because I have access to multiple applications that he is probably watching ads on or is accessing and stuff like that. So I think that's where the integration of tech, marketing, creative comes in, and that creates great ads which are recallable. And I think one of the ones that you said is Caristas, and obviously the other one is probably Cred. We love watching Cred ads, right? Yes. Why? Maybe it's not doing anything to Cred, but it's a great ad. I don't know, I should not say it, but I'm sure it's a great ad. Everybody loves it, right?
So I think we should definitely double dip on the access to tech and data as to how we should leverage this in terms of using CTV from a targeting and also from an advertising point of view. One of the other interesting point that came up was what Sujay was talking about, that in a connected TV environment, we're so immersed, and it was by choice that we were watching something, and not that this was, as you were saying, Kapil Sharma was the only available show during COVID, and then, you know, you didn't have options then. But then I think you chose to watch a particular series, and you don't want your flow to be disrupted. So the more creative all of us as marketers and advertisers get with respect to the kind of asset that we deploy through CTV, the better it is.
Sometimes disruption also doesn't come from what you think. And I'll ask a simple question. How many of you in this panel have seen Squid Games?
I couldn't
Everyone?
keep up with the
Squid
whole
Game.
series.
Yeah?
So.
Yeah? Okay, everyone. How many have seen Money Heist? Yes. All of you, right? Yes. None of you are Spanish, none of you are Korean.
Yeah, yeah.
What are you doing watching these?
Yeah, I think
it's your evolution, because there was content which was getting, you couldn't watch anything. People were dying during COVID. You had to watch series, and thereby it's forced content which you liked, and now you've built a habit of it. Regimentalization, right?
So that brings us to a very interesting topic of profiling, right? Profiling the CTV customer. It signals more than how many hours they're watching and their age and demographic or the geography. It signals their interests, which is what the digital world gave us, right? But with the benefit of linear TV, where because this is immersive content, this is fantastic. So you have the benefit of knowing some bit of a profile of the customer because of the content that they're watching. At the same time, you have the targeting ability at all cuts in terms of gender, demographic, and hopefully in the future some affluence cuts, which currently we do not have enough data on CTV there. So what's your experience in terms of how you have leveraged targeting in terms of very effective deployment? Like we spoke about efficacy. So effective deployment using targeting.
See, when it comes to digital as a medium, and I'm not even touching connected TV at this moment, I think the medium always gave some amount of better signals, I would say. So whether it is like the earlier days of like just doing simple EDMs to doing how things evolved in terms of mobile marketing, and now we are talking about connected TVs and all, there were a little bit of probabilistic signals, and of course when you combine them with deterministic signals with your own PII data, and then you try and match them in that entire digital ecosystem, you try and figure out, okay, fine, what is probably the best possible genres, platforms, and content, and then you try and create build an ecosystem around it. So of course, when it comes to targeting options and all, the good part is that because slowly, and now coming back to the connected TV part of it, slowly the penetration is increasing. And because it gives you the flexibility to probably target a certain geography, certain cohorts, or even when we sometimes try and do is that we try and target screen sizes and all with an underlying assumptions, which is not always correct, that okay, fine, bigger screen sizes may be equal to more affluent households. Just a surrogate. No sure shot signals because there can be a
It's a good
smallish
surrogate.
household with a 70-inch
Yes.
TV. But then at least those are still some amount of better probabilistic signals.
Reminds me of the days when on Facebook, I mean, this was not Meta, on Facebook, the only affluent cut was
Handset
the
targeting.
smartphone.
Handset targeting.
Handset was the only signal. Yeah.
But then at least it gives you a little bit of a better targeting.
Absolutely.
Which we as advertisers, we definitely try and do. And of course, I think from the connected part of it, because the content consumption habit has changed probably more than a decade back, and I'll probably say even before COVID, when there was linear TV and mobile. While you are probably watching TV, you are also on mobile, and then during the ad break, you're probably doing something. Those days, what we used to try is that, okay, fine, during the ad breaks, how can we probably try and figure out that 6-inch screen which is there on your hand? Today, it might be connected TV and still. So there might be an ad which will be served on your connected TV, and you are probably watching it on your mobile, you are probably checking some Twitter feed or something. So more or less,
Then we have the other problem of the kid watching cartoons on an 85-inch TV.
That's again, see, that's why I said it. These are all probabilistic signals and not deterministic signals. I wish, as an advertiser, everybody wants to know that bullseye TG, what he or she is doing, and then doing that. But then that, if we start doing that, that is, I think, invasion in privacy beyond the point if you become too sharply targeted.
That's also another thing. I mean, one is the privacy laws and other things where our metrics for targetings are limited. But I think there is another elephant in the room in terms of wall gardens, which we're all aware. And we do think one of the aspects of ad frequency going high could be fragmentation of what we watch, the content we watch. But at the same time, in terms of Woot versus a Hotstar versus a Google ecosystem, the data isn't really accessible from one to the other. From an ad tech point of view, how should we look at this? Because this is a very primary concern because of which the frequency gets topped up, right? There's a 3 frequency on Woot, plus there is, then I switch over to sports, so I'm on Hotstar, and then another 3 frequency, and end of day I have a 15 frequency.
I think the world is obviously, if you look at the global economics, large part of the global economy is running even on connected TV, on programmatic ad spends. Why is it so? Because I think you have some sense of meritocracy on non-duplication of reach. Right? I think that's why it is. But I think if you look at, I mean, year 1, I was talking about CTV being Gen Z, and we did research, and that's how it came out. Year 2, when we did the same research with 1,000+ respondents, saying an average household in India has got over 3+ people watching connected TV. The average age actually went all from 25 to 65 in some use cases, and which is where we realized that, if I ask you how many of you have connected TV in the room, and I've done this game many times, by the way.
Close to 100%, I guess.
Actually, you will be surprised that they may not even raise their hands. But if you ask the same question differently, it's like, when was the last time you recharged your DTH subscription? And suddenly all hands will go up. And they'll say, yeah, I don't think I did Tata cable recharge like a very long time back. And suddenly, this term called connected TV, which is made by us people on this side in iTech, made it sound very fancy. I think a lot of people are there, but they just don't know they're already using it. And going back to the problem of unifying frequency, I think it's a problem that the industry overall as an ecosystem between marketers and ad tech and we all have to solve, because at the end of the day, the user is the center focus of everything that we all do, whether in terms of targeting. Yes, like Sujay said, right, Sujay was very clear that I could target a Lodha Palava with 65-inch screen, and that could be the best proxy that you get. But it comes back to your point that my kid was watching it. Now, I have no way to control it. And I think as hygienic, as responsible advertisers, it's your duty to get the best targeting metric, but you know where you have to draw the line, right? I think just because you have access to my phone doesn't mean you're reading into my apps. It's as simple as that, So I think there are a few points touched upon there. And I think going back to frequency, what's happening now is that you want your ad to be at the best places. Now, technically, Jyoti, you are the same person who was actually standing in front of a lift. You saw that ad of a brand. Then you got into the lift, you got up, you went home, you just threw your bag, you switched on the television, you said, yeah, let me watch my content. You saw the same ad, it's the same Jyoti. And then while you were going to sleep, you were just scrolling on your mobile and you saw an ad again. Not maybe on one app, maybe on gaming you saw an app, then social you saw an ad, then e-commerce you saw an app. I can go there also. That's also, by the way, multiple genres of advertising. Now, you are the same user who saw the same ad so many times. Now, I don't know whether it creates an impact of favorability or fatigue, but clearly, people are getting their shit right on targeting. Maybe they're getting you right. At least there's one positive to it.
What you're saying is it's the same problem in a new era. We never questioned whether across print, across TV, across radio, was there an ad frequency problem? And to a large extent.
Digital, we are micromanaging digital. You know, if I was telling you outside that if connected TV was still a part of TV planning, the revenue dollars would have been double. I can assure you that, 110%, right? Yeah. And I think, which is where I think you're seeing a large debate between this current IPL being streamed offline with a separate ecosystem and online through a very separate ecosystem. And there's a huge debate. Where are the ad dollars growing? Where is the money? Is it offline or is it on connected TV? And I think you will have to eventually deal with that.
Is this, while we say that we're at the base of it, questioning is ad frequency really an issue, is it also because of approaching CTV from the way of planning CTV in the same way as linear TV, choosing content pieces, right? And is there benefit in doing that versus should we just do it the way we do it in digital as to who to target and to not think about where? I would like this question to be picked up by you, Nidhi.
So this is a very interesting space, as I said, that CTV has revolutionized everything. Everything that comes easy is accepted. So connected TV came with ease, and that's why. For broadcasters, it's a very interesting space again, because what I think that for our legacy content that we have already spent so much of money in production, that is again on CTV. So we bring that in a different format, and that is a leverage. That is leveraging not even the OEMs, brands, but us also. So fragmenting it into a very interesting content piece is what we look at, and plus we are building new content. So I think so with different delivery and creating news plus content, just not news, I can create a fast channel now, having just the headlines, or I can create a different channel which has just the newsroom bulletin, catering different segments, and that is not diluting my brand, but that is actually giving an ease to the users that what they want to see. So I see that from that point of view.
I just want to add to that, as you asked regarding the planning, it's certainly going to increase multifold, and with the kind of insight and data we are getting from the each and every campaigns we are running, and with the connected TV and the statistics, and with Gen AI coming into picture, there is extreme increase going to be seen in the kind of planning, particularly for CTV campaigns.
No, I think on one end we have the luxury of legacy content, which people are actually very hooked to and will continue to be the way India is, right? And it's going to be very diverse, all the regional content and everything, and that will continue to boom. We're also a country which loves movies, and we'll continue to do extreme number of movies, and cinemas are really going down, but then CTV might replace the whole cinema, the planning which used to happen towards cinema there in a different way. So that's one angle of content, extremely indulging content. Yeah, it's all happening, of
so
course.
Documentaries, small episodes is what users are hooked to. In fact, we are also coming up with something which is like a news content, but in an episode format. So that's a planning that we've done, towards that we see that the users are consuming short format content, not short as in an episode format content. So yes, that kind of planning for the viewership is important.
So is it like the holy grail where we're able to indulge in all the fantastic content from the production houses at extremely high cost. At the same time, you have short video formats, user-generated content, and everything going there, the YouTube and all this, the channels. And somewhere here, we have the power of data, as Sendil was saying, of monitoring it and doing that. Does that make the whole advertising very powerful or more complex?
It is becoming it's
It's
becoming
both.
complex, but I have a slightly different point of view when it comes to like different formats of content, different sizes of content. At the end of the day, the content needs to be good. Nowadays, we say that the cinema is dying, and then there is a competition from OTTs and connected TV. Cinema is dying not because people are watching OTTs and not people are watching good content on OTT. People are no longer tolerant about shit films, and that's the reason they are not lining up to watch those movies.
No longer
When you have an
Independence Day
Oppenheimer, when you have an
launches.
Oppenheimer, you have a 3 a.m. show also at a Palladium, but then you have empty movie theaters as well because you need to have good content. So one piece is that the content. Second, the quality of content, how engaging that content. Then there is always a debate of short versus long versus this. So you have platforms, and we have somebody from content here. She can vouch for it. I can say that maybe there will be a lot of legacy content, which will be probably a 30-minute documentary from 10 years back, which people might be still watching 25 minutes of that episode because that content is good. And then there are content which are like probably 10 seconds, may 10 news, something like that. Tuck, 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 you flick it. It is just that you need to understand the audience, package the content accordingly. First of all, the content needs to be good, and then as advertiser, as brands, then it is also a responsibility to ensure that what kind of advertisement we want to create to connect with there. Is it a static ad? Is it some kind of video? Or nowadays, which a lot of advertisers and brands are doing, is that how you are intelligently getting embedded into that content piece, so that their entire content marketing, entire IP, content IPs and everything which is getting generated. I think that is where the next play will happen. It's already happening for past couple of years.
Absolutely. So, I mean, and that's like the view-through rates that we measure for interesting ads also are usually like rapidly at like 75% or something unheard of if the ad is so good, right? Typically it's like 25%, 30% drops. But all of this is on the power of data. On a CTV, maybe 7 days, not even 7 days, I mean, the day you launch, you're measuring it, right, immediately. You can course correct, you can adapt. Nikhil, I would want you to talk about like what is it that we have as tools and frameworks which we should use in the CTV environment?
I think great question. I think what does CTV empower you? How is it different from linear TV? I mean, we're talking connected TV, and we need to understand how is it empowering advertisers, and why is it the talk of the town? In many years, and most of the time, your media silos have remained the same. The Excel sheet looks the same. I've been there. It hasn't changed for a very long time. It's the same Excel sheet. There is no single column added. There are 2 columns added in the last 3-4 years, if you understand. One is called influencer marketing. Second is called connected TV. Everybody wants to talk about it. Everybody wants to know your plan on influencer marketing and connected television. I remember in 2011, we used to be in L'Oreal. I used to be in L'Oreal, and Facebook was the thing now, and we had Shabang then. You know, Harshil used to come and teach us how to do digital marketing because he's like, yeah, it's okay. We are a media company, right? Digital is new. It's like connected TV is new, but everybody is getting onto the bandwagon because the user is there, and we need to understand where the user is. That's where the dollars are going to go, right? It's not a debate between connected TV and linear. They both coexist, but connected TV is able to provide you better means to reach the user, attributable ways to reach the user, and some of those attributes can be size of screen, manufacturer, location of the television. Could that television IP be linked to your mobile, thereby understanding within the same household the IP, and thereby the other devices connected to the same IP. Now, imagine a situation where you as an advertiser are showing an ad. Let's say Bank of Baroda shows an ad, and Bank of Baroda also wants to say, eventually I showed an ad, what do I want from it? I don't want him to remember my ad, right? Oh, great ad, Bank of Baroda. Now tomorrow morning I will go and open an account at Bank of Baroda. Come on, be real, it doesn't happen. It really should happen, but what do you really want from a digital perspective? You want that there should be an engagement. He should find out about Bank of Baroda. This was a really good ad. Or maybe he should inquire. Maybe it was a really good offer which is about a saving scheme which you should go about. Now, there's an action required. It's called call to action. Now, how do you enable that with connected TV? You have tech today, which probably is, we call it household sync at Media Smart, and there are many other techs in the industry, where once an ad is showed, within 24 to 48 hours, you can retarget the user within the same IP household, nudge him to perform an action. Now, let's say if Bank of Baroda ad was really nice and he had a recall of it and he really liked the ad, and we nudged the user and said, you know what, Bank of Baroda. And he said, this is nice. He clicked on it. Maybe he installed the Bank of Baroda app, maybe. Or maybe he went to the website and filled up a form and asked somebody to call him back. That is where the user journey is ending. And I think that's what makes connected TV amazingly unique versus linear TV, where one, from a content standpoint, linear TV is all about programmed viewing. You want to see Big Boss? 7:30-8 बजे आ जाना सैटरडे को, देख लेना सलमान खान आएगा. मेरे को नहीं आने का है 8:30 बजे सैटरडे को, मेरे को संडे मॉर्निंग को 11 o'clock को देखने का है. That makes me connected TV user. I will watch when I want to watch, how I want to watch. Second, from an advertiser's perspective, hey, I can target the screen size, I can target the location, I can target the type of manufacturer, I can target the type of content, I can understand the genre, I can have a certain amount of frequency capping across multiple content genres within the same television handset, and I can understand the mobile journey after that. Makes it super awesome. The longest serving debate was TV pe ad dikhaya hua kya? Connected TV can answer that question in a certain way and form. That's the way I look at it.
I think in terms of getting all the signals of engagement from the user to us taking control of creating those engagements, right, is the power of connected TV there. With that, I think we're almost to the end of the session. Any closing words in terms of the collaboration? Because I have an interesting panel of brands, of broadcasters and ad tech sitting on this panel. We've spoken enough of data, of creative assets, and about how to target. Any closing lines on collaboration?
Awkward silence, but...
I think so. That's a very difficult question because I think so. Currently, as we speak, the three verticals are working on their own side, making money, capturing viewership, and making that visibility there. So that collaboration has to be there, but yes, with tech integrations, with data, and with good content that's together.
Yeah. Okay, to that, we say we wind up this session, and also I think invite, because this is the last panel, I hope we gave enough food for thought on how to approach CTV. Thank you all.
Any questions? Anyone? We're happy to take.
Should we open up for, is there time for Q&A? I don't know.
We can take definitely one question for a
Thank
couple
you.
of questions. Anybody?
In the meanwhile, I'll thank Nikhil for promoting Bank of Baroda, and I'm sure that you'll have a very good customer for us.
I just opened my account yesterday. No, I think there are genuine possibilities for collaboration. Just to summarize, I think, imagine a situation where in the morning you have a bad hair day, okay? And you're getting up, you put your content of choice because you get up in the morning, you like listening to music, maybe. And that music video in a certain way has an ad which shows to improve your bad hair day, you should have this amazing shampoo from the best brand, whichever it might be. Now suddenly it prompts you to remember, wow, I could have a better hair day going to office. And then you have the facility to obviously retarget that ad to the user on mobile where they click it, and with a Blinkit or a Zepto, it gets delivered to your house in 10 minutes. So before leaving, you've actually had a great hair day. That's called a great collaboration, and that, my friend, is possible. You know, and I think that's where great stories
device remote becoming the phone for audience.
c'est la vie.
Is the epitome
Never say
of
never.
that. Yeah. Okay.
All right, with this, can you have a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists? May I request you to stand together for a quick photo op. And may I again invite on stage Rohil Aman, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, Senior Editor. May I request Rohil sir to please join us on stage for a quick photo op as well, sir. Please join in. Although this was the last panel discussion, but I think it was very exciting. Give them a loud cheer, a huge round of applause. I will request Rohil sir to present mementos on behalf of the entire team. Special thanks to our session chair, Ms. Jyotimai Jeti, the CEO and founder at Hive Minds. A big, big thank you to all our panelists, right from Vijay Sendil Kumar, Sujay Ray, Nidhi Sood, and Nikhil Kumar. I know the photo ops are done, but there's a question, so we need to address it.
Sorry, I'm a little late in asking the question, but please, if you could. I think this question would also help conclude the session very well. Very informative, very interesting. I'm Seema. I'm from an agency in Bangalore called Opus. Okay, so from the morning I've been here and I've heard 3 different numbers for connected TV. You'll all agree, right? 20, 40, 69 million, okay? See, as a person watching Amazon, if I watched crime, 3 or 4 times, crime is all I'll get to see the next 3 months. There's no romance in my life anymore, okay? So why is it that as an industry, we're not able to determine, it's a question to the entire house, okay? We are not able to determine exactly how many CTV users are there, right? And if Amazon and Netflix knows what I like to watch, why is it we are not able to gather that information from the various platforms and bring it together? Won't it benefit us as advertisers and y'all as, platforms? That's a question I had, running through the mind, so.
So I'll just quickly, I think you answered your question in your own question, to be honest. The reason why there is no CTV number across is because we don't know that you watch only crime. And the fact that you only watch crime is only known to Amazon Prime and not Netflix, because Netflix and Amazon Prime are not best friends. Okay. Well, they are our best friends, but then again, there is their reach, and necessarily if you have only Amazon Prime and not Netflix on your TV, there is no way that you are counted as a CTV user for Netflix. So you may be counted as a CTV user for Amazon, but probably not for Netflix. I think the answer lies within, why is there not an exact number? Because there is no accredited body to understand what is the penetration of connected TV. Now, what is connected TV? It is probably a smart TV connected to a Wi-Fi. Every TV made today is smart. I don't remember the last time you must have seen a box TV being presented out of a TV outlet, right? So everything that is being made is smart. The only difference is, are you connecting it to a Wi-Fi or not connecting it to a Wi-Fi is what makes a huge difference. Even the corporate, even the office TV which is running here is also a connected TV, by the way. Every TV that you see in your left is a connected TV. That definition is not well defined, and there are too many parts moving to it. There is a number that probably a publisher will have. There's a number that as an ad tech company we would see as live active users on the ecosystem across multiple OTTs. There's a number that the smart TV ecosystem would provide you, that these are the number of smart TVs actually sold last year. There's a bit of not an exact correlation there, which is why there is not exact number, but there are tentative numbers. It's anywhere between 20 to 35 million is what we understand today in the CTV world. Content, I think she can give you a better answer, because we show you what you like to see, it's probably more you.
That's what, there's no advertising body enforcing that, and it's not possible from a, see, it's also the streaming technology. You can take account of set-top boxes, but you cannot take account of the internet connections. So I think the way the technology is for streaming the content in itself allows it to be, multitude, the count. So that's where the first problem is. The second problem is, yes, of course, there is no a consortium to say that I would share my device IDs who have subscribed and you can map it against yours, and yeah, so.
All right, thank you, thank you. A big thank you to our panelists for addressing that question. And to know what happens in the future, join us in the next edition of E4M Connected Television Conference Mumbai 2024. You've been a fabulous audience, but the excitement doesn't end here, my friends. After we replenish ourselves with refreshing beverages and snacks, we will reconvene for the highly anticipated E4M Play Awards 2024. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all our partners. You are at the E4M Connected Television Conference 2024. Co-presenting partner, Disney Plus Hotstar, India's premium entertainment destination. And a big thank you to also our gold partner, Lemma. Yes, omni-channel platform for emerging media. Can we have a look at the AVs as we sign off? Thank you so much. This is Ajay Rahul signing off on behalf of the entire team.
Feel this. Let's go! Yeah! Let's do it. Let's go! Yeah! बहुत बढ़िया question they asking, ready for action,
कहानी और मिसाल दोनों बहुत शौकनाक थे।
आज तक लाइव टीवी यंग मिलेनियल्स या कॉर्ड कटर्स का नया चैनल जो मोबाइल, कंप्यूटर, गेमिंग कंसोल्स, सोशल मीडिया और कनेक्टेड डिवाइसेस जैसे कि स्मार्ट टीवी, फायर स्टिक